So we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. Welcome to Guerilla Cricket. It's game 17. India back in action against Bangladesh. Can they keep up with the Kiwis, who topped the group with a fourth win in a row yesterday against what was a poor Afghanistan side? God knows how England lost to that, but we did anyway. Who won the toss? Let's have a look. Bangladesh won the toss and now elected to bat first. So we shall give you the teams. Litton Das, Tanzid Hassan, Mahdi Hassan Miraz, Najmal Hussain Shanto, Mushfiqur Rahim, Tawid Hidroy, Mamadullah, he only gets one name, Nassim Ahmed, Mustafizur Rahman, Sharaful Islam, and Hassan Mahmood. Of course, there is no Shaki. We think he may be out for the tournament. And India go out with Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Virat Kohli, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, Shardul Thakur, Jasprit Bumrah, Kuldeep Yadav, and Mohammad Siraj. So, looks like oh no, Siraj doesn't get a break. I thought that was Mohammad Sami. It's not. So they're unchanged, and they are sticking with Siraj. I am joined this morning by an Indian and a Bangladeshi. Fortunately, they're on the other side of the world from each other, and there's no fighting here today. But I've got Towid has joined us for the Bangladesh team. How are you doing this morning, Towid?
Yeah, good, thanks. From a bit of a wet South London, but yeah, looking forward to this. Obviously, Shakib not being in the team, a huge blow, but you know, I've always said that Bangladesh need to plan for the future without Shakib. He's 36 now, so he's not going to go on for much longer anyway. And yeah, what a great time to plan for that future today.
Well, indeed, against the big boys. Can we hear you, Anindo? Have we worked out that you can be heard now? Hello?
Absolutely.
Okay, we can hear you.
Pleasure's entirely yours, Blair.
Yeah, well, you know. You feeling confident today?
I think matches with Bangladesh are always very close. So they could, or as Farong said a little earlier, they could be very close or they could be very far, sometimes binary. But I suspect that it's going to be quite close. Bangladesh normally, I mean, two of my favorite players are missing here, Taskin and Shakib. But it's still an extremely good team, and it's curious the decision to bat first. I think I understand why, to put on the runs, put on some pressure, but India's probably better chasing. So I think it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about competitions, isn't it? When something has meaning on it, if you get the runs on the board, you can. It seems like in a bilateral where there's nothing on it, you just chase, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. But in a competition, obviously, it means something. It's points on the board, and I think there's a little extra bit of pressure. I've been saying that all the time, and it's interesting in competitions how suddenly it switches towards the latter stages of competitions. Teams decide to kind of bat first, get the runs on the board, and then see what sort of pressure they can mount. Get early wickets, you can call. I mean, look, Afghanistan were doing all right yesterday when they had them 4 down.
Oh yeah.
But what New Zealand did correctly,
if they hadn't dropped those 5 catches,
if they hadn't dropped those catches for a start. But I mean, what they did and England didn't do was just go, like, don't panic. You know, we can get the runs in the last 10 overs. Just go along at 4-5 and over. Get the platform, wear the bats and bowlers out, have the wickets in hand, and go at the end. It was well done by them. Now I haven't got the jingles in place because this morning the fucking traffic was a nightmare, and it took me half an hour to do what's normally a 5-minute drive. So I'm not really ready. So we're going to have the first ball of the morning, and it's Bumrah who is going to come in. He bowls it right across Tanzid. I'm presuming that was it wasn't a wide.
No, it swung from like off stump to the second slip.
Okay, well, it wasn't a wide, but it was the first ball of the morning.
Well, it's interesting to see that Liton Das isn't on strike. He got a first baller in the last game, first ball of the innings. Actually, he was caught down at fine leg against New Zealand, so he's decided to bat second today. Probably quite wise.
He didn't get many in the first game. He didn't get many.
Used to do that once in a while.
Yeah. Bumrah in again. That one again is across Tanzid, left alone through to the keeper.
It's moving a bit,
and no run.
He did get, he got 70 odd against England. He seemed to be batting pretty fluently against them. But no one likes to get a first baller, I suppose.
Nope.
Not in a World Cup, for sure.
No, yeah, exactly. Right. Now, getting organised. I'm getting organised.
Liton Das is a really good guy. I love watching that.
Yeah, well, I think in any game, Bumrah is in, and that's across Tanzid again. He pokes at it, gets it out through the offside, past cover, and that'll be the first run of the morning. You know, you get 280, 290, 300 on the board, you're kind of in the game. It might be that it's well short, but you give yourself a shot.
Would be a decent score.
Yeah, you give yourself a shot.
This is not a huge ground, but I think that's still a very good score. Yeah.
Is there going to be the dew factor?
Well, it is a day-night game, isn't it?
Yeah,
so,
and they're all pretty much day-night games.
At this time of the year in Pune, I'm not so sure. Could be because it's Pune, maybe a little bit.
Pune is quite coastal, isn't it, though?
No, Pune's up the hills. Yeah, the hills.
Oh, okay. My wife went there for university. I thought it was on the coast, but there you go.
It's not so far from the coast. I mean, it's a 2-hour on the expressway to Mumbai now.
Okay. Yeah.
4 or 5 hours.
Because I think teams have been getting this batting second bit wrong, thinking it's going to be easier, and it's not been easier. And I'm trying to figure out why. Bumrah is in, Liton Das leaves that through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I've been trying to think of the reasons for Bangladesh batting first here. Can't say I've actually come up with a solid one at the moment, but yeah, I would say that batting is definitely their weaker suit. They're more of a bowling team, although that probably hasn't really borne itself out yet in the tournament. So maybe they're thinking on a decent pitch, let's try and put up a decent score first up. But yeah, obviously against the likes of Bumrah, Siraj and co, really up against it.
Indeed. Right, I've got myself in order finally. That's a cracking delivery from Bumrah, 5th ball of the over. Beats the outside edge of the bat, good pace. And Liton Das nearly got another duck. It wasn't a golden, but it was only his 2nd ball. It's gone past his outside edge. Just give you some quick jingles for the people. We've got Liton Das. We're all ready for Das. Jasper it.
And now the mighty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again.
And he's in. That's a good ball. Full of length. A little bit of swing. A little bit of movement. Well defended by Das at the last ball of the over. Just one off the first over and there's no run. And we'll have Townsend.
He is candid and left-handed, but not standard. Countermanded, it was remanded, just reprimanded, was chanced.
Okay, we've got a few friends online. So Farong says, Tigers elect to bat, maybe all over before sunset. 90 all out or 8 for 227. Cheers.
8 for 227 still wouldn't be enough, would it?
That's pretty precise.
Yeah.
Leah says, morning all, so the Bung Pies chose to bat, eh? And she puts up something which says, now witness the firepower of this fully armed and operational bowling attack.
Well, here is a man who has not been that successful so far in this tournament, it would seem.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can.
It's Siraj. Ooh, nearly gets a wicket with his first ball. As it's driven at by Townsend. It's aerial, just wide on the man at cover. There was a bit of swing there, but instead, it's the first 4 of the innings as it beats that man at cover. And of course, there is no one out in the deep, and it will go for 4 runs.
It's me, says she. It's me, says she.
And that was quite close.
Yeah, he's had two difficult matches, but this one could very well have gone. The fielder.
Well, he's getting a bit of movement. What I have noticed as well is team's bowling first. It seems a bit. That one's defended. Nearly turned around a little bit. Townsend there. That goes up to mid-off and there's no run. There's been generally less for the spinners bowling first than bowling second, which I think has confused some of the Western teams particularly, because they're expecting that the ball there will be dew and that there will be a wet ball, and if it will be harder for the spinners. It seems to me
that's the problem. You have the preconception that there's
Exactly.
dew in every ground. It's a big bloody country. You don't get dew on every ground.
I know.
At this point in time.
Well, that's the advantage of knowing the area, I suppose. That's played up to mid-on. There's no run, and but I genuinely think there's a little bit.
And we're in October, right? So that's what makes the difference. If this was December and you were at various grounds across the country, you would get dew.
Yes, and I also think that the players have played in the IPL. They've played in March. Think about that time of year as well. It's obviously the other end of the year, isn't it? It's slightly different. Yeah. So there's not enough clear-headedness in what actually is going to happen at some of these grounds. Hence some mistakes. I mean, I think as that one is bowled by Siraj reasonably straight, just defended back down the track, and there is no run. Was it? But freely admitted he got it all wrong. What he selected to do the other day, even though we played really shit as well, but he got it all wrong. As we look at the pitch looks quite nice, looks quite dry, strawy. Weather looks nice. What's the temperature there in Poon today? Anyone know? Probably 30 something, isn't it? I'd imagine.
Hot.
Yeah, hot, sweaty.
Yeah.
Sirajin again, short of a length, just defended out to the covers, and there's no run. Of course,
So Townsend here on strike. He's the rookie opener. He's not got a lot of ODI experience behind him prior to this World Cup, and he hasn't really made much of an impression going into this game so far. So he'll be desperate for a score.
Well, I noticed that his jingle says under 19s Bangladesh side. So how old is he? That was a couple of years ago, wasn't it? So he's what, 20, 21?
2020, I think.
Okay, so 3 years ago, so maybe he's 21, 22. That swings into his pads, tries to work on the leg side, doesn't get hold of it, short of a length, hits him in the thigh pad. There's a kind of half. Hands in the air from Siraj, like it was close, but it wasn't. It was going well over the top. Maybe not that much over the top, but certainly pitched outside leg and probably going over. And that ends the second over 5 for none.
Almost hit that sweet spot in between thigh pad and top of the actual pad, which is
painful.
Not the sweet spot if you're facing the ball.
Mutley von Eric says, "Woof, morning primates. Come on, Bangladesh, take down the juggernaut, love and sausages." And Leah explains to me that it's a Star Wars joke, which always is lost on me. She says it's the Emperor aboard the second Death Star in Return of the Jedi, saying, "Now witness the firepower of this fully armed and operational battle station."
I remember that line. As that one is left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run. Was Star Wars not big in India?
It was, but I watched the first Star Wars and then not much thereafter.
Okay. I watched them all.
I wasn't around too much. Yeah.
I even got into the second bunch that got released 20 years later that were actually quite shit. But anyway, Bumrah is going to come in. We're into the third over, second ball of that third over. Bumrah is in, and Litton Das takes bottom hand off the bat, defends with one hand, it comes off, goes behind square on the offside. And there ain't no
Messi
run.
says Pune is currently 33 degrees, 44% humidity
Yeah.
from his weather cove.
Well, when's the website getting up, Messi? It'll be a hub of activity. Especially for something like this, it'll be useful. Bumrah is at the end of his run. Coming in to bowl to Litton Das. Ooh, gets him on the pad. There's a big appeal. I'm not sure whether he jammed his bat down on it quick enough. Maybe it was a bit too high. It was pretty straight.
I'm not going to take the DRS on that one.
I'm not going to take the DRS. It was pretty straight. And he did seem to get himself in a tangle, but I'm not sure if he didn't just jab a glove on it as it crashed into his pad at the same time. And Rohit's not interested.
I thought it was outside the off stump.
You think? No, I think it came back.
No, it was
you
a bit
know
high.
what?
He was a bit high.
You
Hit
think
the
it was a
front
bit
pad first. Hit the
I-
front pad first.
You know
It was
what?
a
I
bit
don't
high.
think that was. I think that cut back, beat his gloves, hit his top pad, went into his back pad. And he's not the tallest. It did seem to be skidding on. I'd like to see that on a DRS. Well, I'd like to see the graphic. They obviously haven't referred it. Bumrah in again, and that's defended by Litton Das. Once more, his bottom hand comes up, defends it out on the offside, and there's no run. Toward, how are you feeling about?
Yeah, my internet's a little.
Little what? Dodgy.
I was going to say my internet's a little bit all over the place, so I can't give an opinion on that LBW. But it looked, from the glitchy picture that I've got, might get a bit low actually.
Well, that's what I thought. They haven't shown us a graphic afterwards.
Maybe I was wrong.
But sorry, Bear, you were going to ask me a question.
Oh, we'll do after this ball. Fifth. Oh, that one has come in again and just clipped. I thought that was pad maybe out to square leg.
Yep. But I think that was going down the leg.
I think that was going down. I think that had gone too
definitely
far. So Bangladesh have won one game. Who have they beaten so far?
Afghanistan in the
Okay.
first game they played.
How are you feeling about their chances?
In this particular game, well, I mean...
No,
yeah,
their chances overall. How many
thing.
games do you reckon they can win?
I mean, it's been... I mean, if we look at how they've gone so far, it's been pretty underwhelming. The game against England, I thought they just didn't show enough ambition. It was a huge arse to sort of chase down those runs.
Left alone outside the off stump and there's no run.
But it seemed that they'd already settled for the fact that they weren't going to win after about 20 odd overs.
Yes.
Which doesn't make for a great spectacle for 2-3 hours of the game, where you can see that a team aren't really looking to win. From a fan's point of view, I'd much rather see them try and get some quick runs and get all out for less than 200 if needs be, but at least show a bit of ambition.
Well, I was just saying, wasn't it, yesterday with Afghanistan were appalling. I mean, they as soon as they lost a wicket or two, that was it. The game seemed to be done. There was no ambition whatsoever. There was two batsmen who had nearly a run of ball when everyone else was like 50 runs for 100 balls, and they still fell miles short, and in double quick time as well. I mean, there have been too many games like that in this World Cup, and I guess people will argue that about the 50 over format. That happens a lot in 20 over cricket as well, but at least in 20 over cricket it happens quite quickly, yeah? And you're out of the situation. Spending 8 hours watching a game that after 4 and a half is pretty much done can be quite grueling. That one comes in again. Siraj starts his second over and he gets a bit of in-swing to Tanzid, who drives it quite pleasantly, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
But there are thousands of people coming into the ground at the moment. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to that, I understand why teams do it. It's to protect their net run rate, isn't it? And but I just think if you're a team like Bangladesh, realistically, you're probably not going to make the semi-finals on net run rate anyway.
No, you've got to win point. You've got to get points, haven't you? As that's guided down to third man, and there'll be a single. I mean, this is it. I think with South Africa losing the other day against the Netherlands, I reckon that possibly, I don't think the third spot. I think the first 3 spots will be 6 points and above, or 6 wins and above. But I think that 4th spot now, with that result, may well be a 5 wins net run rate scenario between possibly South Africa, Pakistan. South Africa,
England.
England and Australia even. Australia can come back.
Yep.
They are notoriously slow starters. I don't really rate their side, and they look quite jaded, but they've certainly got some firepower there. I'm not sure about Labuschagne in an Australian one-day side. He's got himself in there, but I'm not sure he really fits that well.
He's only there because of head, right?
Yeah, but they got rid of a bowler to put him in, didn't they? I mean, he replaced Agar, essentially. So that's defended square. And Siraj comes in to bowl to Litton Das, and there's no run.
Good test match innings this from Litton Das so far.
Got time to accelerate.
Well, you never know, right? Maybe that's what's needed to survive, and then he can have a go after these two are at least Bumrah's away.
Yeah, I'm sure.
There's 2 ways.
It's easy for these openers because the middle order has been so fragile.
Well, there's 2 ways of looking at it, isn't it? I mean, you can go off like a train and get to 70 for 3 or 4, but if you've lost 4 and you've got 70 after 10 overs, it's a long way to go, and you're going to slow down then. Siraj is in, and it's guided by Litton Das just to point once more. Or you can go reasonably slowly in the first 10 and not lose a wicket, and have the ability, when the players go out, to have the batsman in the hutch and accelerate from there. It's a long, 50 overs is a long time.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, many.
I mean, I guess ideally you want to be.
Ideally, you want to go off like a train and not lose any wickets, but
you want to be somewhere in between.
But I mean, a couple of 4 suddenly drags it all back, doesn't it? Well, not really from there.
Yeah, but to Tawhid's point, I mean, if the middle order is fragile, then you definitely don't want to be down 3 wickets.
Yeah, you don't want them exposed too early. That's defended square on the offside, and there's no run. Listen, many of England's Ashes innings in Test matches lasted only about 50 overs. So, you can get 350 runs in 50 overs.
Yep. With the current
the Bazball effect,
mindset.
isn't it?
It is the Bazball effect, and it's the ability to score, get the ball older, get the bowlers more tired, get into the second string, and then take your chances, then put the pressure on the bowler. You can always left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. That ends Siraj's second over. 4 overs gone, 6 for none. Tanzid is 6 off 11, and Litton Das is none off 13.
Okay,
Got any messages there?
Sorry, yeah, the only tweet I have here is from Leah when she's talking about that LBW decision, which was not DRS. That looked like it could have been an umpire's call at worst from an Indian perspective.
Yeah,
Probably.
I thought that. We haven't seen a replay of it. They haven't loaded it up, so we're not going to. I mean, it may have been that he punched it on a little bit of a glove onto his pad, but if he didn't, I thought it was too far away. But no run.
I'm just going to get the YouTube up in case people start complaining that.
There's not a lot on there either. It's early days. People haven't really connected. I mean, I got here so bloody late. By the time I headed over here, it was about 10 to 9, and by the time I got here, it was 20 past 9. As I say, normally if I leave at 8:30, I'm usually stopped at Tesco's at 22, and here by 10 to. Now that's a searing attempted Yorker by Bumrah on Tanzid. Manages to jam it out. And Litton Das is aware to the fact that no one's close to the to the batter, and he's got himself through for a single.
Was there no time for the Tesco shop then?
No, there's no time for the Tesco shop. No, so I haven't got any lunch.
Disaster.
It is. Fortunately, there's beer here already, and there is some munchies here. I'll get a little chance to do it later.
Well, what more do you need?
I need some crisps. I'm a crisp addict. And there's none of them here. Fortunately, we have milk and we have coffee, which is the important thing at this time in the morning. And there's a pan of chocolat that I can stick in the oven. Ooh, that snakes itself in. Swinging into the batsman. Lytton Das finally gets himself off the mark after 14 deliveries, as he just plays that out to the leg side wide of mid-wicket.
Okay, I'm on YouTube and I confirm there's nothing there.
Yeah, there is. Super chat. That's what we want, people. Come on, peeps. Get your money in. Tell us what you want us to say. The GPL is open. I think I managed to do it yesterday, so it should be open. Let me just check. And the pot, I think, is flashed out outside the off stump by Tanzid, bowled across by Bumrah, but he misses it. It's a diving.
The ball's moving a long way. I know he has the angle there, but it's still moving a long way.
Yeah, it is moving quite a bit. There's a bit of swing in the air, which is what will be there later. Will there be any turn in the track? That's another question. Does it turn a lot here? Do you know?
Not too much, but I think you're probably going to get Kuldeep get a bit of turn here. Maybe not so much Jadeja.
Yeah.
Jadeja doesn't need too much turn. I mean, he just needs that 1 centimeter, and he's done you in.
Well, exactly. And he just bowls quick, and that's into the pads. And Tanza tries to work it down a fine leg, but he misses it, I think. I was looking around to review that. Probably hit him outside leg stump. Yeah, the GPL, the pot is 113 quid, peeps. So how many runs are going to be scored in the day? It's open till 11 o'clock. You've got an hour and 8 minutes left.
Yeah, I'd go for a low total if I was to guess.
Well, if you were going with Farong's high, that's 228, then you make up your mind who's going to win, and you've got your total.
Well, at some point they are going to have to do something. That one is nicely driven by Tanzid, but straight to mid-on. There's a good tight start here from India. I don't think there's any need to panic.
No, there isn't. And I think the other thing to bear in mind, I was sort of saying how fragile the middle order is. I think the other thing about it, Bangladesh is they do have a genuine tail. So, basically... Well, there was an inside edge on that, wasn't
No, there wasn't an inside edge.
No, there wasn't an inside edge. It hit the pad first.
It hit the pad and then onto the bat, yeah.
Right. But yeah, what I was going to say, numbers 9, 10, 11 are genuine tail enders. So basically that puts even more pressure on the batters up top.
Yeah, flashed out hard by Tanzid, and it's going to go down towards third man. It's well fielded down there. I don't know who that is. Shardul Thakur.
Shardul Thakur.
Yeah, and I'll get back for 2. It looked like it was going to go for 4 for a minute there. I don't think you can worry about numbers 9, 10 and 11. As you were saying earlier, if you're getting down to numbers 9, 10 and 11, you probably haven't got enough runs unless you're in the 49th over anyway. And they're not going to get you many runs in most situations anyway. I think there's too much put on, we've got genuine tail at 9, 10 and 11. If you're going to win an ODI, your top 6 are generally going to get you the runs that get you the victory. Yeah. You're going to get some chip-ins.
India reconciled to the fact a long time ago that they were going to have number 11, 11 and 11.
Yeah.
And that wasn't going to change much.
No, and that's it. And occasionally they'll fail spectacularly because they'll lose a lot of their top order early. And then there is no one at the bottom. But, I mean, look, England have got a pretty strong tail and they still can't get any fucking runs. I mean, Adil Rashid is not a bad bat and he bats at 10 or 11 sometimes. Still can't. Still can't get 260 against Afghanistan. So, 280.
Apparently, Rashid's got 10 first-class centuries.
14, I believe.
Blimey.
Exactly.
Well, if you look carefully enough, Umesh Yadav's probably got a triple century or something.
in school cricket. Oh, now that one
Oh.
lifted a little bit off the pitch. Siraj, Das fenced at it, pulled his head back. Unfortunately, didn't get a little edge on it through to the keeper. No run.
Well, Siraj is a bit better today, for sure.
Yeah, that definitely lifted a little bit.
Seemed to be a bit quicker, that ball as well.
Got a 135. I think it was more the lift. Took off from a good length actually. That was the difficult part.
Siraj is in again. That's better. Given some width, flashed out hard by Litton Das. Gets himself his first boundary. One bounce down to backward point. Third man's a little too far around, and it's 4 runs.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
And finally, what, in the 6th over? 4.
Yeah,
in the 6th over to get to 14 for none.
Finally a chance to really sort of free his arms and gave that a kitchen sink.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't
It's well placed.
Exactly, they bowled well, India, to start with. There's a bit of movement in the air. They bowled a decent length, not given a lot of width. That's nicely driven by Litton Das, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Just had a couple of shots of the Bangladesh dugout. Shakib sitting there in his cool shades.
What is the diagnosis with Shakib? Is it?
It's a really good question, because I think no one actually knows. All that the Bangladesh management have said is that he's gone for scans. I think he's had a couple of scans, but they haven't actually divulged the diagnosis, and I think that sort of probably isn't a good thing that they have been so sort of tight-lipped about things.
That's clipped. That's a nice shot by Litton Das.
Nice.
And suddenly the shackles are off. He's clipped that sweetly past mid-wicket, and once again it's gone down to the boundary for 4 more.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Suddenly the run rate's up to nearly 3, Towed.
That ball deserved everything that it got.
Nice. That's all about
short and hittable.
all about timing. That.
Well, it was. He took a little step towards the ball as well, didn't he? So
It's a delight to watch when he gets it right.
yeah, there's capable batsmen in this tournament. That one is cut. Not great timing. There's a packed offside field. There's a backward point. There's a point, or just in front of point. There's a cover, and then there's a wide mid-off on the leg side. There's a square leg. There's a slip. There's a third man, and presumably there's a long leg as well. Yeah. Presumably the fact he's still in the dugout, hasn't gone home. There's hope that he'll be back in the tournament at some point.
Yeah, I think that's the hope. So I think it's some sort of muscle strain, some sort of calf or thigh strain. Happened in the last game against New Zealand. He was running between the wickets for a single, I think, and ended up with a strain. He's
got 4 or 5 games to go, right? So
yeah, exactly. Siraj tucks up Litton Das, but he guides it down to third man, and he'll get himself a single to end the over. 9 off of that one, and Bangladesh are 19 for none after 6. Turns it on 9, and Litton Das has suddenly overtaken him on 10.
Lost Soul tells us that would also list that you can listen online with TuneIn Radio, which the car will allow you to play while driving. YouTube and the website got blocked by my car via Apple CarPlay.
Really?
Yeah. TuneIn Radio.
Well, TuneIn Radio you can do on Apple CarPlay, that's true. But you should just be able to play it through your phone from the website, and the car should pick it up. I've done that before.
Yeah, but what he's saying is his car is obviously pretty sophisticated, because it blocks YouTube and the website when it goes through Apple CarPlay. But it allows TuneIn Radio to play.
Yes, it does. Yeah,
so there's an arbitrage there. And Leah says, fun Star Wars fact. It was based on Kurosawa's classic Shanbara, The Hidden Fortress. Lucas later paid his respect to Kurosawa by securing financing for his later films like Kagemusha, Shadow of the Warrior.
That's full wide, and maybe missed out a little bit by Das. It was wide enough that he could have freed his arms, but instead he just poked it out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's a muscle strain or whatever it is, Shakib's definitely going to be around. If Kane Williamson fractures a finger and he just waits around for 3 matches before he can play again, then I think you'd expect him as a strength to be okay in a couple of matches.
You would, yeah.
You would hope so, wouldn't you? A quad, I guess if he's got a bowl and bat, it might limit his movement, but if he's that important, that one is defended, just dropped down literally in front of him by Litton Das. He wanted the single, but Tanzid wasn't responsive at all. There's no run. It's quite a nice looking ground.
The thing I
Pune.
would say about Shakib is he's not in the best physical shape, condition. I mean, just looking at him, you can see he looks a bit heavy, shall we say, and I'd say sort of at his age, you get these sort of like little niggles, and they do take longer and longer to resolve.
Williamson's not any younger, just as a reminder.
Yes. That's
But
quite
I'd say Williamson's in better physical shape, and he's got a fractured thumb, which is obviously a different kind of injury.
Bumrah's in again, and that one is guided by Litton Das down towards third man. He'll get himself a single.
And while not batting or bowling. He got the fracture without batting or bowling.
I mean, there's a lot of older players in this tournament. I mean, England's got an old side, but there's a lot of players over 30 here.
India's got half the side of the 30.
Yeah, you know, I mean, but I think they do keep themselves fitter, isn't it? You can keep fitter longer with nutrition and people in the sides keeping them fitter for that much longer.
Absolutely.
But I think also Shakib just adds something. You know, I'm a fan of his captaincy. I think he just has that experience, which he sometimes really uses in very clever ways. So having him out there probably does Bangladesh some good in a tournament like the World Cup.
That's down the leg side. That'll be a wide.
I mean, 100%. He's, you know, probably the best player Bangladesh have ever produced. You know, to have someone who's going to bowl 10 overs, probably bat in the top 4 or 5. You know, that's the sort of player that any team wants, and also a player of that quality as well. So yeah, he's a huge miss. Make no bones about it. But as I was saying at the start, you know, life goes on.
It does.
Teams evolve, and that's what Bangladesh do.
Bumrah.
Messi says Shakib looks the perfect shape to some of us.
Ooh, now that one. Bumrah's coming around the wicket to Tanzid now in his what is he? He's in his 4th over. He's getting one to shape away from him. Gave him some width. He flashed at it. He missed it. It's taken behind the stumps, and there's no run.
Yeah, let me just say, I'm not one to body shame at all. Just as the camera pans in on Rohit Sharma.
Yeah.
Yeah, the general point, I guess, is you think about sort of fitness and all that sort of stuff. I think Bangladesh are.
Can you get your mic a little bit closer to your mouth? You seem to have knocked it away. Getting a bit quiet there. Defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. Mid-on, sorry. Yeah. Rohit's never been the fittest looking chap in the world, has he? Let's be honest.
No, but he's got tremendous cricket fitness, though. I mean, he belies all body shaming that you can throw at him.
Well, true. He scores a shitload of runs, so you can't complain, really. I think it's always.
And even on the field, he's not slow. He's a fantastic slip fielder. So yeah.
Well, cricket is one of those sports, really. Bumrah around the wicket, short, pulled. Has he got enough on that? Yes, he has. It's the first 6 of the innings. Pulled by Tanzid over long leg. Moves the score on to 27 for none at the end of the 7th over. 6 runs.
Tawhid already looks happier.
And the run rate, it's going up nearly, one of those. It's up to what, nearly 4 and over all of a sudden. Yeah,
it was good to see. He actually picked that up pretty cleanly. I thought it might have been a bit of a top edge, but actually I think he got a good amount of bat on that.
I think it was up in a splice, but he's get the pace on the ball at that angle. Get it up, get it done. 8 off that over. So Tanzid on 15 off 19. Litton Das 11 off 23. 27 for none after 7 overs. I don't think this is a bad start for Bangladesh. They haven't lost the early wicket, which India really would have wanted that. But your strike bowlers up top. There's a little bit of movement, a little bit of freshness in the pitch.
Yeah.
It's a decent start, and I think it kind of it's consistent with kind of Bangladesh's maybe quite conservative game plan around. Yeah, they're always looking to, I guess, preserve wickets and then lay that foundation and then sort of kick on the last 20 overs.
Well, yeah.
We've got a few things from on YouTube. Should I wait for the end of the over?
Yeah. That one's just played by Litton Das out to mid-wicket and there's no run. But that's the modern way, isn't it, in ODIs? I mean, you don't have to go off like a train. Everyone knows what you're capable of scoring in a T20 with batsmen you have these days. It doesn't always come off. But if you lay the platform, don't lose.
Yeah.
You know, if you can get to 30 overs, only lost 2 or 3 batsmen, and have a couple of set ones when you get there. That's when you take your chance. It can also go horribly wrong at that point. You know, you lose those 2 set batsmen, and people coming afterwards and get nowhere. But you want the platform. That's pulled by Litton Das out to deep square leg, and it gives you the single.
Yeah, and we've seen. I think maybe it was mentioned earlier, but yeah, we haven't seen that many monster scores, I guess, in this World Cup. I guess sort of South Africa apart. So, yeah, if you can get to that sort of 280 plus mark, then that's generally a competitive total.
Yeah, you can put pressure on people like that, unless you're England. You can't put pressure on fucking New Zealand with nearly 300 on the board. But again, New Zealand have looked very strong.
They have indeed. They've looked a very well-rounded team. Don't get phased when things go against them, like it did yesterday for a while.
Yep. Siraj is in. Down the track comes Tanzid. I excused that a little bit. I think he was going more over mid-off, but got enough of it. It's gone square and there's no one out at point. So it'll be another 4 runs.
2 plus 2 is the number.
Down the track at the bowler.
Kuldeep had moved in actually, and he just hit it over him, over square.
Good intent from Tanzid here.
Well, he's faced 20 odd balls now. He should be seeing it reasonably well. 32 for none. And we're in the 8th over. And comes Siraj again. Short. That must be a wide, surely. It is a wide. It's fucking way too short.
I think we saw earlier a stat in terms of the head-to-head between India and Bangladesh in World Cups. Bangladesh, I think, only won the one game. That was back in 2007, where effectively they knocked India out the World Cup, and it was basically the innings from Tamim Iqbal, who kind of basically that last shot from Tanzid was very reminiscent of a very young Tamim Iqbal stepping down the wicket to Zahir Khan and sort of hitting him over the top. And interestingly, Tanzid
cut well, but there is an umbrella field on the offside. There's a backward point. There's a deeper set point just in front of square. There's a cover and a mid-off. They're very close together. There's only 10 yards between them and there's no run.
I actually remember a lot of cricket, Tahid, since I was 7 years old. The only year which seems to fade from memory is 2007, for reasons unknown. All I remember is India beat Bermuda.
Yeah, I was at
Other
that
than
game. I was there. I saw the Dwayne Leverott catch in person.
The famous catch.
Yeah. It was really annoying. I actually took a photograph of the celebration and then had that camera nicked shortly afterwards.
Was it digital camera or was it camera with film back in those days? I forget how quickly technology's moved on. Down the track. That's a lovely shot by Tanzid. He's come down the track at Siraj and driven it straight back past the bowler. Raced along the ground all the way to the boundary for 4 more. And Bangladesh move on to 37 for none.
And Siraj reverts back to mean bowling rubbish.
Yep. Well, he's still trying to get movement, isn't it? And it seems the movement has already gone in the 8th over.
Yeah, just the other thing on Tanzid, so his nickname is Tamim, so you'll see on the back of his shirt he's got Tamim.
Okay.
Just
his hero just knocked into the leg side, but straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. And that's the end of the 8th over, 37 for none, and the score.
Yeah, so those similarities of a young left-hander sort of really taking it to India in the World Cup game just keep coming.
Well, you know, another thing that's people forget about an ODI is it only takes one batsman to get a good innings, and there is someone in that top 6 who is capable of a good innings. They just got to get it in the right game at the right time. Someone gets 120 and everyone else chips in, and you've got that score of 300. You get 2 good scores, and suddenly you're up over 300.
It's true. Let me get to the YouTube while I can. So Kiran Roseblade says, "Morning all. I'm happy with the slower run rate from Bangladesh with no wickets gone. It's easier to build an innings than attack in the last 15-20 overs. Come on, Bangladesh, let's put the cat amongst the pigeons." Young fan, I'm listening to tune in and watching you guys on YouTube. Kiran says they are also fitter by not spending most of the day in the bar and most of the evening in the pub. We'll take your word for that. And Pokey Bum Finger says franchise cricket is a big incentive to stay match fit into your 40s. There were few in the last World Cup that were well past their ideal international test.
True, I think.
And Pokey Bum Finger says, I love the young Tamim Iqbal.
Yeah. Oh, flashed at by Lytton Das outside the off stump as Hardik is into the attack. Hardik Pandya comes in. They definitely have a game plan, don't they, India? They basically bowl 4 and then Hardik comes in for the last one of from his end for the power play. Let's give him a jingle.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
And he's got his cricket boots look very much like trainers. There's another one like Lockie Ferguson. Down the track comes Lytton Das this time at Hardik Pandya. Smashes him over the top of covers. And that'll be another 4. It shows you the benefit of giving yourself time to get in. Oh, we've lost an Indo temporarily. I don't know where he's gone.
Absolutely, yeah, and it seems like it's a concerted effort for both these batters to actually step down the track and negate any movement that there is.
And they're also bowling quite full, so they are actually getting to the pitch as well if they do that. This one is full again, driven straight back down the ground. I think he might have got a toe on that hand, Hardik. Is it going to make it to the boundary? It's still going to make it to the boundary. It's 4 more! Oh my word!
4.
Towid is in batting heaven, and Hardik Pandya may have done himself a little injury there. I don't know what he's done. He seems to have twisted something because he's limping heavily. He tried to get his foot. I think he did get a bit of foot on it and took a bit of the pace off, but he now can't seem to put any weight on his left foot.
Last thing you need is an injured Hardik Pandya in the middle.
Well,
it seemed like it was
like all good all-rounders, he adds balance to a side, doesn't he? Oh, I think
he twisted his ankle.
I think he did, but he didn't seem to twist it that much. Kind of went, oh yeah, he did actually. It slid out from underneath him and maybe jarred his ankle a bit. I think he'll be all right when it settles. It's one of those ones that's probably quite painful.
There's a lovely shot from Lytton Das. No more than a
push,
kind of a push forward, and yeah, I think Hardik was trying to get his toe end of the boot just to maybe deflect the ball onto the wickets, but yeah.
And his heel slipped on the toe.
Yeah, and even if they score, and you know what, Towid, if they score no more runs in this over, they'll be up to 5 and over. So
be happy with that.
Exactly, should be happy with that. They survived the new
says if Kenya qualify for the T20 World Cup next year, they'll have Collins Kobuya, who will be 43, and at least one other guy over 40 in their first pick side. Also, Kenya won't qualify.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, Rodolph van der Merwe, who caused mayhem against South Africa, is 38.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of good older players in the tournament.
There's a lot of good mid-30s players around, as you say. They keep fit. I mean, it's all you got to do in your life. I mean, if you're getting paid lots of money.
The lesson in this is stop calling us old. Stop calling anyone 36 and above old. We know you're young.
Yeah.
I'm honestly pushing 50 myself. So yeah.
Well,
I'm over that landmark, so.
Yep. So am I.
No, I guess the general point I was making. I think players, certainly Bangladesh players of Shakib's generation, I don't think fitness was their number one priority. I think that is changing now. So you look at guys like Najmul Hussain Shantu, for example, in Bangladesh.
Well, it's very much the case, isn't it? I mean,
across the world, I think. I mean, it's just with gaps, right?
Exactly, it's the same with footballers. I mean, you look at someone like Milner, who's gone on to his late 30s. Footballers genuinely retired 30, 40 years ago. Footballers genuinely retired when they got into their early 30s. Now, it's mid to late 30s. You can play till you're 35, 36. And considering the level of fitness that's required to play modern football to old football, I mean, there's a massive, massive difference there. And the same with cricketers. You know, you look at professional cricketers, they were considered old at 32, 33.
Yeah.
But then equally, you know, England would never put anyone under the age of about 27 in their side in the 80s. They were always too young. Didn't have enough experience. Whereas now, it's all different. They're heavily strapping up Hardik Pandya, which is why we're talking nonsense.
I'm sure I read that Ronaldo's just signed another 10-year contract, isn't he?
10?
No,
God.
I'm being facetious.
Well, he is. I mean, he's 39, isn't he, Ronaldo? Or is he nearly 40? I imagine you can pansy about in Saudi Arabia, just doddering about, sticking your ball in the net for about another 2 or 3 years at least. Getting how much is he on? He's on 750 grand a week, isn't he, or something stupid like that? It's outrageous.
Yeah, so this is turning into quite a break now, and I'm just wondering if it's going to benefit Bangladesh or not. They seem to be, you know, those 2 fours in a row from Little Darcy seem to be finding his touch. I'm just wondering if this break might do India more good than Bangladesh.
I suspect it will, actually.
It's come a good.
Bangladesh was on a roll.
It's come at a good time for India.
We've got another 1.5 overs. Can you make me a cup of coffee before you come and sit down? You've got an over and a half, and Hardik's. Sorry, I'm speaking to Tony's off camera. Everyone's arrived late this morning. Everyone got stuck in traffic. It's all a bit panicky.
Okay, so Matthew Mickeyes says this tournament is desperate for a nail biter. One I missed here. Does this affect India's over rate?
Well, no. This will be time taken off, won't it? This won't be included in the 3.5 hours or whatever. It's a genuine.
Wouldn't be fair to include that. Kieran also asked, has this tournament set a record for the most players that are older than their batting average? That would be
no, I imagine there's quite a few of those, yeah. Yeah, there's a big stop here. The crowd is in. A lot of India tops. It's very nice in Pune. No wonder my wife went there to university. There's a big, nice little mountain in the background.
Bear, Messi tells you that even the bear could score goals in Saudi Arabian football.
Oh no, I couldn't play football. I'm shit at football. But I can bowl in the IPL. I can get hit. I can get hit for 8 and over quite easily.
That's okay.
Exactly.
I mean, if you took a couple of wickets, nobody would care.
Exactly. If I got 2 for 40 in 4 overs, I think people would be reasonably happy, wouldn't they?
You would have done well.
Yeah. Well, Hardik is still gingerly. He's going to probably. He's got 3 balls left in this over.
He's looking very ginger.
He's looking very ginger.
Why is he trying to complete this over? I mean, it's just beyond me. I mean, he could just come back and do it later, but let someone else finish it.
Yeah,
he can barely run.
That would be
He can
the
barely
sensible
walk.
option, wouldn't it?
Well,
this is just stupid. I mean, he's limping as he's going to his run-up.
I imagine it's just a turned ankle. Have they got a 6th bowler? Who have they got as a 6th bowler?
I think Rohit's.
Yeah.
He's decided
He's asked him to go off. Yeah.
Yeah. Now that doesn't look like the sort of injury.
Virat's going to complete the over for him.
Yeah, I think it's looks like the kind of injury that's a turned ankle. So give him a week and he should be fine. I don't think those.
There you go.
I mean, that's
what?
That's
oh my God! This man, I don't think I've ever seen this happen. He does everything else in the world, so this guy's going to have a bowl to finish off the over.
He's bowled for India before.
Has he?
Not the first time, but many years ago. Not in recent years.
We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets us all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match instead, and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Cooley's the cat, Cooley's the
So, Virat Kohli is going to have a go at bowling. Well, you've seen it. I've never seen it. I've never seen Virat Kohli bowl. So I'm quite intrigued by this. What does he bowl?
So he fancies himself as a bit of a medium pacer.
Really?
At least the last time I watched him bowl.
Looks like he's involved a bit of off spin here. What's it? 285 matches. He's got 4 wickets at an average of 166.25. Economy of 6.22.
As long as he gets his 5th here, I couldn't care less about his average.
Well, if he gets a wicket here, oh my word. The fans will go absolutely mental. They're already going mental that he's coming on to bowl. They get extra Kohli time. 45 for none, 8.3 overs. Virat's going to bowl with sunglasses on. He's going to bowl dibbly-dobbly shit. And it's defended out into the covers and there's no run. How quick was that? 64.5 miles an hour. Quick spinner.
103 club.
Shades have come off as well.
All the shades have come off. Well, you can bowl with those shades on. They're, what's the name? Oakleys. They're generally clamped to your head. 5th ball of the over. That's into the pads and just chipped down to long on. Everyone's smiling. And there's 1 run.
The fact that Hardik Pandya's limped off, though, I think that could well be a significant point in the game. If he's not well enough to bat, then
I think he'd be all right to bat because he can come on and biff. It's a question of can he complete any overs, because if
well, India's got 6 bowlers, so should be okay as long as Siraj doesn't need too much cover.
That's true. They've got Thakur as well, haven't they? Yeah, that's defended out into the covers and there's no run, so they've got bowling cover. Yeah, they just don't want to use up half an over, presumably, of one of those to take up Hardik Pandya's. Otherwise, they'll have half an over to find somewhere else anyway. How does that work? I don't know. Tanzid played that out into the covers at the end of the over and there's no run. 47 for none. 9 overs done. We'll have a change at the end of this over, but we've got 1 more left. Have we got any social? Is that for me? Thanks so much,
Mog,
Gary.
Mog basically says, I reckon you could. I imagine he's talking about you scoring a goal in Saudi Arabian football. And there's 1 more.
I was never that good at football. I scored about 20 odd goals when I was playing for my club team when I was about 11 as a left winger.
And Farong says, Virat bowling, take note, England.
Well, Shardul Thakar.
Justice for Duckett.
Go on YouTube.
Shardul Thakar is in. And who's calling me now? Go away. Shardul Thakar is in, and that's just defended, and there's no run.
So this is a good start now for Bangladesh. I'd say 47 for none, 9.1 overs. One of India's frontline bowlers limped off. So yeah, it's all kind of going in their favour.
It is indeed. Let's play a jingle for the new batsman.
Well, the pitch is just a road, need to share the workload. I got 7 players on my mind. All the life it pays to deep in disgrace.
Thacker is in, and he's pulled. Has it got enough on it? It certainly has. Only just though. It's gone over deep square leg, and it's going to be another one of these. Didn't hit that perfectly, did he? Because it only just about crept over the boundary. But
no, it's the second
that's all you need.
time.
Yeah, it is.
Second time he's played a similar kind of shot.
Not as
yeah, but the one was finer. You're talking about the one against Bumrah, right?
Yeah,
well, that was a shorter ball.
It's shorter. I mean, they're both pretty much off the sticker at the top of the bat.
It's a small boundaries.
Yeah, and obviously Thacker isn't as quick as Bumrah.
Not even near.
No. So Shardul Thacker comes in 3rd ball, his first over. Down the track comes Tanzid. He didn't hit that particularly well. Is it going to make it to the boundary? Oh, just about. Plugged a bit, hit it over the top of mid-on with not great timing. Went up a bit, came down, plugged. But it did eventually make itself down to the boundary for 4 runs.
The problem with Shardul Thakur is he fancies himself as a bit of a medium pacer, although he's low medium at best, and he keeps bowling mid pitch. I don't know why he thinks anybody will be scared by his bowling.
Well, the thing is, you can't go up too. Yeah, well, see, that's what happens if you go full if you're Shardul Thacker. He's gone full, and he's gone .64, and yet another 6. That's been smashed over long off this time. Good shot by Tanzid, 4 runs. Oh, we must have had a 50 in this over as well, actually, haven't we? The first 6 would have got them to 50.
Yeah, easily the shot of the day so far for me, 6 over cover.
And it's suddenly looking good for Bangladesh, and India will want to get a wicket. Next over will be out of power play. Will they go straight to a spinner? Do you think Kuldeep will get the next over?
Yep.
Especially as Hardik is out to the attack temporarily. He comes around a wicket this time, Shardul Thacker. It's just defended out into the covers, and there's no run. It's up to 85.7 miles an hour. It's not that slow. It doesn't look particularly quick, but good attack here from Tanzid.
So yeah, clearly Bangladesh's strategy of getting to 60 for none of 10 has happened.
And it's a very valid and decent strategy.
I know. Whenever it's amazing, Tawhid. Whenever that works, it becomes a strategy, right?
But why not?
At 27 of 6 overs, it didn't look like much of a strategy. No, I'm just kidding. But I love the term strategy whenever it works.
Well, there you go. End of the 10 overs. 10 overs have been bowled by India. Bangladesh is 63 for none. Tanzid is 40 off 30. Lytton Das is 21 off 30. Run rate is 6.3. And it's all looking quite swimming for Bangladesh at the moment. We're going to have a change in the commentary. Towhead, we'll see you. Are we seeing you later? Yeah, we're seeing you in 10 overs time.
You've got an out-of-date one there.
Oh, have I? Oh, well, I need an in-date one.
Real work to do, unfortunately.
Bummer.
Are you saying this is not real work? What are you saying?
Exactly. This is important work, Towhead. This is very important work. Anyway, we'll let you go. Tony's going to take over on the ball by ball. I'm still sitting here, but I'm going to have to go and relieve myself. And I think Anendo is sticking with us.
He is. You're moving on to social comments and the like.
I keep telling you not to put me on social.
Well, you do, but unfortunately, sometimes you don't have a choice. 63 without loss. We are here. And that, I suspect, is rather more than Bangladesh had thought they'd be. Not helped India, of course, by that troubling-looking injury to Hardik Pandya and Indo.
Yeah, India won't.
Kuldeep, left arm over. Lytton Das comes down, just strokes him out to mid-on, and they stroll a single. I mean, turning your ankle can be very nasty, can't it? It can be a couple of weeks out if it's nasty and you've got a bit of a sprain there.
And it can, and I think the worrying part for India is that Hardik essentially is the middle order all-rounder position under which the rest of the team pivots. He plays an important role in the bowling and the batting as well. So that'll be a big loss if he can't.
Kuldeep, he's all arms as he prepares to come in and then stops. There's been a delay. Tanzid not quite ready.
And if you replace him with
as this one's just flicked out towards short mid-wicket, there's no run. There's a man on the 45, there's a short mid-wicket, and there's a man on the deep out on that leg side for the left-hander.
So if you replace Hardik with Sky, then you've also got to replace Shardul with Shami, I suspect, to balance out the
well, you've lost attack. Your all-rounder. I mean, Sky is purely or primarily a batsman, isn't he? As this one is flicked out towards long on, and they will take another easy single halfway through the 11th over. Power play of 60, what did I say, 63 was it? That's really without loss and without really, frankly, ever looking troubled. I mean, this is a ground known for having runs in it, by and large. It's certainly why people flock here for the IPL. That's smashed back over Kuldeep's head. I think he may have got a fingertip to it, and in fact the man running around from long on will get something there. It's Surya. It is Sky, isn't it? Is that our man Sky? Oh, I thought it was.
It is indeed.
So he's on the field for Hardik Pandya, who was really, he didn't do it in his bowling action. Umpire Holdstock had to take evasive action with his rather elegant titfer that he tends to always sport. In comes Kuldeep, past the outside edge, may have clipped the outside edge. There's a shout, but probably an optimistic one. And there is no run.
Littendas had no idea about that.
I don't think he did. There's a slip in place. Swept beautifully by Littendas. Is that going to beat the man down at deep backward square? No, it's not. And they should have taken a single, and Tanzid should have kept the strike, I would have thought. We'll wait for the scoreboard to sort itself out. But it means at the end of the over, it's 68 without loss, and we can go to the Bear, who will be all over your messages.
Yeah, right. Leah says, so apparently Elmo is considering shutting down Twitter in the EU. You can find under the Blue Vistas. Handle is all lowercase. I don't know what he's on about with that one. But yes, apparently he is, isn't he? Well, he's getting threatened with, you've got to tighten it up, all the bollocks that goes out on it. She also says, the ICC actually streamed the matches live on YouTube. I don't know what that was for. That was backwards to something else. Message says, it's always a joy when a bishop and bear are on together. It's a perfect insight into the world of struggling marriages.
Shaka, in he comes. Thakur, I beg his pardon. Worked nicely off his legs by
Let's call him
Littendas.
Shaka. I like that.
Shaka. And a bit slow in fielding down there with Shreyas Iyer, and it means that they'll be able to come back for two. There's a little bit of a fumble at deep backward square. And probably that shouldn't have been two, but it was. India just possibly an Indo knocked out of their stride a wee bit. That injury to Hardik Pandya.
For sure. I think that's that
in comes
upsets Palayan a bit.
Shardul Thakur, nicely worked again out to that man at deep mid wicket. They'll take a single, 71 without loss, 63 from the power play. It's been a rattlingly good start for Bangladesh. Well, we've had Afghanistan beating England. We've had the Netherlands beating South Africa. Surely this would be a seismic shock. That's beautifully not driven down the ground because it was a replay.
That's the Hardik injury they were showing. That was a quick recovery.
That was the one he didn't quite get his
Well
foot to. Well, we're getting a lovely view of that's the Mumbai to Pune Expressway, isn't it? If my geography of Pune is right. Round the wicket comes Thakur. That was hammered back at him, and that again could just be seen as a drop. It was absolutely powered back at him.
Very, very tough.
Sometimes those stick, sometimes those don't.
Yep.
But that was the sort that you need to stick when your opposition is 71 without loss. He threw out that right hand. It didn't stick. Down it went. And it stays 71 without loss.
Rather than come into it.
You're right, Bear. You've had a trying morning, haven't you, as this one is defended into the onside by Tanzid. No run.
Yeah, I hate getting here with when you have to rush in and fucking basically turn on computers, get straight on air, don't have time for a cup of coffee, don't have time for a spliff,
Well, I noticed you had time for a cup of coffee.
I managed to stick the kettle on as soon as it came through the door, made it after I put the bloody theme tune on, and we'd already started 3 minutes late before the theme tune.
Fine leg, a deep third, a deep square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off cover, backward point, deep third man, and a deep point is the field that Shardul Thakur is operating with to the left hander. That swings in, he's looking to haul it to leg, it gets the top of his thigh, and it is fielded by KL, who goes jogging across, rips off his glove. There's no run, none for 20. He's in just about to finish his second over. Is Shardul Thakur? I mean, I think he's as much in the. Well, he's as much in the side for the value of being a good number 8, isn't he? As much as as for his bowling. I mean, he can certainly give it a whack down the order.
Theoretically, yes, but his average is about 17, if I remember correctly.
But on his good day, he can really hit it. This one is dabbed to backward point by Littendas, who's going nicely. 42 off 35 for him, 28 off 37. 42 off 35 for Tanzid, third 28 off for Littendas, 72 without loss after 12. Bear.
We had any more? Yeah,
plenty on YouTube.
It's true. I'm not sure living memory goes back that far.
I think
People
and a
having a
super chat.
conversation. Marriages don't struggle. They are just going through a matrimonial reset. Yeah, Bear. Right.
Matrimonial. Is that the word we're
Yeah.
looking for? Yeah.
Ruok. What does Ruok mean? Are you okay? Oh, right, yeah.
Are you okay?
Are you okay? Was it Holly Willoughby?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
We have had a super chat.
Holly, we don't give a fuck.
Yeah, well, I don't give a
whether you
fuck
care about whether we're okay or not.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck her.
Steady, Bear, steady.
This is the fee I promised for being allowed out today. He says,
Kuldeep in defended, pushed too long on though, and another easy single.
Says Messi Jez, donating us $5 Aussie, and of course you can super chat us with $5 Aussie. And someone pointed out you can super chat. I didn't realise how you do it. You just press that little dollar sign at the bottom, and that'll bring up a super chat. You can decide how much you want to give us, and then he will guarantee that what you are putting on YouTube will be read out.
Massively helpful every time you do that. You are really, really helping us. Back steps. I'm not quite sure the right-hander, and he Lytton Das, and he slams that away through cover for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Beautiful shot. Just shade too short from Kuldeep, and it just gave Lytton Das time, and he absolutely creamed that away all the way along the ground. Sorry, Nindo.
No, I was just saying the 6 Bangladeshi spectators on the ground are very happy.
This was nudged into the onside towards square leg. They are going to come back for 2. They're running very well, these two now. Adds 2 more to the score, takes them on to 79. It's 25 years, isn't it? And since Bangladesh played ODI in India. I mean, that's a fair old chunk of time.
25 years since they played an ODI? But they've been playing in India quite regularly.
Not an ODI. Right. 25 years is since they played in India.
Wow.
Yeah. 79 without loss.
Right.
2 again. There was off that last delivery. We'll wait. The slip is in place. Who is that? Rohit, I assume. Flicked nicely by Lytton Das. He's enjoying that on both sides. Onside and offside. That one's flicked to mid-on. Again, it's an easy single. We even saw Virat bowling earlier, just to finish that Hardik over. So look out for that on every single social media channel, and it will be appearing on Instagram, Twitter, X, I don't know what, probably even Donald Trump's one, who knows. Defended, pushed to mid-on again. Another easy single. This run rate just ticking nicely. 6.3 for 1. I think the highest team score in Pune, certainly in ODIs, was 327. No, that's the average first innings score in ODIs. I'll give you the highest score. It was by India, 356 for 7. Matched then by England, which then became the highest chase, and that was in 2017. So 356 is the top mark here at the Maharashtra Cricket Association ground. In comes Kuldeep, down leg. That should be signalled as wide, I would expect. Yes, says umpire Holdstock. Who do we have? Umpire Holdstock. Who's our other umpire today?
Wide.
No idea.
Excellent.
It's not Joel Wilson, I can tell you.
No, Joel Wilson was part of the brace of Wilsons that were on yesterday. This one hurries Darcy, looking to haul it over deep mid-wicket, and didn't get hold of it. It was pushed through by Kuldeep Yadav. Much better ball from him. It means, though, after 13, it's 82 without loss, and Bangladesh are ticking along very tidily there.
They are indeed. Meanwhile, on Twitter, no one is talking to us. Oh, we've had to see. But we've had Mog. Disinterested hand job has got in with an Australian $10. Probably should get this out of the way before I fall asleep on the couch in a haze of painkillers and anti-inflammatories. Thanks very much.
Mog, I hope you're all right.
I hope you're all right, Mog. What's wrong?
Yeah, do tell us what you can. I mean, you may not want to know. How did you get this injury, and what happened? Was it axe wielding? Is it a shoulder? Have you strained a shoulder by
accidentally swung it into your leg,
or accidentally chopped off a leg? There's 3 men on the offside. Shardul Thakur, not for the first time, is going to have to wait while Tanzid doesn't feel he's quite set. And Thakur will turn.
So is disinterested hand job Mog?
Yes.
There's a man with his
That's his
finger.
band.
There's a man with his finger right on the pulse. Well done, Aninde. Around the wicket comes Shardul Thakur, slapped, half stopped at very short cover, and will be fielded by the man coming in from the deep. It was Kohli, of course it was, so the camera immediately swings into action with a bit of Kohli adoration. I genuinely think, I mean, we don't have sound, but there ought to be some sort of Hosanna style choir that plays very loudly every time Kohli does something. Hallelujah. There it is, that's what we want.
Kohli should be bowling. He was bowling better than Shiraz, for sure.
What? Indeed. Did you call him Shiraz? Siraj? I thought I could have sworn you said Shiraz then. You've
Yeah, but it's the same.
too much Ponting wine in Indo as this one is guided. Down to the man at short third, they take a single.
In India, you can be called both.
Oh, can you now?
There's plenty of Shirazes in India.
Ah, okay. Tanzid uncertain, says the graphic we're looking at. I think it's the corridor of uncertainty where he's not sure whether to go forward or back and has occasionally looked that way. But he's still there and he's going extremely nicely, and when he gets it right, he's got it very right indeed, and he's going tidily at 45 off his 38. And he will be about to face Shardul Thakur's third ball of his third over. In he comes, short and slightly wide of off stump, dabbed to backward point. They don't run on this occasion. We've seen some lovely views of this ground, I have to say.
Well, I've gone under Bangladesh getting 301. I mean, they're on course to get more than that, but I expect a few wickets to go down at some point and it to all tighten up a bit.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. I mean, no Shakib today, that quad injury, that's a big change. India came in to this game unchanged, but they are now forced into making a change after that Hardik injury. Round the wicket, smashed up and over extra cover. There was no uncertainty there from Tanzid, and that is 4 more.
Very good batting.
Yeah, 88 for none. And the 14's
he
over.
absolutely launched that. That was a gorgeous shot. Well done, Tanzid. From Bangladesh's perspective, of course, they've got 3 players who have fifers against India, but 2 of them aren't playing. Shakib not.
Why isn't Taskin?
Taskin not playing? Well, I just don't think he's been particularly in form, I don't think.
Well,
Shakib, Taskin and the Fizz all have fivers, and only the Fizz is playing today. Thakur round the wicket, steered away by Tanzid again. There is the man on the deep cover boundary.
I think someone like...
I think it's Jasprit, and they will take a single.
I think someone like Taskin, though, you kind of keep...
It is,
that is a 50.
Most importantly, with a score of 89 without loss, it's 50 for Tanzid. Well played him, 50 or 41. He's motored this innings along very, very well indeed. 50 up for him.
Looking very, very comfortable. For a youngster as well. He must be a youngster because he was in the under-19 Bangladesh squad.
Yep, young and fearless.
Young and fearless. I remember when I used to be like that.
Kishan, I guess. Yep.
Now I'm just old.
Ago.
Now I'm old and stupid. But I was once young and fearless. In comes Shardul Thakur. That's nicely worked off his hip down towards a deep backward square where Jasprit has been moved slightly more backward for the right-handed Das. Oh, they took a single. It was Tanzid, wasn't it? They seem to be somewhat behind what's going on here. No, it was Lytton Das. I'll take it back. Yes, it was. 14 overs are complete.
Yeah.
90 without loss. This is looking good for Bangladesh.
We should remind you about the GPL.
Well done, the
15
Tigers.
minutes left. The pot is 113 quid. Only Messi Jez has gone in so far. So if he wins today, you can only blame yourselves, peeps. Farong says earlier Tony Bishop mentioned that Mumbai-Pune highway.
Isn't it the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, isn't it? Isn't
Yeah.
that road?
Expressway, yeah.
Yes.
It sends a picture of Rohit, who got clocked doing 200.
Oh, he did. Yes, he did. Yes.
Slap on a
in
wrist.
his Lambo today.
Yeah, he's got a Lamborghini 4x4.
morning.
200 kilometres an hour. What's that? It's only 120.
But it's a bit more than that.
No, it's not.
1.67, isn't it?
Yeah, 160 is
1.6
yeah,
160, not 120.
That's about double the speed limit, I think.
Yeah, but you know, 120 is only.
Got all that
It looks
horsepower,
quite-
you've got to make it gallop somewhere.
Exactly, and it looks quite a straight road.
It is. It is. It is. It is. It's
Well,
a very
not-
interesting
not all
ground,
of it is a
actually.
straight road, yeah.
I was going to tell you a little
Not
bit
all
about
of
it. It's designed, Bear, as I'm sure you know, by Michael Hopkins, the famous architect who designed not only the Mound Stand at Lord's, Goodwood Racetrack, the Velodrome for the 2012 Olympics, and the Rose Bowl at Southampton. And you
Well,
can
you
definitely see
you can
hints
see
of
that
both.
in the in the.
You can see those sort of Moorish kind of white pavilion tops.
Yeah,
and
I
you
think-
got those at Southampton. That's very much like the Mound Stand as well.
Well, they're quite the fabricy way of doing it, isn't it? Makes them look good. Tanzid in the umbilicus of uncertainty, says Mowgli. It says, I guess today is India's turn to get tangled up in their own shoelaces. Possibly. And Messages just sends a GPL alert. £116 pot closing at 11 BST. It's true. You've got just under 15 minutes to get in.
Well, sometimes things do have a certain impetus to them. I mean, there have been the two shocks. Arguably Netherlands the biggest of them.
Thank God.
And Afghanistan beating England. You know, is this? Everyone's got a duff game in them somewhere, and every supposed underdog, which might be a bit unkind to Bangladesh, but every supposed underdog does have its day.
Well, Bangladesh won three games in the last one. I mean, they weren't that terrible. They aren't that terrible, and you kind of you think, well, no, but you kind of think Bangladesh has a population of what, 200 million. It's not a small population. They're cricket mad. I know it takes time once you first qualify, and I guess their structure is, again, it's one of these places where I guess first-class cricket structure is maybe not that good, and therefore it's difficult to identify the players or get the players to be able to play full-time because there's not enough money in it, which hampers development.
I often chat with our friend Farong, and I sense there's an awful lot of dodgy politics goes on in the background. The way the international team is treated is not always the best. Shakib can be somewhat divisive, and we know he's got a sort of a bad boy track record. There always seems to be a bit of a soap opera going on somewhere in the background for Bangladesh, but from a raw talent perspective, well, fantastic. We're having a look back 2007, and Murtaza, I think, was that a win for Bangladesh? They won in the Asia Cup, of course, beat India in Colombo. So the most recent game between these two sides was won in Asia by Bangladesh. Kuldeep, the left armour, in he comes. It's flicked nicely off his legs by Tanzid. Away for a single. Violet and Das, I beg your pardon. The captioning is just utter rubbish, Bear.
Yeah, well,
can't you go and sort them out? It's time for a bit of that tough Bear
They need
love.
to be a bit quicker and a bit more accurate, don't they?
Yeah, they need to press the right buttons. That's what they need to do.
Well, yeah.
And quicker.
Don't get me on pressing buttons.
Whoa, that's best avoided. I did get that fabulous jingle from Jeff, though. Which
the
I
GPL's 118 now.
Ah, it's going up.
Superb. We'll tell you a bit more about that in a moment, as this is a bit uppishly edged past point, and they will take an easy single. You have, let me see, what time is it now? 9:30. You've got 12 more minutes. 12 more minutes to get in on the GPL. You GorillaCricket.com/competition. You register. You can. It's £1 a guess. You can guess, estimate, use your skill to judge how many runs are going to be scored in the day. Have as many goes as you like, each one for £1. As this one is just eased out to a sort of a quite deeply set mid-off, not quite long off, not quite mid-off, sort of mid off, or short long off, or somewhere in the middle. So 3 singles off this Kuldeep over, slightly being milked, but he probably won't mind that if he just goes for 5 or 6 each time. An attempted sweep, big shout. I think he's got him this time. Yes, up goes the umpire's finger. Kuldeep's done the trick. That looked pretty plumb. I'm sure Tanzid will review, but to me, as he looked to sweep that was well, salmon trout.
Das is asking him to go, but I think Tanzid wants to review. So now he can't.
He can't. He's got to go.
Well,
I didn't think there was much doubt to me. That looked really, really plumb. And India finally have that
Which
breakthrough.
batsman do you think thinks that it's plumb when they're LBW?
The one not facing.
Exactly.
The non-striker, for sure. That looked in line. He was down looking to sweep, so he was down on one knee.
Like
So although it
middle
hit the knee roll, Rohit had absolutely no doubt as he held his arms wide like he had the most enormous steering wheel in the world to drive his 200-mile-an-hour car.
Well, yeah, and we have to say goodbye to Tanzania.
Goodbye, Tanzania. 51 or 43. LBW Kuldeep with the score on 93 or 1.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And I got a bet in. Nice. It's all going right today for a change.
Hooray. Well, things, bad starts often can be recovered during dodgy days. We both had horrible journeys in. The bear
Yes.
rang me at whatever time it was, about 9:10, going, "Where are you?" And I'm stuck in the traffic just coming from the opposite direction.
Every turn I took, it was traffic. I mean, I went... The South Circular I couldn't get out of the traffic lights at the end of my road for like 3 lights. I was like, that's really weird. That never normally happens.
It's Najmal Hossain Shanto, anyway, as our new man. Sorry, Bear. Kuldeep will bowl to him, and Shanto just defends. They've brought a man in much shorter. It's Virat, I think. So just squeezing the new batsman a little bit. We're going to watch that again. Pitched in line, impact in line, hitting 3/4 of the way up middle stump. And I have to say, well done Lytton Das for persuading his co-batsman that there was literally no point in reviewing that.
I think he played it very strategically. He just kept Tanzit talking long enough until the DRS went down to 0.
That one was again just eased out. So I said five or so runs and over. He's gone for 4 because the last one was just a single again out to long on. But he crucially has that breakthrough of Tanzid. And it's the end of the over at 94 for 1 there.
Let's play this man's jingle.
Najmal Hossain Shanto, he'd be pretty good in a panto. I don't know if he could act though. It's probably best if he sticks to cricket.
Nice.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned panto in that jingle, or it was mentioned, because I was listening to Gary this morning in the car, who was my co-pilot for the journey in, having picked him up. He's trying to decide at the moment which panto he's going to go and review over Christmas.
Oh my God, none.
I think Cinderella in Leeds was the racing favourite as I left the green room. Thakur over the wicket, defended by Shanto, who's not in panto, back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Messi just sends in a gif of push the farking button.
Push the fucking button. Exactly. That's all you got to do. Then you've got to remember it's the button within the button, which was the thing that threw me off the first time I had to do it. But there we go. I've got the hang of that now. Hence our highlight show comes out within an hour every night, which is fabulous. This one's defended again by Shanto. No, he's not. Yes, it was. And there is no run. 2 dot balls for Shardul Thakur this over. Let's see how our friend Shanto's been going in this World Cup, if I can find him. We'll do that after this delivery, which is wide of off stump, but Shanto is in having a look before he does anything rash mode at the moment, and steers it into the offside, and there is no run. What's he done so far? He got 59 against Afghanistan off 83. Got a first baller, of course, against England, caught by Livingstone off Topley. Extraordinary game for Livingstone, where he took a catch to get someone out off a no ball, got someone himself off a first ball, got someone himself off a first ball, and then was out himself off a first ball.
Yeah.
So it was all a bit curious. 7. This one eased into the offside by Shanto.
Onside, down to
onside.
long leg.
Beg your pardon. Thank you. I was just looking at my facts and actually missed the ball. 7 against New Zealand off 8. He was caught by Conway off Phillips. So I think those are just his 2. He must have missed the 3rd one. He must have. Yes, I think he did. So 59 not out is best so far. He's 25. He's from Rajashi. Played for Corner Tigers, Sylhet Strikers.
Rajshahi.
Thank you. Nicely driven, big high elbow, but straight to mid-off, who is noticeably shorter now by Litton Das. There's Rohit.
You know that pronunciation only if you know Bengali. So.
Well, every day's a school day, an Indo.
Yep.
Every day's a school day. I'm happy to learn as much as I can. But this is not your manor in India, is it? This neck of the woods.
Sorry?
This is not...
Which one?
Oh, wait.
You mean Bangladesh?
Thakur. Yes, sorry. I was miles away. This one's pushed short. But field is definitely in with that wicket. Noticeably squeezing the new batsman much more. Trying to turn 1 into 2. Add 2 wickets to the score. They take a single. It's 96 for 1. 16 overs complete. Bear.
Well, Farong poses a question. He says, quiz with a difference. In individual sports, who holds the world record of consecutive wins?
Ooh, there is any sport anywhere.
What exactly? Do you mean tiddlywinks or anything like that, or do you mean real sports? I mean,
I'm assuming it has to be professional sport.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there are so many sorts. Someone like Jahangir Khan, squash, won it about 9 times in a row, didn't he? I mean, that's quite a lot.
Without losing a game on the way. Tennis players, I mean, I would imagine.
Well, you can lose a game on the way. It's the titles, I presume.
No, he said consecutive wins. That would be matches.
Oh, right.
I think you need to be a bit more precise for us.
Yeah. He also says there's 165 million Bangladeshis, of which 73 million are part of the Bangladeshi Rickshaw Union.
Oh, the BRU.
The BRU.
We love the updates to the BRU. Kuldeep will be continuing. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. And that one is dabbed around the corner. Down to the man at deep fine. Shubbers. They take a single. And one more is added to the score. It's the pavilion. The other end is called the hill end, but there's only certain camera angles you can actually see the hill because it doesn't tower quite so much. It's too far back. And we're going to watch poor old Hardick's injury again. Several billion people were focused on Hardick's big toe, which is quite sort of long and, well, toey really. This one is defended back to the bowler by Shanto. No run. Shubman Gill, for some reason we're getting a good close look at him.
That's not Shubman
down
Gill,
there,
that's Sky, isn't it?
Oh, was that Sky? Oh, I think that's
Sky.
Shubman Gill. Defended. Now, Anindo will tell us, he's our Indian expert. Back to the bowler. Good over so far, this from Kuldeep.
Or Shreyas Iyer, maybe. It wasn't...
Well, Shubbers is kind of tall and rangy, isn't he?
Yeah, but that wasn't Shubman Gill.
All right then.
I missed that, sorry.
Kuldeep over the wicket. Waited for, slapped by Shanto, but there's a man at Gully on the bounce to him, and again there is no run. Just the single so far off this Kuldeep over.
Yeah,
Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill is the man at Gully, yeah.
That was him.
Gully, or very short third. Rohit slip, where he still is, and that rips away from Shanto's bat. And classic left arm delivery.
This is where they gum everything up. Bangladesh going to do a Pakistan.
First hint of real turn. Yes, it was.
Gave that a nice bit of air, though, didn't he? Air, dip, turn, spin.
And did beat the outside edge. So, of course, we go straight to Virat, who was looking enthused. Pushed to mid-on. Single taken. 100 is going to be soon upon us. It's 98 for 1. It's 17 overs complete. 3 for the new man. Shanto Litton Das, 41 off his 48.
Oh, well, you know what? Messenger says Cinderella in Leeds. Sounds like some sort of Chucky sequel. I agree with that. An Indo. Here's your call on Hardik Pandya for a couple of games. Go and read that. He's got a link to that. Dave Wood says Ed Moses. And Farong says... And the Hofbear was on the tacker. I got it dead right. Pakistan squash player Jahangir Khan's 555 match record is officially recognised as the longest sporting win streak of all time.
Wow, there we go.
Wow.
We're going to see some... It's Jadeja, Ravindra Jadeja coming into the attack. The slow left armour.
He has a jingle that goes, when I can find him, like this.
And he's slightly down leg and just pushed out to backward square. Will get his single. Score will move on to 99. brings Lytton Das back on to strike. Made 61 in the warm-up versus Sri Lanka, and then only 5 in the warm-up against England. Did Lytton Das. Jadeja hops and is in, and that's just again eased out towards long on. But it does, in rather leisurely manner, bring the 100 up for Bangladesh. They are 100 for 1. And I think, as they say, if you'd have offered them that at the start, having elected to bat, you'd take it, wouldn't you?
I think you would.
Do you want to? Did you press the magic blue button?
Yeah, of course I pressed the magic blue button.
Of course you did.
I know what I'm
Lest
doing,
it ever be in any doubt whatsoever. Rohit, of course, did say he was happy bowling, but then that's often the default reaction for a losing toss captain, isn't it? Well, we wanted to bowl anyway. I think this is a pitch full of runs from what I can see in Indo, isn't it?
Oh, it's plenty of runs on this pitch. It's a question of if
defended into the offside, no run.
Kuldeep, if Jadeja and Kuldeep managed to make a bit of a dent and Bumrah in his second spell, that's the only thing that can keep Bangladesh around 250 or so.
In comes Jadeja, who's been pretty tidy, 3 singles and a dot, and that should be another dot as Lytton Das just works him out to short mid-wicket. The run rate dropping a bit as the spinners have exercised a fair bit of constraint upon them. Back foot punch away out towards deep extra. It's going to be fielded on the run and sharply too. The throw came flying in, but enables them to take 2. It means this over from Jadeja has gone for 5. Bangladesh have moved on to 103 for 1 after 18, Bear.
Oh yeah, it's me. Right, I was right about that. Madam Mohan Sharma's having a conversation about something. I presume it's to do with the makeup of what India do now that Hardicke's gone off. Thinking about having 5 complete bowlers, and Shreyas can turn his arm.
Yeah, basically, he's referring to the fact that I said if Hardik doesn't play, then for a couple of games, then should bring Sky in and replace Shardul Thakur with Shami to get that batting bowling balance. Because India doesn't have an all-rounder to like-for-like replacement. So that's
I mean that's the big problem with England, and fucking Stokes not actually bowling. Makes a massive difference.
I'm a big Shami fan. Still the slip in place, and Shanto flamingos this, but all the way along the ground out to mid-on. They take an easy single. Score predictor is saying 265. I suppose that's the impact of the spinners who are slowing that run rate down. We're having a look at that, the hill that gives the hill end its name.
It's a very nice looking hill.
It is a very nice looking hill. You've got the sort of the village away to the right.
Ghats, which are the ranges there.
Kuldeep again. Bat dropped on it by Lytton Das. It bumbles to short cover, and they take a single.
Can you build a house on top of it and fence it off?
The house on the hill?
Yeah.
Amityville.
Dun, 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 dun.
1 for 23 for Kuldeep.
So, I guess if you paid enough.
Well, yeah. Well, that's nicely pushed away. Out to mid-on again. It's just working the ones and twos here for these two at the moment. I mean, if you did build a house up there, I mean, there wouldn't be like a bus up there because it looks sort of more of a mini mountain than it is a hill.
Presumably, if you can afford it.
If you built a house up there and you could afford to do that, you wouldn't take the bus.
You might build your own cable car or something like that. But then you still have somewhere to. You wouldn't be able to have your car up there, so you'd have to get the cable car down to wherever your car was parked.
You build a spiral road around it and have a driver.
This one is smacked into the offside, but sharply fielded by Jadeja, who's lively about his work.
You'd have a
prevents a run.
You'd have a road like a helter-skelter around it up to your house. You'd have a driver.
Yeah, you could. I always think they're fun. They're always fun on bikes, those mountain roads. Not so much fun going up, loads of fun coming down.
I prefer going up because at least you can scrub the speed quite quickly going uphill, whereas coming downhill it's a lot harder.
We had a hill when I was looking after a friend's house this last summer in Jersey. We had a hill well up in sort of the rocks. As this one's short and pulled, but pulled straight to short square. Rohit is now vacated his slip station to keep the square leg umpire company. and there is no run. But it meant that, again, going down. So when I sneak off and say I'm just going out for a short bike ride, dear, I'd then basically go to any one of the bars along the seafront. But coming back, because I had the benefit of the electric bike, I was back in no time. It was fabulous. This one is flicked away nicely out to deep mid-wicket. They'll take another single. It's all very steady stuff. 4 off the over. All just easily taken singles. It's 1 for 25 for Kuldeep. It's 107 for 1. Bangladesh. Bear.
Well, Leah says, if Hardik is out, I guess it's time to recall gun all-rounder Ishant. Does she mean Ishant Sharma?
Yes, I think she does.
He's not very great at holding a bat, is it, Ishant?
Nope.
Well, Shakib looks very cool in his sunnies, doesn't he?
He does. Shakib. His quad injury, he didn't get that playing for Worcester, because that would have been the longest quad injury in history, I would imagine, if he had it done. 107 for 1. Shanto, highest score in ODIs, 117. And he did get that this year against Ireland, but in the unlikely setting of Chelmsford. If you remember, they had this sort of kind of weird series over here, didn't they? He also got his only ever ODI wicket in that game, dismissing Harry Tector. We're waiting for Jadeja. Jadeja's waiting for Lytton Das, who is now ready and defends him straight back to Ravindra, who is as ever resplendent in his black headband, pushing his luxurious locks upwards.
You're really working me hard today, aren't you?
This one is flicked away and half fielded by Jadeja. I'm doing what, sorry?
Really working me hard.
In what way?
Bear.
Yes.
Off, bear.
Yes.
Bear. No. Bear.
You should not be on for the first 2 after the innings break.
Yeah, but I'm on 7 out of the other 8.
Flicked away down towards long on. They take a single. This game, how can I say this nicely? It was not the most subscribed by our commentary fraternity. So we were draining. But I'd never say we were certainly not scraping the barrel, but we were having to be selective. As this one is steered. Wait again to mid-on. This seems to be the go-to shot off Jadeja and indeed off Kuldeep at the moment. And 109 for 1. We had an Indo doing social media earlier.
I know.
The reason, my logic for that was I wanted someone who knew a lot about India and somebody who wanted a lot about Bangladesh to open the show with you, Bear. You see, I do actually think about these things.
You told me about this strategy.
As this one is steered away. We might get some overthrows there.
Thanks to Messi.
No, just a single. I immediately shot Messi a quick message to say, can you give an Indo a brief so he knows what he needs to do? And I was listening from the green room. It was it's like you've been doing it all your life in Indo.
Absolutely.
It was magnificent.
Thank you so much.
110 for 1. Oh, now that possibly must be out. That was as plumb as you'll ever get. It came back into Shanto, who was slap bang in front. Again, we're going to have one of those conversations. Lytton Das has already put the hangman's noose around one of his batting partners when it came to this conversation. I think he's going to do the same here. The timer ticks down.
He's really good. He just lets the time go down while he has the conversation.
Saving it for himself.
Shanto
probably doesn't give an opinion.
Just basically carried on walking. It was a summary conversation. Let's put it like that. The only thing pitched, I think, on leg.
No. The only question was whether
umpire
it was
slide
on or passed off.
Just went. That's salmon trout.
Yeah.
Shanta's me old mate. You got to go.
Off, not on the leg.
Yeah, exactly. Jadeja was almost doing a broad there, wasn't he? It was a celebra appeal. He just ran off down the track.
Well, it means that with the score 110, they've lost their second wicket. It's Shanto who has gone. I've lost my caption to give you the full details, but if you give me just a moment, I will facilitate that.
It was 8
for
you.
He
got 8 off 10, I think.
He did indeed. He was LBW to Jadeja off 8 off 17 balls. Didn't hit a 4, didn't hit a 6. Was happily just working those 1s and 2s, but his time doing that has come to an end, and it's 110 for 2.
Someone's supposed to replace me for the next 10 overs, but I don't think that someone is here.
Kartik, yes he is.
Yes he is.
I've just got to let him in.
Oh yes, an Indo. Don't you worry, we're all over that, don't you
I'll
worry.
take a break and then I'm going to come back.
Fantastic.
See you guys soon.
Mahdi Hassan is the new man who's going to be keeping Lytton Das company.
I shall give him a jingle. It's me to take over. Mahdi Hassan Miraz.
That's the fella.
Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan Miraz.
Oh, lovely. Morning, Kartik. How you doing?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are around the world. Good, going well.
Down the track comes Lytton Das, smashes it down to long off. It'll just be a single these days. Kuldeep is got 1 for 26 now, 5.1 overs. Bangladesh 111 for 2. Miraz will take his first ball, and Lytton Das is on 49 now. That was absolutely plumb.
Yeah, pitched
just in line with off, just held its
Yeah.
line. Yeah, I thought the only possible thing was it might slide past off, but no, it wasn't.
Yeah, always dangerous playing back to Jadeja.
Indeed.
Especially when he's that accurate in front of the stumps.
Yep.
So dangerous size. But look, this is a good comeback by India. It was getting away from them. 2 quick wickets, and hopefully now they can tighten it up a little bit.
Well, it's
But it is an absolute road it is an absolute road, isn't it?
It kind of looks that way. It's a bit of turn. There was certainly movement in the air early on, as that's just a push square on the offside and there's no run. But of course, with the white ball, as soon as the movement in the air goes, yeah, there's not a lot off the pitch. There's a bit of turn. Kuldeep's got the odd one when he's given it a bit of air and flight. Turned quite sharply. And that one turned enough to hold its line, to be fair, from Jadeja. That's just defended back to the bowler.
Yeah, I think Kuldeep will be a handful at this wicket with his wrist spin and extra bounce. So this will be an interesting patch of interesting few overs coming up.
Well, indeed, that one's tossed up. Oh, and chipped just past the diving Kuldeep on his follow through. Goes up towards long on. It'll be a single, 112 for 2. He's supporting it. Are you an Indian supporter?
Yeah, I am. I don't have my shirt on today. I was rushing to get online, but for my next stint, I'll make sure I have the shirt on. Absolutely Indian fan, despite what my voice sounds like.
Well, yeah, I presume if you're an Indian fan, you can't stand Australia, can you? It's a good thing. Work down to long leg for a single.
Yep, anyone but Australia
nice.
is the motto.
That's well, we're in agreement then.
Yeah, I was supporting England in the Ashes too, so
good man.
I'm unlucky in the end. It rained.
Yeah, we'd have got. Oh, look, that is the 50 for Lytton Das. A little single down a long leg, brings up his 50 off 62 deliveries to 113 for 2. Next ball is just played out into the offside, and there is no run. We should play a little jingle for him, shouldn't we? He's got 50. Got what I'm supposed to do then. Let's just play this one.
You know you lift me with your 50.
So you'll be a happy India fan then. Those 2 quick wickets, three wins in a bag already.
Yeah, look, content is the word I'm going with. Not getting too excited. This is typical of India in recent tournaments. We'll wait and see when they get to the semis. That's when the real tournament
Well,
starts,
this is true. This is very true. Jadeja around the wicket to Lytton Das, who defends that back up the track and has no run. Yeah,
let's see if they can get over the mental demons. That'll be their biggest challenge.
Well, I think it will be. And there's a lot of pressure at home as well, isn't there? Jadeja around the wicket, defended back up the track and there's no run. Might give them the strength, but you imagine if it gets into a shitty situation in a semi-final, you can imagine the crowd going all silent and that really playing on a player's minds rather than backing them. That's cut by Lytton Das out to the man on the boundary at point. It'll be just a single.
We're getting a bit of love over on
absolutely.
YouTube, by the way.
It's going to be.
Carry on.
I was going to say it's going to be. You're absolutely right. It's going to be interesting to see how they go in the semi-finals. Assuming they'll make it, of course, given the way they're playing.
Especially if they get
But,
New Zealand. Say if they get New Zealand in the semi.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
that'll be an interesting one. Jadeja, just pushed by Lytton Das out to Virat Kohli's a very short cover, and of course we get Kohli Cam. He smiles, looks good.
Yes.
Jadeja around the wicket, defended. Back to the bowler once more. No run. Getting through the overs quite quickly in this middle bit.
Well, it's the two spinners operating in tandem,
exactly.
isn't it? They,
not much happening with the
They
batsmen.
do rattle them through, and it's all just ones and twos stuff.
Yep, defended out to mid wicket, and there's no run. I think you've got to learn to try and attack these guys.
But this is what New Zealand did so well against Afghanistan yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yes, it was.
Yeah.
They really strangled them in those. You know, they seem to have no clue what to do about it. And I'm afraid Bangladesh are in a bit of a tangle here. I mean, and every time they've tried to make a bit of room for themselves or go back to try and free their arms a bit, it's cost them a wicket.
Well, you have to be prepared to come down a track. You have to be prepared to use the sweep, the reverse sweep, ramps if you want. You've got to basically take it to the bowler. You can't let a spinner just sit on a spot, because they'll just exactly that. You'll just end up defending everything out to mid wicket or cover, trying to cut it to point. You've got to move the field around and make the bowler change his lines and lengths.
Let me read this message to you, Bear. It's
Yes.
from O'Neill Harris, and it says, because Bear tells stories of getting high, drinks a lot and swears a lot, some folks may think he's not smart, but he's the brains behind Guerilla Cricket Radio and is an all-round genius. We love the Bear.
Oh, thank you so much.
There you go. Kieran Roseblade wants to know what bike I have. Do you know what I was trying to remember? I do use it most weeks, and I can't remember. It's a British bike, which I bought primarily, Kieran, because I do a lot of cycling when it's wet and muddy and horrible. It's all very well getting one of these trendy Californian ones, but they're not really designed to go out in Isha common mud.
Yeah.
But the manufacturer's name is slightly
your
beyond me.
electric bike?
No, the electric bike was
Oh.
one when I was on holiday, and the friends we were house sitting for essentially. They had two electric bikes.
Yeah.
Not that we ever really saw Vivian on one. And I mainly used it to go on mythical rides that took me to the pub.
Yeah. That one's worked by Lytton Das down towards long leg, and it'll be a single.
Have we fixed the screens, by the way? The screens, nurse. Yeah, it looks like we have.
Yeah.
I think we're done, Brian.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I think that one. As we're looking at
it's
it,
just coming.
I don't know what you're watching.
Adam Newman's going, come on Bangladesh, you can win.
Bangladesh can win. I mean, if Bangladesh can get up towards 300, you've got to think you've got a chance, right?
That'll be a competitive score, yeah.
Yeah. It's defended. Out square on the offside, Jadeja fields. Siraj back into the attack, 115 for 2. Yeah, if you can push it up towards the 300 and get a couple of early wickets, you give yourself in with a chance. I mean, this top order of India is very strong. Rohit's looking much like in the last World Cup, looks in supreme form again. Seeing it like a football, smashing it around all parts.
Yeah, I think on this wicket you'll need at least 320, 340 to make a game of it.
Well, you say that, but
say that. I don't.
260 was where score predictor was, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly, and that's just clipped into the leg side, and they're going to leg by. In fact, it wasn't clipped; it was off the thigh pad. It all depends, doesn't it? I mean, well, I was saying this earlier. England's 290 against New Zealand in the first game. Thought it was a competitive score. They knocked it off in 36 overs.
356 for 7, the highest ever score here in an ODI. Not that it's a
So
hugely
just
long
to come
history.
in this Indian batting lineup, I guess you'd need to have at least 320.
Yeah, I go with that.
Yeah, unless you get a couple of fluky wickets early on, put the pressure on. You know, any team can crumble from there. That's clipped out into the leg side. And there's no run. Look, if Bangladesh get Rohit, Virat, and AN other out in the first, say 10 overs for 60, I'd say they win with a
Then
chance.
game on,
Then.
yeah.
Game on. You
Game
know,
on then, yeah.
and if they attack it, it takes getting it slightly wrong, one shot, spoon it up to the wrong man in the field. You know, that's how it happens, isn't it? You don't expect it to happen, but it can do. I mean, I think
it can do.
I mean, look, South Africa the other day had the Netherlands 170 for 7. ended up conceding 200 and whatever it was. Oh, was that not gloved?
No, I don't
There's
think
a
so.
half a pill by Siraj, there's a half a pill by Rohit. It's an attempted pull by Mahidi, but it goes through to KL Rahul. Everyone's thinking about review. I don't think King Legend thinks that there was anything on that. But it was quite close to the gloves on the attempted pull. That was not in the greatest position. No, I didn't hear anything.
It's a white, my bite. WHYTE. White.
I don't think that touched anything. So wise not to review.
I think Bangladesh will miss Shakib tonight as well.
Yeah, they will, big time. That's cut out to point, and there's no run. Yeah,
well, look, I suppose they've got to keep wickets in hand. They've still got to keep the scoreboard ticking, as we see the replay there. Daylight between bat and ball there.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Well, Mushfiqur has had a pretty decent start to the tournament, hasn't he? He comes in at 6. He's a wily old campaigner. I mean, I guess as much as a talisman as Shakib is, he's probably a Bangladeshi talisman.
Yep. And you'd think that Das would have to go big here and get 100
yeah,
to put on a decent score.
And if Mushi's in there towards the end, you'd hope that he'd be wise enough to be getting the runs at the back end of the innings, push him up to a decent score.
Yep.
But I think they'll miss Shakib as a bowler as much as a batsman as well.
Exactly.
He's a wily guy. I still think I'm surprised. I know Taskin's not bowling pretty well, but I mean, if he's your main strike bowler, I think you've got to kind of stick with him. I think driven up to long off, and there's no run.
And this is where I go quiet for the next 5 balls because I won't be able to get a word in with Jadeja bowling.
Yeah. Were you on when? Who was it? Were you on when Bangladesh were playing Australia? Was that you on the other night?
No. I've only been doing the India games.
Oh, okay.
So I wasn't on.
That must have been Supan. That's a nice shot by Litton Das, or has he got? Oh no, it's not as good a shot as I thought it was. If it had been a bit straight, it could have been caught. That's Shubman Gill out there at long off. It was lofted over the top by Litton Das. I thought it was going to go for 6, then I realised it was too short and it might have been caught, but it was just wide enough. Shubman Gill's reasonably straight. You probably knew that there was space out there if you didn't get on it. And it bounced. A good bit of fielding actually, because it bounced just before it got to the boundary quite awkwardly, and Shubman Gill managed to pat it back. That's a good shot. Next ball, Jadeja bowls, it's full, and Litton Das sticks his foot down the track, smashes it straight back over the head of Jadeja. Sticks a paw up on it, but nothing happening, and it's 4 runs. It's 125 for 2. And the next ball is swept, and it's another 4. 2 in a row, my word. That's gone down a little bit down leg, but he's got down on one knee and swept it behind square. The fielder's 2 square. We get a second in a row. 125 for 2.
Good shot there. Given the boundary, I've managed to get a word in.
Well, yeah. Defended back to the bowler. There's no run. Pulls them back. What are they going along at? 5s and over, roughly. Guided a back cut by Litton Das. Can't beat the man at point. Who's Kohli? Kohli can. End of the over, 129 for 2 after 24. Over to you, Tone.
Messi Jazz says, what's Tony doing in common mud? Should be in elite mud. Well, far be it from me to say, Messrs. Warren, morning all. Good morning to you, Warren. Early for you, but we're always glad to say hi when you join. That's lovely. Let me have a look over on YouTube. Adam Newman was saying, come on Bangladesh, you can win, stop India. He also said New Zealand versus India this Sunday. Ooh, that'll be an interesting one. May or may not be the battle of the unbeaten teams, though, depending on how this goes today. Krashant Mane says, nice jingles. I've been listening to you since 2016 and I see more have been created.
Loads more. Oh, now is that out? That surely is out. Yes,
Strangle down
Siraj
leg.
is in. It's a strangle down leg. And Mahidi has gone across, just trying to paddle it down towards long leg, but he's got too far across. I think he's just gloved it behind. Good take by KL Rahul, diving to his left. And the third Bangladesh wicket goes down. It's 129 for 3 after 24.1 overs. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Just a glove, wasn't it? It's very well taken, by the way, by KL.
It was. But this is the problem, isn't it? India, they stay in the game, and they take the wickets. This is the problem. Some teams like Bangladesh have just got. Well, I think they've only lost 3 wickets, to be fair. But losing them in reasonably quick succession is a bit annoying. Now we lost Kartik, by the way. I don't know where he's gone. Have we? Yeah, he's still on the call, but he's obviously had to go off and do something. Ah, there he is. He's back. No, he's on. He's back.
I was just
I'm
looking
here,
at
I'm
our
here,
friend
I'm here.
Krishnakant. Krishnakant Mane, who said he'd been listening since 2016. There ought to be some sort of long service medal for some of our listeners.
Well,
what's that? 5 is 5.
That's becoming a patron.
That's
isn't
7
it?
years. 7 years, Krishnakant. Well, delighted you're with us. Obviously, don't know. I'll check if you're a patron. Do tell us if you are.
We have a new Bangladeshi batsman.
But our jingle factory never sleeps.
It doesn't.
Constantly, creatively at work.
Towid Hidroy is the next man out, and he sounds like this.
Ridoy on the store. Towid Ridoy on the store.
Ooh, I like that. Riders on the storm. Clipped nicely by him to get himself off the mark with his first ball, 130 for 3.
Yeah, very well taken by KL Rahul behind the stumps there. There was a bit of discussion about whether he was the right choice to be the first choice keeper, obviously with Ishan Kishan in the squad, and Sanju Samson's name always seems to be floating around, but he's done well so far in this World Cup. He's kept well, and he's batting well as well, so certainly justifying the selector's choice.
Siraj has found some energy after getting that wicket, whips that past the outside edge of Lytton Das. He thinks there might be something off it, and half appeals. KL Rahul wasn't interested. Yeah, I didn't think KL Rahul was. I thought he was kind of like a part-timer who did it in the T20s just because it added balance to the side. And I was surprised that Ishan Kishan wasn't the keeper. But Anindo informs me, and no doubt you will, that he's not that bad a keeper. So clearly he's not. That was a good catch. I don't know if Johnny B would have caught it.
Yeah, I think he would have got
You
that.
reckon?
These days, he was slow coming back, where he really was takeoff, particularly to his left, was slow, wasn't it? And he took but I think he got it back. Certainly got that back together towards the end of the Ashes.
Yeah. Well, you want him keeping in India?
No.
Siraj is in. That's into the hip of Lytton Das, and he clips that down to backward square leg, and there's no run. Yeah, I think Lytton Das has got to get a ton, hasn't he? Over a ton, and someone's got to stick with him.
Well, he's going. I mean, if we're saying 320, score predictor now is about 250, which is way short of 320 to the power of 70 odd.
Well, I've gone under 301.5, I think. What are we over? 25 overs. Double it at 30. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. If India keep taking wickets, though, that's when it'll subside to a sort of 250 score.
That's the key, right? They just need wickets in hand and then go big in the last 10.
Yeah, exactly. It's the modern way. That's guided by Hidroy, but he can't beat point. And there is no run. And we're having a look.
Yeah,
he didn't get
You'd think that Das has to, well, we've said that before, Das has to go big, you're right. It just needs partners, just needs people to stick around with him. And I think it's going to come down to Mushfiqur at the end for Bangladesh.
GPL closed a while ago, but can we at some point have a quick look at the what the range is of entrance?
The other opener got a 50 as well, didn't he? It's defended into the offside. There's no run. So Litton Dassey gets a ton. Another. The opener got 50. If someone else gets a 50, that's 200, and everyone else chips in.
Well, while you look at that, Farong says the BRU score predictor suggests one more run than Team Tata will do. So basically, still going for a Bangladesh win.
Well, if that happens, it'll be a cracking game as well.
Certainly will. Leah says India versus New Zealand. You say I'll be doing that one live and in German.
Nice,
fantastic. Anindo says my 455 not looking too rubbish a bid at the moment. No, I think you're probably about right. Anindo. We'll let you know where you are in the spread.
Well,
right
you're right down the bottom. 303 is the lowest. Messi Jez has gone 303. You're next, Anindo, Crick Writer at 455. 483, 493, 502 also. Anindo versus Messi Jez in this region. 503. 513, 516, 517. As Jadeja comes around the track, it's just pushed out to the covers and there's no run. 523, 540 and 575 is Ian H. is at the top of the list, or bottom, depending on how you're looking at it. So a spread of 303 to 575 is a pretty big spread, and the pot will end up being £119 as that again tries to give himself room. Litton Das going back. It comes through pretty quick. That was 60.5 miles an hour from Jadeja. He couldn't find a gap on the offside, just cut it out to point once more. Around the wicket comes Jadeja, cut deep into the outfield, out to the point boundary. It'll just be a single. I haven't had many boundaries, have we? I can't remember the last time I played a 4 jingle. We had those 2 in a row.
Well, it's the spinners collectively have really put the squeeze on, and it's all been working the 1s and 2s, which is precisely what they did there.
Yeah.
Mainly the number of balls
they're not doing enough 1s and 2s though. I mean, if you're going to do 1s and 2s, which is fair enough, you can get 6 and over, but at the moment they're getting 2 or 3
and the run rate's dropped to just a shade over 5, which is some way behind where it was.
Jadeja around the wicket and just pushed. That time he does find a gap on the offside, out to the man deep in the deep. Hidroy gets himself another run. Score moves on to 133.
You think that the key here for India is to pick up another couple of wickets with the spinners and really tighten the screws, I think, especially Das. I think if they get Das out, then Bangladesh could very well easily get bowled out for 200.
Well, yeah, that's what you fear. Defended into the offside and there's no run. Looks like Mushi will come in next. Normally it would be Shakib in next. Well, Shakib would have come in at 4, wouldn't he, normally?
Hassan Ahmed is in for Shakib. Hassan Mahmood is in for Taskin.
That's defended, back down the track, there's no run.
End of the over. Our friend Krishnakant Mane says, who's being so kind about our jingles, reminds us, well, being blind, I find this very accessible. Thank you, Krishnakant. We are very happy that if that is the case, because we certainly want to be. I remember, he's talking about jingles, I remember the one you had for Chris Vokes. I used to love that. Chris Vokes, Into the Sunshine. Don't remember that.
Yeah. Walking on Sunshine.
Oh, Walking on Sunshine. Yeah. Adam Newman, England versus South Africa this Saturday, then England versus Sri Lanka next Thursday, and the one I'm excited about is England versus Australia Saturday, the 4th of November. Will England get into the semi-finals after these games? No, I don't think so, but that's a good question.
Well, I'd say it's 50-50. We can go on a roll. We've certainly got the capability, but they just don't look like they're going to do it. It's a bit disappointing if you're an England fan, to be fair. I imagine if you're Australian it feels exactly the same. And of course we've got rugby semi-finals this weekend as well, haven't we? We've got South Africa on Saturday too. So we play double header against South Africa on Saturday, both cricket and rugby.
Yeah, there's not much being said about the cricket in Australia here, given current form.
Yeah. I've got rugby either, is there? That's guided down towards third man for a single. They were fucking appalling in that World
The Wallabies
Cup.
have been horrendous. They've been horrendous for a while, to be honest.
You had a horror week, didn't you? Because you'd lost in the cricket, you'd lost in the football, albeit in a friendly against England, and of course you'd got knocked out in the rugby. It's a big Saturday. It's a big sporting Saturday this Saturday.
Super Saturday.
Super Saturday. The two, the rugby England South Africa, the cricket England South Africa, and of course Watford Sheffield Wednesday.
Oh yeah, right. Liverpool back in action though. That's defended behind square, and there is no run. Score not really moving along, just one off this over, only 2 off the last.
I mean, is there darts happening as well, I think, this weekend?
There might be some darts.
Darts is not a sport.
Well,
any game you can basically play in your slippers is not a sport.
Dan Norcross used to argue that Phil the Power Taylor was probably one of the greatest sportsmen that's ever lived. He won 14 world
100%
championships.
agree. 100% agree.
Yeah.
I randomly started watching darts once and just got hooked on it ever since.
Yeah, you can do. It's quite mesmerising. That one is pulled out to the deep by Hidroy. Sorry, Lytton Das, but he'll only get a single.
Yeah, I still don't fully understand it, but I still get excited every time they get a 180.
Yeah, 180 is good.
Well, it's not a lot to understand.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to count down from 501 to 0 and end on a double. That's it.
That's
I
it.
figured
There
it
you
out
go.
now. I figured it out now. When I first watched it, it was like, what's all the fuss about? But yeah, you just get hooked.
Well, in the old days, it's Shardul Thacker was back, by the way. I should have mentioned this back into the attack into his 5th over. To defend square on the in the offside, and there's no run. When it used to be on British TV back in the days, obviously you look a lot younger than both Tone and I.
I think I can confirm I probably am. Yes.
Yeah, they always used to get really pissed on TV basically and play darts because it's a pub sport, right? So Jockey Wilson was this famous old fat short Scottish dude who didn't have any teeth. He'd have about 10 pints a night while doing it, and it was on TV. Genius stuff, man.
Now they've got the crowd doing that.
Yeah, now the crowd does it. Exactly. Shardul Thacker comes in, 4th ball of the over. It's very full. Long half volley. Hidroy can only play it back past the bowler, but with no real timing, and mid-on's pretty straight. He comes across the field. There's no run. Kind of feel that they've got to start doing something soon. Bangladesh. They want to be 30.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's only 26 and a half, right? So 26.5 overs. So there's still the risk is going too hard too early and getting bowled out within 40 overs. So
yeah, but you can't be getting 2 or 3 and over. It's got to be 3, 4 or 5 and over, isn't it? Really, and that's just worked into the leg side. They do get 3. I'd say 4, 5 or 6. Then let's say the right side of more than 1 every 2 balls. It gets a single off the last ball, and there's only 3 off the over and 136 for 3.
They need more of that, rotating the strike.
Yes.
They're just not doing that enough. Just getting bogged down, as you've said, which is just creating more pressure, the dot balls, and then a wicket's going to come.
Exactly.
Or a loose shot, attempted loose shot, and that's where the wicket will fall.
Indeed.
Right,
Indeed.
So
I'd say let's get some
shots,
social in
the
from
run
Tone, but he's typing a message to someone.
Maybe he's tweeting himself.
No. I was trying to sort out my boiler repair. Sorry, folks. It's still rather mundane.
I thought you were tweeting and then you're going to read that one back out to us.
No. Well, things have got a bit quiet. Adam Newman, though, has said the Socceroos won by 2 goals, defeated New Zealand All Whites 2 nights ago in Brentford in a friendly for the Soccer Ashes Trophy. Surely playing New Zealand doesn't count as the Soccer Ashes, though, does it?
I don't understand that. I don't understand. I mean, I'm a big Socceroos fan, obviously, but don't understand why it's Soccer Ashes.
Defended out to cover by Hidroy, no run.
It was a good game against England. They did well. They pushed them.
Yeah, defended out into the leading edge. I think he was trying to turn that in the leg side. Hidroy got a leading edge, but all on the ground, out to cover, and there's no run. I don't think England were playing their best. I mean, England played very well against Italy the other night, beating them 3-1 because they went 1-0 down.
Second string sort of side as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Played up towards long on, and there's a single. Considering in the 90s we were told we had a golden generation, I think this generation is fucking fantastically better. They're actually a team with players in all positions who are good, technically, can pass the ball well. I suppose that's 30 years of the Premier League and foreign coaches, etc, etc. Down the track comes Hidroy. I'm not sure he's got enough on that. He has not. He shoved that up in the air. He toe-ended it. It was Lytton Das, actually, by the looks of things. It was. And the thing that you said, Kartik, he's not the one that wanted him to go. Lytton Das has come down the track, hit it up off the toe end, trying to clear the man at long off. Hasn't got enough on it by a long shot. And he's been caught by Shubman Gill down there for 66 off 82.
You do worry for them now because he was the rock.
137 for 4 now. And we have to say goodbye to Lytton Das. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, that's trouble. That was Shubers this time.
Yeah, it was. I know who they are. I can remember what they look like, Tone.
Well, so do I. I just got one wrong.
Yeah.
It happens.
Indeed. So who'll be next in? Will it be Mushy? Mushfika? Do we think? He must be, shouldn't he?
Look, it must be.
Yeah,
well, he's going to have to be now if he wants to. They want to stabilise the innings again. It's going to have to be him.
Here we go. He's got a jingle that goes like this. Short and sweet.
That's rather nice. I like that. Mention of
Back to the
darts
point.
has got people going. Messi Jez has just sent a huge red letter poster saying darts is not a fucking sport. See, you're with me. If you can wear your slippers to play it, it's not a sport. Simple definition.
There's too many haters. You've got to get around it.
I don't hate it
Haven't
at
got
all.
enough
I'm
yet.
merely arguing about its definition and categorisation, not saying it itself is a bad thing. Actually, I quite enjoy playing darts. Although I find my darts gets worse as the evening progresses, normally because
of the booze.
Because it involves several drinks whilst I'm doing it.
It was the same with all the snooker, wasn't it? I mean, you had, what's his name? Alex Higgins.
Snooker I used to be quite good at, I've got to say.
Alex
In my
Higgins,
younger
he was
days.
another pisshead on the scene, wasn't he? I mean, he used to get fucking
Well, he
taped
had a
up on the
serious
telly.
problem in all sorts of areas, didn't he? Did the hurricane.
That's bowled, and Mushy pulls out just as Jadeja has released the delivery. It's hit the stump. Well, it hasn't hit the stumps. I thought that actually KL Rahul took the stumps. There's someone behind the bowler's arm. Rohit's going, what the fuck are you doing? And doesn't look very happy.
This cost him a wicket.
Well, potentially.
Well, I mean, he backed out.
No.
Plenty of time.
That's swept by Mushy off his first ball. It's aerial. If they had a man on a 45, he'd have just snapped it up. Unless, of course, he was playing for Afghanistan like yesterday. And who was that who missed that catch yesterday? Terrible. And he gets himself off the mark straight away. It was Majib, wasn't it? Majib down at long. Man on the 45.
It
And got
was.
spooned at him, and he's just like, "Bleh," then just casually stuck a palm out at it. It was ridiculous. Defended out into the covers by Hidroy. That's a single. Now he's got two new batsmen at the crease. After 28 overs, it's 138 for 4.
Leah says, I remember an article about darts from my childhood talking about the players being half a pint away from acute alcohol poisoning at all times of the match to calm the nerves. Yeah, it definitely did used to be that way. Oh, YouTube's jumping into life. Krishan had said if there's no batting collapse, then this might be the steep chase for India in the current World Cup. We shall see. Revanite FC says, what a silly shot. This game is now looking bleak. Christian then does say, well, now here comes the collapse. Oh well, says Stephen Kelk. Pokey says, bowls is a sport you can wear slippers for. You see, again, I consider bowls a game rather than a sport, even though it does make it to the Olympics. Isn't there Olympic bowls?
There's certainly lawn bowls at the Olympics.
I always remember David Bryant with his pipe and his white
Or is
hat.
that just the Commonwealth? I don't know, actually. Shal Thacker is in again and cut at by Mushfiqur. Misses it. Probably quite close to the bat. Goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
What are your thoughts on the cricket being announced back into the Olympics for the 2028 games?
I think it's got to be a good thing. What format are they going to play though? 20, T20?
Yeah, they're going to play T20.
Yeah, T20, yeah.
We were having this discussion the other day, but they're only going to have 6 teams in it apparently. Which is
that right?
Yeah, well that's what Andy was on it the other day. He said they're going to have 6 teams and it's generally going to be by invite. So it's going to be showcased. So India are obviously definitely one of those teams because that's where they're trying to get the TV money from and trying to get them interested in the Olympics. So that's clipped down towards long leg by Mushy and he'll get a single. So presumably if India are in it, Pakistan are definitely getting invited because there'll be another opportunity for an India-Pakistan game, which leaves 4 teams left. You imagine Australia will vie for that. I'm not sure if England will. Well, because England can't enter a team because it will be Great Britain.
Well, Great Britain, right?
Yeah, so I don't know if they'll be that interested, or we'll have to call.
there,
So New Zealand might well be there if Australia are there, and
South
then
Africa.
South Africa, and another.
But does that mean, do you have to therefore pick from all 4 nations, or do you just pick your best players?
Depending on your side, and there's no one. There'll be a big guffaw, I imagine. And I also imagine the format won't be sending across the national sides. There'll be something like the football, where I imagine it'll be under 23s and 2 players of any age, including the captain, and a whole bunch of younger players. And if you and presume, I mean, this is the thing. Something like India, they can send a whole bunch of under 23s IPL fucking quality stars out there, can't they? As that's defended square on the offside and there's no run. And actually England could probably send a decent team of young county players out there, and I imagine Australia could as well, and Pakistan.
And Sri Lanka could send their first 11, so everyone will be fine.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it could be fun to watch. It'll be another tournament. It'll be interesting to see how seriously teams that play for World Cups and stuff treat an Olympic gold medal.
Well, I mean, India was playing in India, Afghanistan, I think they were playing in the Asian Games recently, and India naturally sent their second string side, because half the guys were all playing here.
Yeah, that's defended up to mid-on, and they'll get through for a quick single. Yeah, I mean, it was interesting with the tennis, wasn't it? I mean, Andy Murray won 2 Olympic golds, didn't he? Was it 2 Olympic golds that Andy Murray won? And he was really proud to do that. And some of the other players just, it's an Olympic medal, they don't give a shit. I guess, but I think it's quite an achievement. It's a medal you can only win at once every 4 years.
I mean, look, it's a different different platform, right? Different opportunity.
Yeah. Defended back to the bowler, and there's no runs. Thacker completes his 6th over. Number 35, 140 for 4 after 29. Hidroy is 6 off 15, and Mishka is 2 off 4.
Did we mention something about waterworks at some point that I missed?
Your boiler?
Oh, possibly, yes, of course, yeah. Our friend, the GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot, says all gorillas share the same waterworks. I can offer you a special rate on a remote-controlled cystoscopy, which then got liked by somebody called Linda XX. Who, let me see, I just accidentally wandered onto her profile, and she has some interesting photographic representations of herself.
Okay, porn star, is that what
let us just leave it at that, shall we?
Does it give it away slightly with the with her handle?
Double X.
There's a big appeal by Jadeja. Now, I thought that was maybe an inside edge. Which is what Rohit is indicating. Otherwise, it might have been quite close. You're going to have to come and sit here, Gary, and control everything. You know that, don't you?
Oh, have you explained the blue button to Gary?
Oh, God. You are going to be able to do it. All you got to do is press a button, Gary. I can do it next door as well. It's fine. I'll explain it to you in the break. As that's worked into the leg side, down to Jadeja. Off Jadeja, down behind square. I'll get a single. Yeah, the massive inside edge. Cody was saying.
Yeah, pretty clear there.
So was Rohit.
I have done. Okay.
4 balls left, and then we'll have a switcheroo. Fourthie is going to come in, of course, to join Gary. It's going to be Fourthie doing ball. Gary is going to do some socials for you, and Anindo is going to join as well.
So Gary will have to slide into the
jingle chair,
power seat.
Yep. There's that one. It's just cut out to point, and there's a dot.
Can you do that? All right. Do you want me to stay and do that? Okay.
Cut behind square to point for a single. What are you going to do? All you got to do is play jingles, Gary. Yeah. You can do that. They got back for 2 that time. Mishi. Good bit of fielding out in the deep. Stopped the boundary. I think it's cool deep out there. Around the wicket to Jadeja. Mishka pushes that out. Can't beat mid-wicket. And it is no run. 1 ball left. Run rate is dropped. Below 5. 4.79.
Significantly dropped.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? It was up at over 6 at one point. Last ball of the 30th over is played out to cover. There is no run. 30th done. 143 for 4. Hidroy is on 7 off 17. And Mishka is 4 off 8.
Next on social is going to be Adam Newman talking about Hardik Pandya, and over on Twitter I can tell you I think it's going to be the Naked Fun porn bot again.
Okay, we'll have a switcheroo. Alright, Fourthy. See you later, Kartik.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, lovely to see you. And hello, Anindo. You join back in. See you in a bit.
Hello. Well, welcome everybody. I think I'm joined by Gary and a Ninja. Is that correct? Well, Gary will be with us shortly. So I'm joined by two Guerilla stalwarts. A Ninja, very much the, what should we say, the Rohit Sharma of the outfit, and Gary, the what should we say, the well, not someone slightly daring, a little bit. Not John Embury, Ben Stokes, perhaps. Anyway, let's leave that thought there. Bangladesh, after a slow start and then a massive acceleration, have come unstuck with these 4 wickets. How are you reading it at the moment, Aninja?
I think India's done very well to take them back.
They have.
And they were looking to run away with close to 300 at one stage. I'm not quite sure they're on track to do that anymore.
I don't think so. Thakker's back into the attack. His first ball's gone for a single. Fridoy rotating the strike onto Mushfiqur. Now,
hello, Gary.
Hello, Gary. Thacker in again, second ball. Mushfiqur advances down the wicket and slap bats it to the man at mid-off. Well, I think that's the case, isn't it? I'm getting a little confused now. Yes, no, that's exactly what happened.
No, I think they're showing the replays.
Yes, they're rather oddly showing some replays of the wickets, yes. Okay, I think we're all in place now. Now, a Ninja will no doubt correct me on some of my errant pronunciations, and I'm happy to be so corrected.
No, it's not correcting. I mean, I'm just trying to add to your vocabulary, if you like.
Oh, I would be very happy for that to occur. Thacker bowls to Mushfiqur, who opens the face of his bat, runs it down to third man, comes through for a single. Are you in Singapore, Aninja?
I am at the moment, yes.
Yes. And we're just having a look at the phase scores. 63 for Nam, 47 for 2, and then 33 for 2. That's really hurt Bangladesh in the last 10 overs. Siraj, Jadeja and Thacker doing the damage. Again, run off the face of the bat. Nice. Yes, he does, yes. That's run off the face of the bat by Khalidoy. He ticks over to 9. Who have you been impressed by in the Indian team so far?
In the Indian team? Well,
yes.
I guess Rohit Sharma's played really well.
Yes.
I'm hoping that Shubman Gill gets going from here. He's been in amazing form, and then he had a couple of matches out because of injury. He's back now. I think the trouble is going to be the lack of the only all-rounder in the team, because that looked like a bad twist of the ankle. He's gone for scans, so we'll see how that goes.
It looked like a sprain, which in the context of a World Cup could be very damaging. Just a simple sprain. It's basically stretched ligaments. Again, running off the face of the bat, but this time cut off at point. They do hurry through for a single. Oh, I think there's been an overthrow.
Well, it wasn't an overthrow. It actually hit the wicket.
2 overthrows.
2 overthrow. Yes, whether it counts technically as an overthrow, I don't know, but it hit the wicket, went off at an angle. There was no fielder there. They've come through for 3 off the 5th ball.
But the ball hit the stumps twice. Yeah.
Yeah.
They threw the ball in once, hit the stumps, round 1. Threw the ball in a second time, hit the stumps, round 1. I don't think either should be allowed. It should be dead ball once it hits the stumps.
Well, Gary's straight in with one of his trademark controversial opinions. We'll be hearing more from Gary.
No, but I agree with Gary. The third run, I don't think they should have given the third run. It was a dead ball.
Well, do write in with your thoughts. That's defended. You'll have to forgive me. Sometimes my feed slightly lets me down. I didn't see that the wicket had been hit twice, but I'll do my best. That's a dot ball at the end of the 31st over. Bangladesh 149 for 4. Over to Gary.
Yes, I have Messi Jazz here, who has descended from Mount Olympus, and if you've seen Clash of the Titans, you'll know what I mean. He says the inclusion of cricket at the Olympics is part of India's strategy to host the Olympics in Mumbai in 2036, so they will almost certainly insist on full-strength teams. I trust the IOC sees what a complete shit show the organisation of this World Cup has been. Well, the IOC are certainly experts in that field, I can tell you. If you have any thoughts on this, you can tweet us at Guerilla Cricket, and please let us know, and I'll come back later with the YouTube comments. I'm trying to do this on the phone, which isn't easy.
Rather exciting being on commentary between Gary and Ninja. I might occasionally feel like I'm that tiny little referee in the ring separating two heavyweight opinions, which is good, of course.
No, but I think for the Los Angeles Olympics, they only have 6 teams. I don't know what kind of a competition it's going to be, and one of them is going to be obviously the hosts. So the United States of America being the 6th team, and then you have 5 other teams. That's not much of a competition.
Yes. Okay. So Gary. Oh no, Gary's reflecting.
I'm trying to make the app work on the phone. Sorry about all this background stuff. I've been left with 10 screens to look at, and apparently I'm supposed to be pressing a blue button. But you guys don't need to know all that, but please, any sympathy as well.
You're looking at the 11th, Gary.
Yeah, I think I am looking at the 11th.
You're not missing any action here. There's, I assume it's a drinks break. Tell us a little bit about Pune, and India. Do you know anything about the city?
Yeah, it's about now about a couple of hours away from Mumbai on the expressway. Used to be a 4 or 5 hour drive. It's in one of the, I would say, the second largest city after Mumbai in terms of commerce. There are a lot of companies there, a lot of universities. It's up in the hills in the Western Ghats. It's a nice place.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I've sort of waxed lyrical about this in the past, but Dharamshala has come as something of a revelation to me, watching the drone shots during this World Cup. It's rocketed up my bucket list, I have to say. It looks beautiful.
It is.
It certainly is. We do have a question on YouTube, and now I've managed to get it up and working, and it's about Hardik Pandya. Is he injured or not? Well, my answer to that is that we haven't seen him since he went off with what looked like a pretty nasty one.
He's gone for scans.
He's gone for scans, thank you.
Yes.
Looking at his attempts to try and run up, you could immediately tell he'd sprained his ankle.
Yeah, it looked horrible.
Yeah. But it did give us the opportunity to see Virat Kohli bowl, which he hasn't done in international cricket for 6 years. Meanwhile, Jadeja comes round the wicket for the start of his 8th over.
Ooh.
There's a slot sweep. It's where is it going to land? That is the question. It's landed about 6 rows back. Well done, Mushfiqur. Now, Gary, can you manage the controls?
I believe in miracles. Since you came to bat, you're 6 and 8.
Great work.
Very well done.
It's very good. We're all impressed. That was a good slog sweep. 9 off 20. That one, by contrast, has just been played out just for the single. So the old classic formula of, just hit the single after you've hit the 6 there. Kridoy on strike. And Jadeja in, fast as ever. Kridoy closes the face of the bat and just places that to the man that's short mid-wicket, dot ball. Very little time for expert comments in the Jadeja over. That's played. Sorry, an injury. That's played a game.
Absolutely.
Dot ball.
I don't even try.
Just talk over the top of me if you need to. Jadeja in again, rapidly. Defensive shots, dot ball. Don't think they'll have any problems.
He even manages to shut Nasser Hussain up on Sky commentary.
And last ball of the over, which has taken about 90 seconds, and that's despite the 6, and that's defended out to extra cover. Dot ball, so just 7 off it. Good comeback from Jadeja there. The end of the 32nd, Bangladesh 156 for 4, Gary.
Well, reference to the blue button here has excited the GC Radio Naked Fun porn bot, who sends a photograph through of a pill which I always thought was purple, but I'm pleased to say that I am unacquainted with that kind of blue button. But I understand men of my age sometimes require such things to be able to get literally up to speed.
Well done, Gary.
Yes. So there's that one, and otherwise it's fairly quiet on Twitter. Yeah, I mean I'm very pleased to see Bangladesh have taken an aggressive attitude. There may be many reasons why Afghanistan did not take that attitude yesterday, but the game's better and you stand more chance of winning if you take the game to the opposition with bat and ball, and Bangladesh largely have done that, so pleased to see it. I'll be back with more tweets and comments later.
Yes, I think only one of the 4 wickets really has fallen to an aggressive shot, so aggression is paying off for them. Okay, Kuldeep back into the attack. He's 1 for 28 off his 6. And Rohit Sharma is conferring with him. Left arm over the wicket. Dab down on the offside. They consider Mushfiqur considers the single, then decides against it. Dot ball. Calm down, calm down. It's the message.
Calm down, calm down.
I just spooned that one up for you, Gary.
That smashed it for 6.
Score predictor currently 248. In comes Kuldeep again. A touch short. Mushfiqur rocks onto the back foot and cuts it. Just for the 1. Kuldeep be in your first 11, Ninja?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Kuldeep's my first bowler in right after Bumrah.
Right.
Talking about Kohli bowling, I think he bowled in the 2011 World Cup, and I think he might have bowled in the final, although I'm not absolutely certain on that.
Either the semi-final or the final, I agree with you. Yeah.
Kuldeep in again. That one's fuller. Almost a half volley. Stroked quite elegantly by Hridoy down to long off for a single. Yeah. He bowls off the wrong foot, doesn't he?
Yeah, slightly off the wrong foot, although not at the pace of Mike Proctor, but...
Not at the pace of Mike Proctor, who is the Locus Classicus of the wrong-footed bowler. Maybe Max Walker will be another. Kuldeep in again. And that's more on leg stump, and just got turned around a bit there. Leading edge, but no danger of it squirting out for a catch all along the ground.
There's a very funny video of, I think, George Dobell facing Jack Chantry, who bowled off the wrong foot in a indoor net, and you just don't know when Chantry's letting this ball go because he's off the wrong foot.
Kuldeep in again. Oh, that's very full. Oh, he didn't want to miss that, and he didn't. He squirted it out on the offside for a single.
He would have been gone if he'd missed that.
Yeah. Oh, yes. He would have been salmon trout.
Just the edge of the bat. I think he just got the edge of the bat on.
I still in my old empirical way of thinking.
It was the side of the bat.
I always think Bangladesh are the underdogs against India, but of course they've won 3 of the last 4 against them. That's swung away down to long leg by Hridoy. Wait to see if there's a fielder swooping in, and he comes into shot now. They'll probably come back for 2. That's Shubman Gill down on the boundary. They do. Hridoy moves to 12. Mushfiqur's on 17. Bangladesh 161 for 4 at the end of the 33rd.
Yes, not much action on the socials, certainly not that I can see. So I'll hand over to Anindo for some thoughts.
Well, I think they're putting on a nice little partnership here, because the chances were, the way they lost wickets right up to 4, they could have had a collapse here, which Hridoy and Mushfiqur, both of them have a lot of experience, especially Mushfiqur. So they're doing a really good job here.
They are. I think they've got
the innings.
From memory, they're each in their 3rd World Cup, is it? Something like that. And Bumrah, Jasprit Bumrah's come back into the attack. Unsurprisingly. Oh, we're going to hear a jingle.
I hope so. Here we go.
Now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you?
He's in. And that's, again, opens the face, Mushkifer, just a dot ball.
And
He's, of course, known for his unusual bowling action due to the way he was brought up. But he does have almost preternaturally long arms as well to go with the bowling action.
There's some splendid freeze frames of him showing the release point, which is about 2 feet further towards the batsman than most bowlers because of the hyperextended elbow and the lean he gets.
Which is why he gets the Yorkers so often.
He's in again. And he's drifted onto the leg stump there, and that's glanced. Can the big dive...
Yeah.
Big dive it's hard to tell. It's disappeared behind his body. No, he has stopped it.
Yeah, he stopped it.
There.
He stopped it with his body. I think he fell on the ball. No, that was Kuldeep. I think he fell on the ball.
Kuldeep. Yeah, I think he did. He's clutching the middle of his chest there. He obviously did fall on the ball, but all in a good cause. Kuldeep.
It was like kind of a crash on Steptoe's handcart there, as all the stuff flew off him. There was hats, there was glasses, there was a necklace, everything was going off him.
It was, yes.
I'm indebted to Messi Jazz, who says that Kohli bowled 1 over for 6 runs in the 2011 final. Thank you as ever, Jazz.
Messi Jazz, yes. There's always Cyril Fletcher on That's Life, who said, I am indebted to. That's... So Mushfiqur just glances it down, knocks it down on the leg side. There's a rather inelegant bit of football attempted by the Indian fielder, which comes to nothing. Dot ball.
Fourthie, if you are going to invite odd odes onto Twitter, I shall vacate the chair.
That was by far the least funny part of Sunday night.
Amidst fierce competition Sunday nights in the 70s. God.
Something very depressing about that brass band that started up the theme music. Anyway, Bumrah in again, and that's arrowed in. It's on it before you know it, into the pads of Mushkifer. Tridoy considers a single, has to almost gets run out, backing up too far. Dot ball.
And Indo, I'm sure you can say it yourself, casting some doubts on whether Mumbai would ever be able to hold the Olympics. I think that's a fair point, Indo.
I was just pointing out to Messi that if you run 100 meters in Mumbai, you run out of space. So hosting an Olympics there is a bit far-fetched.
Well, I can tell you that the example of 2012, I'll break up.
Bumrah in again for his 5th ball of the over, arrowing in on middle stump. Mushfiqur plays it down to mid-on, dot ball.
Well, they don't build roads for the IOC bigwigs, but they do build lanes for them. Lanes were identified in lots of London roads for the IOC, like they were the nomenclatura in Moscow in 1974. Extraordinary stuff.
The problem, Gary, is that Mumbai is shaped like a thin line with the sea at both sides.
We'll just finish off Bumrah's over. He's in again, and this one's played out to the boundary, and there's a man swoops on it. Imagine they'll come back for 2. No, just they restricted to the single. Good bit of fielding out there. At the end of the 34th over, Bangladesh 106-3-4. If you'd like to pick up the Mumbai conversation in Ninja, go ahead.
I was just saying that Mumbai is a very thin, narrow stretch of land, which I'm sure Gary knows. But even if you were to, give up lanes for the IOC, first you'd bring the entire city to a standstill, and also even that wouldn't get you to anywhere where you could actually build stadiums.
I can almost feel the IOC's shoulders shrugging at the prospect of bringing a city to a standstill. They say, this is what we do. This is us. But yes, I do take the point. I thought there was a rule that the Olympics had to be in capital cities, but maybe I dreamt that.
Well, which is going to be in Delhi in that case.
Yeah.
So
what about Atlanta in Georgia?
Well, it's always different for USA, isn't it?
Sure, there have been other examples.
I think it's a relatively recent rule. It's a relatively recent rule.
Okay.
It meant Manchester couldn't bid.
And the USA is the world. So.
What about Sydney? What about Melbourne? Neither of those are capitals. Kuldeep in Melbourne's hosted. Kuldeep in again.
Melbourne's hosted in 1956.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the last time?
Yes,
that's a long time ago.
I think it's a 21st century rule. I think.
Kuldeep's first ball was a dot. It's played out on the onside. And Mushfiqur's on strike. And that's another dot ball. Yes, Melbourne's... there was a bit of cultural cringe went on in Melbourne. They thought all these Europeans are going to come over and look down their noses at Melbourne and Melburnians. They knocked down all the old buildings, tragically. So that's a forward defensive dot ball.
Surely they'd just come over and be looking for Dame Edna, wouldn't they? I mean, that's...
Well, not in 1956.
Oh, maybe not in 1956. Although they would have found her, or maybe
found a young Barry. They found a young Barry Hump.
Yeah. It's the only city in Australia with good architecture, anyway.
Mooney Ponds. Thank you. Onto the back foot goes Mushfiqur, and this time he gets it wide of the man at mid wicket, and they come through for a single. Bangladesh move on to 165 for 4.
Shahid Qureshi joins us on YouTube, where you can get a super chat if you wish, but he doesn't. But he just says, looking forward to Pakistan-Australia match tomorrow. Should be exciting. It might be exciting seeing how both sides can contrive to lose, but yes, it's a bit of a crunch match, I think, for both teams, isn't it? Less so since Australia had that comeback. Adam Newman says Brisbane is slated to host the Olympics 4 years after Los Angeles, so maybe that capital city rule was just to exclude Manchester. And as a Liverpool person, I'm always happy with anything that excludes Manchester.
Los Angeles is not a capital either. In fact, when was the last time a capital was picked anyway? Yes. I know there have been before you right in. That's a dot ball played out to cover by Hridoy. I think you're meant to sort of get your mouth around the R of Hridoy.
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 Hridoy is hard. Hridoy means hard.
Oh, okay. And smashes it, but straight to the man at short cover. Dot ball, end of the 35th, Bangladesh 165 for 4.
Well, Josie Oak says, fourth, he points out something interesting. Gary appears to be morphing into Cyril Fletcher as time goes by. Well, I suspect that's actionable, so you'll be hearing from my lawyers. Warren says, how long till we are into a discussion of Emmerdale Farm? I have no idea. And Message says, Gary, you're making things up unless Brisbane is to become the capital of Australia in 2032. Well, I definitely heard something, but it was around the time when Manchester had to withdraw its bid. Because if you recall, Manchester had about 4 bids trying to get the Olympic Games in the 90s for 2012. And at one point they were told, no, you can't have it because you're not the capital city. So they withdrew in favour of London. But that news is sort of 15 years old at least.
Bumrah in for the start of his 6th over. Can't do anything with that, Mushfiqur. Too fast, just defends. He's 21 off 28 though, doing a good job. Hridoy's a little bit becalmed on 12 off 28.
Yeah, Hridoy, the HR at the start of a word feels sort of Croatian to me, isn't it? Them that have HR at the start of words.
Think of any Croatian players who start with a hr.
Isn't the country itself known in its own language as sort of Havrasta or something? I'm not absolutely certain, but this is why we have Twitter. I'm sure we'll be advised one way or the other soon.
Croatia. In comes Bumrah again. And more attacking intent from Mushfiqur, who manages to get it down to the man wide of the man at third man. In fact, it eludes him, and it's one of these. Good shot.
Yeah, nice getting the hands through the ball. That's what gives it the impetus to beat the fielder. If you just deflect it, it's not going to go for 4. But if you get the hands through, and as a short man, he can often do that, Mushfiqur, then you stand more chance of the boundary. Well done.
Bumrah in again, not used to being hit for 4. That's possibly the first boundary off him today. And opens the face of the bat, and as Gary sort of slightly predicted. If you don't really get your hands round it or through it, it'll just get deflected down for a single, which it did.
Josie Oak is very much supporting a view that I support, that darts is indeed a sport, and says, clearly you never listened to the late Sid Waddell's commentary on the darts. Jockey Wilson, what an athlete!
Yeah. Yeah, he's an interesting character, Sid Waddell.
He is.
He was actually a Cambridge graduate and kind of adopted this caricature for the darts. In comes Bumrah. And that's right up in the block hole as it often is with Bumrah. And Hridoy can't do anything with it, just blocks it out to mid-wicket dot ball. Are you familiar? Are you a darts man, a ninja?
No. I like watching it, but
yes,
not really. I used to watch a lot of it in England, actually. You couldn't avoid it if you switched on the telly.
Quite hard to avoid. It's turned into a bit like wrestling. It's turned into a kind of theatrical performance.
Yeah,
these days.
except that it's not completely fake.
Well, no. It's very hard to fake darts. I mean, you either...
Exactly. Between the time it leaves your hand and the time it hits the board, it's kind of visible.
There's not much you can do with that. That's a dot ball. Yeah. You can't have Donald Trump getting into the ring in darts. It's just not going to make any difference. That's a dot ball from Bumrah to Hridoy.
Well, the dart board would be fake news.
I've been to the darts at the Ali Pali and also the Desert Classic in Las Vegas.
In the Beckham doco, let's come back to that in 1 second. Bumrah in for the last ball of his 6th over. And Hridoy just closes his bat and it's dot ball to mid-wicket. And the Beckham doco, I was reminded that after he missed the penalty against Argentina famously in '98, the Sun very helpfully gave a free Beckham dartboard with a picture of David Beckham in the middle. Those were the days.
Always the best of us, the Sun. Warren here, I think with his tongue in his cheek, says, Gary is spot on about capitals. Also, Olympic cities have to be adjacent to a large body of water. Yes,
You have just responded to that.
Yes, indeed.
You can't have both of those in India.
Yes.
There is no large body of water near the other.
And hence no swing in India. Jolly Ollie says, nice seeing Gary on again. You must be wearing some very dark glasses, that's all I would suggest.
Well, it is always nice to see Gary, isn't it? It's always nice to see Ninja. It's always nice to see all our fellow Guerilla Cricket pundits, all with their little idiosyncrasies for which you love them so much.
Do you want us to sit around and sing Kumbaya?
I feel the world needs a bit of kind of positive vibe.
Oh, it does. It really does.
That's kind of how I'm feeling. Siraj back into the attack. He's got a slightly scary look about him. Siraj, I always think, wouldn't want to shortchange him in the supermarket. There's it's in the start of his 7th over, 1 for 29. Oral took a brilliant catch earlier off his bowling. Ooh, that one's gone all the way down. Couldn't quite see where it went, but it's come through for a single. I'm operating on basically about 7 frames a minute at the minute, but I'm stitching together a narrative from what I've got.
Well done. I mean, I find it really difficult some days. Today is not bad here, I have to say.
Yeah.
But some days it's just...
it is hard, isn't it? Yeah.
We've got a little wrinkle here on the Olympic bidding, which makes a bit of sense to me, which I'll come to in a moment.
Okay. Not for the first time, the camera trains itself on Virat Kohli. Meanwhile, back in the cricket, Hridoy has managed to get a single off the 2nd ball. And we see the score predictors moved on to 252 and the score to 172 Yes, Gary?
Yes, Zhang Xina says, I thought it was Ahmedabad as the bid for the Olympics. Now, that kind of would make sense, because isn't Ahmedabad quite literally the backyard of Modi?
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
But I think the misconception here is it's going to be one city. In India, it's not going to be one city, is my guess.
Siraj in again to Mushfiqur. And he just, again, opens the bat. Finds a gap in the field. I think he's come through for the single. Let's just double check that. Sorry, 1 sec.
Yeah.
Yes, he has.
Yeah. I think it's going to be Delhi. If there is a bid, it's going to be Delhi, and they're going to be they'll probably have some events in other cities.
Okay. Well, we're looking at
That's
Siraj.
just my guess.
coming back in again. Skiddy bowler skids that one through. Hridoy avoids having anything to do with it, and Roll takes it. Thought I saw the umpire flexing his arm there, but no, I did not. I was wide, given us a wide. Slightly surprising. I didn't realise it was above head height.
I always liked that idea that was floated again a couple of decades ago, that the Olympics should have a permanent site and that they should take over some island and create a specific island for the Olympics, like that fort they have for Fort Boyard or whatever it's called.
That sounds like one of the worst ideas you've ever had, Gary. Oh, and you've got to spoon that one, Hridoy. It's gone way up into the air, but it avoids
the most
all
convincing shot.
They come back for 2. Oh, was that the free hit?
Yeah.
Because of the... Yeah, it was the free
hit.
It
was a wide. So did they get a free hit after a wide? I don't think
there
so.
wasn't. No, there wasn't a free hit.
They didn't get a free hit. However, all alarms are off. It's just gone through for 2. Hridoy remains on strike. He's 13 off 30.
The Olympic Island was not my idea, but I understood it was floated for a while. I'm not sure where, but I definitely read it somewhere.
Those islands frequently are.
Yeah, an island, yeah.
And every 4 years, flights would go to that island. Is that correct?
Well,
okay, so Siraj in again, and that's well, I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Hang on 1 second, I'm going to follow it on my TV, which is very.
They went through for a single ball pushed into the
177 for 4
wicket, and that's a single.
177.
One ball of Siraj's over left. He's going to have to bowl this 7th. Always, if you chaps feel perhaps the batting side should have the choice whether it should bowl a 7th ball because of the wide, but obviously in a one-day international they're going to take it. And that's crunched wide of the man at mid-off, and they've come through for a single. Mushfiqur will keep the strike. He's on 29 off 33. Bangladesh 178 for 4 at the end of the 37.
So GC Naked Fun Pornbot says, is Forthy suggesting that his persona on GC Radio is a caricature? Well, are you?
No, I'm not.
Well, I like the idea of being able to turn down the extra run. Imagine if Viv Richards and Michael Holding in that stand at Old Trafford in 1984, if they'd taken a single to get Viv on strike for the next over. It's called a wide or it's called a no ball, and then Holding gets bowled and Viv is left on 74 not out. And we miss out on 189 not out, one of the greatest innings in any format of the game, never mind one-day cricket.
Well, famously, if there was one ball left to a tail ender at the Mike Proctor would bowl 2 no-ball bouncers, front foot no-balls, just to sort of soften him up, and then on the last legitimate ball would bowl a full ball and clean him up.
Yeah, well, he wasn't the only one to do that. The big no-ball bouncer to a tail ender has been stock in trade of quicks for a very long time. And
well, okay then. Sorry,
it's true. I mean, I know that because I like to point out hypocrisy when I see it, and there's always been talk, of the fast bowlers union, and back in the day they didn't bounce the tail enders. Oh yes, they did, and they bounced them, and they bounced them off big no balls as well to frighten them even more. So it's that. Sorry to I'm pulling you up on it, but it's because it's one of my kind of bugbears.
Yes.
Yes, I know there's a few.
Thacker back into the attack, start of his 8th over. If you want to jingle him up, Gary, you'd be very welcome.
Oh God, yes, of course. I've got a job to do.
You have got a job to do, yeah. And that's a single off the first ball, pulled by Mushfiqur.
Well, the beach is just a road, need to share the workload. I got 7 players on my mind. All the black hair pays too deep in disgrace. One looks like he might be fine. Shadow knocker.
And he's in again. Oh,
that should be
that's
out.
A big wahoo, way up into the Pune sky. The man at mid-wicket is circling. Takes it. And that is out. Hridoy has gone. He's rather clogged up proceedings there. It's gone for 16 off 34. And Bangladesh are now 179 for 5. 2 balls into the 38th over.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh.
I guess he felt he needed to get on with it somehow, didn't he, a Ninja? But
but I don't see why, because they're doing okay. It's 37 and a half overs. Don't have a fantastic lower middle order to back them up. So it's unnecessary a bit.
Yeah, scoreboard pressure, as a Ninja said, have a look at the bigger picture there. It was a really horrible shot. In fact, he actually took his hand off the bat as he came through. It was never going to go anywhere except up in the air.
I don't want to come over all Andy Ward here, but 16 off 35, it's helping the opposition really. 16 off 35, isn't it? And I know the idea is that they go on to get 50 off 50, but it never really looked on that, did it?
Yeah, okay, but I'm sort of slightly more towards a Ninja on this one. If you're forming a good partnership, you're in the 38th over, you've already lost 4 wickets, you haven't got a strong lower middle order. It's just play the match as you see it. But he probably felt, since he was going at a strike rate of 50, that he just had no other personal option.
Now
anyway, Mahmudullah has come in.
My favourite single malt. I'll jingle him up.
Mahmudullah, here I go again. My, yet another 100.
That's nice. A great jingle.
Very good indeed. And first ball, Thacker to Mahmudullah. He's off the mark straight away. Plays it down to third man. They come through for the single.
I mean,
gets Mushfiqur back. Right.
He must be as old as me, Mahmudullah, is he? I mean, how old is he?
They brought him back for the World Cup. He
the dead?
Late 30s now. Yeah.
Late 30s.
Does he have any other name apart? Is like Madonna or Beyonce? Mahmudullah.
Mahmudullah.
It's just how he's known. It's just how he rolls. And he comes again this time to Mushfiqur Thakur. That's a nice cut. Played out all the way to the boundary. They just come through for the single.
On the point I was making about Hridoy, Armchair Cricket Podcast, Guerilla, of good standing, says the Bangladesh scored just 72 for 4 between the 15th and 35th overs. That does feel a little too pedestrian.
For sure it does, yeah. No, it's good bowling.
Yeah, but they were losing a lot of wickets in the beginning.
Packers in again, and again, shot we're seeing quite a lot of. The bat is opened up by Mahmudullah, but played straight to point, dot ball.
I think we've all been sort of brainwashed by Bazball the last couple of years in England, because wickets will go down, but if you've scored sort of 40 in 7 overs between those wickets falling down, the scoreboard looks a hell of a lot better. And I know that it can't be done in all conditions, it can't be done by all teams, but I've certainly had my mind changed that if you get on with it, even if you're losing wickets, you look at the scoreboard and 220 for 6 looks a lot better than 181 for 5.
Thacker in for his last over.
Oh, sorry.
And forward defensive, dot ball, the end of the 38th, Bangladesh, 181 for 5. Yes, a Ninja, point you want to play.
No, I'm a huge fan of Bazball, and I actually use the analogy a lot in my leadership work as well. But I'm very curious to see Bazball being played out on turning Indian pitches when England comes to India. I am not convinced that they're going to be able to keep their, heads on and keep doing what you're suggesting, Gary, when things are not going well for them on those pitches.
That will be the intrigue of the series, because I'm not sure either. We'll find out. Messi says, amazingly, I disagree with Gary. It was almost unheard of in the 1960s for a fast bowler to bounce a tail ender. I suspect the arrival of helmets was a significant factor in the change to anyone being fair game. I don't go back to the 60s, but I do go back to the 70s and definitely the 80s. And I can remember Bob Willis hitting Ijaz Ahmed in the mouth at Lord's.
Siraj in again.
Charlie Griffith would disagree.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. There's a dot ball. It's interesting you bring that up, Ninja. I remember a bit of commentary from John Arlott of Wes Hall or Charlie Griffith. Can't remember which one, bowling to Derek Underwood, and he bowls a bouncer. And John Arlott, almost gets extremely upset. Oh, no. And it was very much against the code of the day to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, but Charlie Griffith bowled not just bouncers but beamers as well. So.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
I'm not sure Tomo at Perth was holding back in 74, 75 or whatever it was.
Nothing would hold Tomo back.
That's a good example, yes, indeed.
Leah says, if you want to sound a bit more intellectual, you could call Mahmudullah monimic, Gary. Which, yes, I suppose I could. So thank you for that, monimic.
Yeah, yes, monimic, yes, like pseudonym.
Why monimic?
Yes, Siraj again into Mushfiqur, and that's just glanced off his legs. I imagine they've come through for the single.
Yes.
They have. And Bangladesh moved to 182. There's quite a lot of...
no idea what that means.
There's quite a lot of NIM words, aren't there? Acronymic, pseudonymic, mononymic, which Leah's reminded us of. Mononyms.
And of course there are the men that say Nim.
And the men that say Nim, yes. It's men that say Ni, I think.
Is it Nick?
Men that say Ni. Siraj in again. The third ball is... Oh, is he? Yes, he is. That's dot ball. Run rate has somewhat collapsed to 4.73. It was up at about 6.3 earlier in the innings, but there's still 11 overs to go, and we saw what Netherlands managed to do in their last 12 overs against South Africa the other night when they scored 120 from a seemingly hopeless position. I think it was 5 wickets down there.
And Hardik's not here today.
And Hardik's not
bowling
here.
the death overs. Yeah.
That's a very good point, actually. Yes, no Shakib Al Hassan, of course, for Bangladesh. That's a dot ball played out to mid wicket from Siraj to Mahmudullah. After a rather dull, frankly, opening week to 10 days, suddenly the World Cup. I wouldn't say it's catching fire, but we've certainly had a couple of matches that have gone against the head.
Kieran Roseblade has given us some very, very funny comments on YouTube. I'll have to read just a couple of them at the end of the over about Fort Boyard being used for the Olympics.
Okay then. Siraj in again, as we saw the score predicted 247. Again, played out to mid-wicket. Again, no results. Dot ball, Mahmudullah taking over where his predecessor left off. He's 1 off 6. Lytton Das started very sedately, but then managed to find the accelerator pedal, which was good. But this over from Siraj has gone for just 1 run off the first 5 balls.
Mahmudullah is 37 years old.
37?
Oh, okay. He's not as old as Roelof van der Merwe, who's 38. Don't know if there's any older players in this World Cup. There probably are.
He made his international debut in 2007.
And that has been played down to an area of the ground which I can't immediately identify, but it's definitely gone for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes, nice shot through extra cover.
Through extra cover, very nice shot, yes.
So Kieran Roseblade says on the prospect of the Olympics being held on the Fort Boyard Island, accommodation for athletes there will probably be subpar as well, it being an old prison with no glass in the windows. And the random tigers roaming around might be an issue too. Back to the drawing board, I think. So the Olympic Squid Games might work. Non-medal athletes are terminated, which might be an issue for human rights. But if the fictional version nearly broke the internet, the viewing figures might be a bit better. Listen, if you think human rights are going to stop the IOC, you've been living in a cave for the last 30 years.
Yeah, but the IOC would have the lanes for the tigers. Right?
Yes.
The end of the 39th, Bangladesh are 186.5. I think we 3 gentlemen have got 1 over between us. So if you've got if any more bugbears to get off your chest, Ninja or Gary, this over's the one.
You made it sound like we were the 3 witches in Macbeth. Which ain't that far off, let's be honest.
Do you know why Shakespeare put those witches in? I never was wondering. It's because James I was a massive fan of witchcraft. In fact, he wrote a book.
Yeah.
He wrote a book about witchcraft.
It was very popular.
Pandering to the new monarch. Well, it was with James I, that's for sure. And that's slog swept, but deep square leg by Mushfiqur. He comes through for the single as a man out there.
I've just got my ticket confirmed for Liverpool in November for what my editor calls Macca's, starring Ray Fiennes. It's going to be a huge event in Liverpool in a kind of purpose-built theatre there. So I'm looking forward to that at the end of November.
Jadeja in again round the wickets. Mahmudullah manages to get him out through the gap on the offside for a single. Sounds exciting, Gary?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Ray Fiennes, a tremendous actor and particularly tremendous on stage. I think Sophie Okanoa, I'm not quite sure if I've got her surname, also a fantastic actor. She's playing Lady Macbeth.
Jadeja in again. Cuts, but unsuccessfully. Just dribbles out on the offside from Mushfiqur, dot ball.
Yeah, tickets are pricey, shall we say.
You don't really get very good value for money with Macbeth. It's Shakespeare's shortest play. And King Lear's the one you want, that's the longest. Jadeja's in again. And this one's a little closer to Mushfiqur. He bends his knees and cuts it nicely.
I saw a 3 3/4 hour version of Hamlet at the National about 13, 14 years ago with Rory Kinnear. 2 intervals. I don't think everybody came back after the second one.
Actually, I need to hastily correct myself. It may well be Hamlet, not Lear. That's the
longest.
Correct us, but I think it is Hamlet. Mahmudullah plays that first straight back to the bowler for a dot ball. We've got 1 ball of our time left together.
Yeah, no, I think I'm staying on. I think I'm going ball by ball.
Oh, you are?
Yep.
Oh, okay, well. Teacher's
I'll be back
yes.
at lunch.
Tony's pet. I've got 1 more stint. And that's dot ball played down by Mahmudullah at the end of the 40th over. Bangladesh 189 for 5. You'll have a new trio joining you, and I'll see you at the start of the Indian innings. Nice to see you guys. Cheers for now.
Kartik is joining us back.
Hello, yes, good to be back.
Aye. All going quite swimmingly for your boys, eh?
Yep. Just on track, as expected, I guess.
Yeah, they've subsided, haven't they? I mean, you'd think that they haven't really done. I suppose they've got 10 overs. 10 and over gets them to 289, doesn't it?
That'll be a decent score.
It will be a decent score. Can they get 10 and over? They've got a couple of finishes.
Kuldeep, who seems to have bowled about half the overs in this match, is in, and he's just tucked off the pads there to square leg, where I think that's Sky out there fielding for Hardik. No run, 1 run.
What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get your headphones on? Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Mahmudullah can hit a long ball, can't he? Mushfiqur's a sneaky fellow, and he's on 35 or 41, so he's got tons and tons and tons of experience.
And here's Kuldeep, left arm wrist spin, and that is defended into short extra. There's always a man at short extra, and there is no run. Mahmudullah has 6 off 11. He'll be looking to accelerate from here.
Yeah, both very capable of going big. But I guess India's bowlers have done really well.
Kuldeep's in again, and Mahmudullah does accelerate. He takes a couple of sachets down the track, and he lifts it over cow corner. He got plenty on that, and plenty on the scoreboard too.
Yeah, it landed just over the boundary though, didn't it?
Yeah, but it's these grounds. It's a decent hit on these grounds to get to the boundary. So he middled it. He didn't come perhaps absolutely out of the middle, but he middled that ball better than I middled a ball in about 15 years of playing cricket. So who am I to say? Kuldeep likely to be milked for 1, but he isn't, because he just pushes it into the leg side. Does the Mahmudullah, and there is no run.
I was going to say, typical of when a spin bowler gets hit for 6, the captain comes up and always acknowledges, says, "It's a good shot. It's a good shot, but that's what Kuldeep would want to see." Encourage him to keep going. I never understood that concept.
Yeah, slightly across the line into cow corner, so that gives the wrist spinner a chance, because the wrist spinner will turn a ball on almost any surface, although there's not been much turn in any of the matches I've seen so far in this World Cup, as Kuldeep's in again goes close to the wicket but bowls wide of the wicket, and he's cut to, I think that's Jadeja there, sweeping on the offside, and the ball is returned with a couple of bounces to soften it up.
This is what I was saying earlier. It seems to me that the ball has turned more in the second innings.
Yeah.
When I think teams expected to slide on a little bit and all that kind of shit, and it's turned more.
Goes back, does Mushfiqur, and just tucks this off his pads, but with no pace on the ball, they're able to get a single to Jasprit Bumrah, who's round the corner on the leg side. It's the end of the over.
Oh yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I think that the India-Australia game in Chennai, certainly the pitch certainly did turn, or at least Jadeja and Kuldeep made it look like it was a rank turner.
Well, you want to set that up against Australia, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Right, Leah says Toshiro Mifune is the best Macbeth ever, except no substitutes, Gary.
Well, I liked the Coen brothers Macbeth that was made a couple of years ago with only one Coen brother. I think it was Joel Coen who made the movie, and that was excellent. I should give you the score. The Bangla boys are 198 for 5. They have 9 overs to get to. What do we think would be a good score, Bear?
Well,
he's in again, is Jadeja, and this is defended to extra cover, no run.
If they got to 280, they'd be doing well.
280 would be a very good score.
Yeah, I think anything above 260 is going to be a great effort from here, but unlikely.
Just touched round the corner to the man who's on the edge of this circle, and therefore not saving one. They take the single on offer.
Well, what you do have to think is that the spinners will be out of juice soon, and then you go back to the pacers, and there's always a bit at the end with pacers whether if they get it wrong coming back, they can get taken for a few quite quick.
Jadeja's in again, admirably quick tempo he plays the game at bat and ball. This is defended to the Jonty Rhodes position at backward point, and it is no run.
I mean, 2 bad overs can yield 35 to 40 runs, can't it?
Yeah, we haven't seen that too often in this World Cup, though, have we? We haven't seen these mythical big overs of 20 odd. I think South Africa had a few, but not many. This ball is quicker through the air, slightly catching Mahmudullah off guard, and he sort of inside edges it onto his pad. This is good stuff from Jadeja. I think there's just 1 run so far from the 4 balls, so Mahmudullah will be looking to go big, I think, off these 2. But no, he just defends this one back to Jadeja. Don't think he can afford to be playing out the spinner at this stage of the innings, Bear.
But this is Jadeja's last over, and Kuldeep's only got 1 more as well.
You're ahead of me. Yeah, that's very good. So Jadeja's in, and Mahmudullah does defend this, and there's a sprawl from Jadeja, which was enough to stop them immediately taking the single and offered the opportunity for the man running round from extra cover to mid-off. So just 1 off the over. A very fine over to finish, a very fine spell, really. 10 overs, 2 for 38 for Jadeja. He remains a trump card in all formats of the game for India.
Aye, right, back to here. Warren says Tigers might spice up the 100 metres, and I presume he means the animal actually chasing the guys down the track.
Fort Boyard.
Absolutely. Messi Jez sends oldest cricketers from each team. Wesley Barasley is 39-year-old from the Netherlands. Mohammed Nabi is Afghanistan's oldest player. I think he's 38, isn't he? Mahmudullah for Bangladesh. Ashwin for India. David Warner for Australia. Moeen Ali for England. Cameron Ratney for Sri Lanka. Southey for New Zealand. Rashid Bandadusan for South Africa. And Iftikhar Ahmed for Pakistan. There you go. Oldest players in the tournament for each team.
Older than Roelof van der Merwe then was Baresi.
Yeah, well, Roelof van der Merwe was 38.
Yeah.
And Baresi, it looks like he's 39, so yeah.
My kids once described Roelof van der Merwe as a fat Darren Gough, and there's something in that.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Here's Bumrah. And this is a slow ball, and it's just tapped to the man at backward point. There's a little hesitation in the run. There was always one there, even to Jadeja, because he had to dive to get the ball. And they're through for a single. The 200 is up for the Bangla boys.
Yay. In 42.1 overs. Nice. I think we've got jingles for all these now, haven't we? Well, it's a batter's jingle, but we'll play it anyway.
100 runs and then some more, hitting an impressive score. All the fans, they scream for more. Double century batting man.
Here is Bumrah off his stuttering run, and this is just clipped off the pads by Mahmudullah, and the man sweeping on the leg side, who is Ishan Kishan. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right, but they take a single. I'm a bit surprised Ishan isn't keeping, and KL Rahul, although he's doing a good job, because I thought Ishan was keeping in the T20, but it's a bit like goalkeepers these days. Sides like to rotate their keepers. I'm never quite sure why, but
no. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, weren't we? I think. I thought Ishan Kishan was a better keeper than Rahul, but he's done all right.
I do. I'll come back to the slogan of the tournament, which is "It takes one day" after this ball, because
isn't that a tune by somebody?
Not sure. It's probably a jingle for it. As he steps back and is brilliantly caught, Jadeja. That's why he's a trump card in so many ways. He stepped back, did Mushfiqur. He loves going on the cut, as a small man and a wicketkeeper does. He hit it straight out of the middle, and Jadeja took off like a salmon at backward point, and he caught that horizontally in the air. 201 for 6. You'll never see a better catch.
Oh, got a player jingle. Yeah, that was cracking, wasn't it?
Yeah,
that was
fantastic
a cracking catch, wasn't it? Yeah. Go on, Kartik.
Fantastic catch, but for Jadeja, that's a regulation catch. You see him take that all the time, and it's just another day at the office. Exactly what India needed, and that man again, Jasprit Bumrah, Jazzy B, strikes again.
Well, the 260, 270 we were talking about now looks a long way off, because Mushfiqur was the man likely to score most of those runs. I think a lot's going to depend on the Mahmudullah here, and this, of course, is the danger of building a platform. You build a platform, and then you find that you lose 2 or 3 wickets, and the platform becomes a millstone round your neck,
and you wonder below your feet.
Yeah, and you wonder why you didn't go at sort of 5 and over earlier on, not 3.5, but. These are the conundrums of the one-day game, the 50-over game, which is, as we find out more and more, is very different to your T20s and very different to your Test matches.
I did. Someone's come out with a piece of paper with some instructions on. Is that who's batting next? Because oh right, we do know who's coming out next. It is this man.
Nazim Ahmed from Bangladesh owes him some spin. Nazim Ahmed.
He's got a very serviceable average of 29 for a number 8. He hasn't played many matches, and I bet he hasn't played many matches against India in India, because he'd have to be quite advanced years if that were the case. Spider Cam doing a fantastic job there in showing the full glory of the Jadeja catch. Yeah, he hit it hard, didn't Mushfiqur? He also hit it down. The ball at no point was higher than the point at which it left his bat, which shows how hard he hit it. And I think if you take a catch when the ball has been hit down, then it's a bloody good one.
Yeah, it's a great catch. Oh, that's
yep,
Shikhar Dhawan, isn't it?
No, it's his doppelganger.
Oh, right,
he's
okay.
part of that. He's part of the support staff. I think one of the trainers or one of the assistant coaches, perhaps. But
he looked like Shikhar Dhawan from that angle.
He did. Yep.
Bumrah going round the wicket to the left-handed Nazoom, and he's very good round the wicket, and he greets him with a short ball that Nazoom was half expecting, because he was swaying out of the way early on. He doesn't really play the part of the big nasty fast bowler, does he, Bumrah? I mean, he will bowl the odd short one. But
do you not remember that over at the end of the day against Jimmy Anderson in England when he bowled about 5 no balls?
True, and it was very much out of character, wasn't it? But yes, I mean, he doesn't quite have the snarl of a Lily, but then again, who does?
No.
He's in again, and this is another short ball, and it's swayed out of the way slightly less convincingly by Nazoom, and it's through to the keeper, and a wicket is bringing stodginess to the scoring rate. Only 2 off this over, 1 ball to come.
I think fast bowlers will always have that in them. The grunt, the anger, if you like. But that Jimmy Anderson incident you're talking about, he was definitely provoked.
Yes, he was.
So
that's part of Jimmy's stock in trade in the last 10 years or so of his career. And Jasprit Bumrah, there's a huge appeal here because Bumrah bowled full. He set him up for this in Nazoom because Nazoom was getting out the way of a short ball and then suddenly found that he had to put a bat at it. He offered a bat with no kind of lining up of the ball at all. It's gone through to the keeper. KL Rahul threw the ball up in the air, but Rohit's been talking to Jadeja. Neither of them, it seems, are too confident, and therefore the timer for DRS has gone. We'll just see it again here. Beautifully presented seam, and the ball skids on, but I think he missed it by miles.
They must have heard something, and the bat was miles from the pad.
The bat did hit the ground, though. It did hit the ground. We're seeing it again here. Yeah, there's nothing on the ultra edge until the bat hits the ground, and Jadeja knew that. We see him signalling it to Rohit. And Rohit was not as quick making that decision as he was driving his car the other day. So 201 for 6. Bangladesh are going absolutely nowhere here. That's partly down to the quality of the Indian bowling and perhaps the Indian batting as well. That I think they've just got to play some shots here. If they're bowled out in the 49th over, then so be it. But they can't keep taking 1-2 off overs. As Kuldeep is in again, and this is hit into the mid-wicket area, fetched from round the off stump, and it's Virat Kohli who finds himself at cow corner. That can't happen very often. No. And they're through for a single. 202 for 6, the Bangla boys, in the 44th over as the sun is setting over the beautiful hills of northern India.
He's off and out in the deep.
Sorry, there you go.
I was going to say he's off and out in the deep, isn't it, towards the end of an ODI. Virat Kohli's a good fielder in the deep, good catcher. Yeah, it's quick around the boundary.
Cow corner does seem a little...
Well, it's an obvious place.
Non-U for the King Kohli. But, yeah, could be.
It's just closer to camera 3.
Yes. That's a half volley, and it's just knocked back to Kuldeep by Nazoom, who may have that average of 29, but is batted like he's just been introduced to which end to hold at the moment.
I'll take the 29 from him, though.
Yeah, Kuldeep is in, and this is... attempted cut, but he was through the shot too early. It was Nazoom possibly trying to hit the ball too hard. It just went off a bit of a bottom edge back to the bowler, and there is no run. So I think Bangladesh have scored 4 runs off 2.5 overs. And given that we're in the last 10, that's not really very good. He goes back and punches this to the man coming in off the long off boundary, and they walk a single. Nazoom is off the mark from his 6th delivery. He has 1. Kuldeep has got 2 more balls left in this excellent spell. He does look a class act, doesn't he, in these conditions, Kuldeep?
Yeah, he's definitely... he came in, didn't he, 5 or 6 years ago and looked really good, and then went off the ball and was out the side for a while. He's made it back in.
He's in again as Kuldeep. That's wide, and it did turn a little bit. It's just hit to the man sweeping on the extra cover boundary without any great pace, and they're through for a single. Yeah, when you think Ashar Patel is not available here, because he would be a good bowler in these conditions as well, it just goes to show the riches that India have. Ashwin, of course, is on the bench, having had a late call-up. Kuldeep is in to finish his spell, and he does so with a single. It's conceded into the leg side. He finishes with 1 for 47 off his 10 overs. The Bangladesh have 205 for 6. Mahmudullah has 16. Nasum has 2, and the Bear has your tweets.
Well, Armchair Cricket Podcast says New Zealand were 187 for 4 in yesterday's game after 40 overs and took 100 runs in the last 10. Yeah, that's what we were saying.
True, there have been some.
But, yeah, it's not happened today, is it? I mean, it requires both to kick tee off and not give it away, I suppose. Leah says, Cody's been put at cow corner by Rohit, so as to have no say in DRS decisions.
Oh, very good point, because it was very much Rohit and Jadeja making the decision earlier, wasn't it? It's a very good point.
Yeah, I still think it's because of Coley Cam.
Yeah, it might be Coley Cam.
Yeah.
Look, Coley Cam has never had any problem finding him in other parts of the field.
Yes.
Here is Bumrah, and Nazem doesn't fancy Bumrah at all. He's just backing away now, and he attempted a half-hearted uppercut. If he pitches one up here, he's gone, isn't he? That was through to the keeper, no run.
You'd have thought.
I reckon the sponsors called. They've just given the BCCI a bit of a nudge. And have said, gentlemen, we need to get more airtime for Virat. So there you go. Now it's coming through thick and fast.
Well, I did say I'd come back to the slogan. It takes one day, and I'll give you that.
It takes one Kohli, I think.
Here's Bumrah again, and he again gets the front leg out of the way and his body out of the way, and they take a quick single from a Yorker that was jammed back to mid-on. No conviction at all in Nazim's play at the moment. He goes to 3. Bangladesh 206 for 6. It takes one day. Well, I think that slogan should be slightly amended to it takes 24 hours, because it feels like that's how long a match takes at the moment. We're about to hit the 3.5 hour mark, and there's still 5 overs to be bowled.
There was an extensive injury.
Yeah, but they should take them off. That's what they said. You should have a minute or maybe 2 minutes to assess the injury. And if you've got to go off, go off.
I mean, he was in the middle of an over as well.
It doesn't matter. If you need an injury treatment, you go off like in any other sport. As this ball is nudged to third man, and Mahmudullah hands the strike back to Nazem. I'm not sure that's the right tactics. Mahmudullah should surely be trying to take the strike and trying to hit boundaries rather than pushing the ball to third man and giving the strike back to a man who has shown no idea how to play Bumrah.
Yeah, I agree. Mahmudullah can hit a long ball, and he should be giving it a go.
He absolutely.
I'm not sure about the penalty of the over rates as well. I mean,
there is none. There is none. Everyone knows that.
But
Bumrah is in, and that's a wild slog from Nazem, and to absolutely nobody's surprise, he fails to connect with it, and it goes through to the keeper. The reason I say there is none is we keep getting told at the start of the series there'll be this and there'll be that, and over and over and over again, pun unintended, they find reasons why they extend the time available. And there is no penalty.
Well, there's always an add-on when a wicket falls, and there's always an add-on when there's a drinks break, and if there's an injury...
There's an add-on if they need an add-on.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying India here, all sides get it. But, you know, it's
But
ridiculous.
isn't there in this tournament, you have one fielder have to come into the circle if you're over the time, right?
Yeah, but they have so many allowances. It's a wild slog. Fly slip would have swallowed. I admit I would have had a fly slip for Bumrah. But I'm wise after the event. It went down to a very fine third man where Kuldeep did the fielding. They're through for a single, 208 for 6. Not so long ago we were talking about 260. We might be talking about 230.
Yeah, they'll get a lucky couple of overs where they get at least 10. I
don't think India will mind going over time today, and having that extra fielder in is probably not going to make too much of a difference.
Well, they might
be a catcher.
Yeah, they might actually give them the penalty this time because they can do it without any effect, as you say, any detriment, I should say. Leg stump half volley that Mahmudullah just turns off his toes, goes through to square leg, and they're through for a couple. So that's 5 off the over, which you know isn't enough at this stage of the game. And Nazem is back on strike. Bangladesh 210 for 6, 5 overs left.
Oh, that's me. Oh, excuse me. Brian Barris says, point of order, Gary. If someone is injured, it's sometimes not possible to just take someone off the field. Oh dear. Moving them without diagnosing what exactly is wrong with them might open a player to an aggravation of the injury.
Yeah, well, all other sports manage it, is what I would say. So
they don't generally. Football doesn't manage it very well.
Head injuries they don't, but pretty much everything else.
Nah, not really.
Get the player off the field where he can be assessed properly. Do it safely by all means. But all of the sports, you don't see someone taking their sock off and getting bandaged up on the field in any other sport. I don't know why we suggest that it works in cricket. And again, I'm not having a pop at Pandya. I've got sympathy for him. It was a horrible ankle knack that he got, and I hope the scans come back clear. But all that going on the field, it just would not happen in any other sport.
Well, I guess he wanted to complete his over if he could.
It doesn't matter. Get off. You can come back on another time. Thakur is into the attack, and he's immediately swiped by Nazum, who only has one shot, which is to step back and baseball it. It goes to cow corner, where Kohli does the fielding. A single is taken, 211 for 6. We're all waiting for Rohit, aren't we, to hit, and Shubman Gill? Aren't we just waiting for
we are a bit
India to bat?
Hoping they can bat rather quickly and get it over and done with.
I mean...
I mean, look, obviously the broadcaster is already looking ahead.
There's Rohit in shot.
2.5 big games, I suppose, coming up. But I think we're expecting Rohit and Gill to have some fireworks.
Again, no kind of shot from Mahmudullah. Well, to be fair, yes, he's just pushed it inside the ring, and he's taken a clever 2. So I'll accept the 2. Gets him back on strike, adds 2 to the score. But I still think he should be trying to hit boundaries early in the over. He can be doing clever stuff like that towards the end to get on strike. 213 for 6 now.
It's always interesting having captains not in the slips or not close in on the edge of the circle, trying to then give instructions as well.
Ben Stokes does this. He even in test matches, he goes onto the boundary and starts semaphoring and shouting the instructions in. But I think every England player, and indeed every England fan, is usually looking at Ben Stokes in those circumstances. So leg stump half volley, and it's hit hard backward of square leg. That was a bad ball. It deserved to be get put away, and sure enough it was.
First one of those for a while, eh?
Yeah, I think Thakur has been the weakest point in this attack, and you just wonder, are his runs worth not playing Ashwin for? Because I know they've already got 2 spinners, but surely Ashwin for Thakur is an obvious change, isn't it?
Well, I guess
think so.
Yeah, it's whether you see his batting as better than Ashwin's. Really, they're both all rounders in this side, aren't they?
And that's a short ball. That's a hit me anywhere. And Mahmudullah rocks back and says, "I'll hit that into the cow corner for one of these."
223 for 6.
I mean, I'm not saying I could have hit that for 6, but any batsman should be looking to hit that for 6. It really was sit up and beg. And yes, it was hit over there, and he can give it all the histrionics he likes, Shardul Thakur, but he's giving it away a little bit in this over.
It was off tracking piece of shit.
Yeah.
And what he needs is some tomato sauce for all these pies he's buying.
You're right. Mahmudullah goes to 31 from 26, and Shardul Thakur is in with a half volley outside off stump, and it's just pushed to the man sweeping on the cover boundary. 224 for 6. Thakur has 1 for 58 with 1 ball of his 9th over to come.
It's amazing he bowls so poorly, and this has happened the last couple of games as well. He's bowled so poorly, but somehow managed to pick up a wicket or 2 and keeps his place in the side.
Yeah, well, sometimes this can be the case. That's why I prefer to look at economy rates rather than wickets when I'm looking at white ball bowlers.
Especially in India.
Yeah,
I mean Ashwin's great in India. He's at home.
Thakur's in again, and he bowls that one quite cleverly because Nazum, who appears to have no idea what to do, jumped away to the leg side, and therefore he went wide, did Thakur, and he just managed to get a toe end of the bat for a single. 14 off the over, 225 for 6.
15 off the over.
Oh, 15. No. 15 off the over, and Nazum has 6 from 13, and he's back on strike. There are 4 overs left. The Bangla boys have 225 for 6.
Has Bumrah been bowled out? Surely not. So Raj 2 left. Thacker's got 1. Okay, so he's only got 1 left. I presume he bowls 49th, or does it not matter? It's not like 19th. He bowls the 50th. I don't know.
As long as Taco's not bowling, I think they'll be all right. Siraj, you've got a little bit of tap early on. He has 1 for 42 from his 8 overs so far, and Indo was a bit harsh about Siraj, I thought, earlier. But that's his prerogative. He had the mic, and that's what the mic gives you.
I think Bumrah's got 2, so I think they'll probably just bolt Siraj to... sorry, they'll probably bolt Thakur to even it up, and then you'd expect Siraj and Bumrah to finish off.
If I was King Kohli, I'd just be catching the captain's eye, just rolling the shoulders, saying, "Only gave a couple of singles away off my 3 deliveries. Another one skip. Another one skip."
Yeah, I wouldn't put that on 65 mile an hour pies. They were.
Oh, a little bit of in dip. So Siraj is in, bowls a half volley, and he's tonked hard by Nazum, who has his range at last. He was almost caught, I would suggest, and indeed he might have hurt his finger in attempting to effect the catch, Siraj, because he's looking at it a little tenderly at the moment. It was very much a long half volley, cleared his leg, and it did take the long finger of his right hand as it came back to him. So Nazum has middled one for one of these. I don't really understand that delivery, because he's seen Nazum clearing his front leg over and over again. So, aren't you going top of off stump instead of very full?
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I think he's trying to think, well, I'm better than him and I'm going to york him.
Yeah, maybe so. Another delay, while there's another injury being treated on the field.
You can't take bowlers off in the middle of an over to treat them. It's ridiculous. If it's just an injured finger, you go on and spade as fast, but you can't be saying
that's what you do. If you're fit enough to carry on within 2 minutes, you stay on. If you're not fit enough, you go off, and you get another one of the available players to bowl it, as they did with Kohli in any case with Hardik Pandya. As it is, the game is stopped, and treatment, no doubt required treatment. I'm not saying he's faking it at all. I'm just saying it should be done on the sidelines or in the dressing room.
It's not like that. When you've only got a certain amount of bowlers, I don't think that's reasonable.
It's a certain amount of bowlers. The only one who can't bowl is the keeper, and he might be able to take the gloves off and bowl. You might not have bowlers of the appropriate standard, but hey, that's the game.
No, I disagree with that.
Well, Siraj is back now within the 2 minutes, so it's okay. Steps aside, does Nazum, misses this one. That was at the top of off stump, but slightly went over the stumps, and there is no run.
It's almost like they need a medical timeout, just like they do in tennis. It's taking too long.
I'd be all for medical timeouts, but if you've got the medical timeout, then you've got to bowl the overs a bit quicker to allow that. Otherwise, innings will be going on for 5 hours, not 4 hours. So, I mean, I'd be all for a quid pro quo that says bowl 15 overs an hour and you can have a medical timeout. But not bowl 12 overs an hour and have a medical timeout.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. I mean, they do go too. I mean, admittedly, they do go too long. I mean, these games with the innings break are lasting 8.5 hours, and it's just fucking ridiculous.
Well, we're approaching 3 hours 45 now, as another attempted slog from Nazum. In fact, he was probably trying to uppercut that, but he reminds me of myself here, Nazum, because I could never connect with the ball. How many? He's faced 16 balls. I reckon he might have hit 6 of them. He's missed the other 10. That would be my guess.
That's probably about right.
Yeah,
that's probably a fair assessment, I'd say.
So McMadulla's coming down, and he's talked to him, and what he's saying to him is, just get a bat on it, will you, and we'll run a single, and I'll take over.
I'm sure somebody on the Twitter can confirm the stats for us there. How many balls has he actually hit?
Well, he's got 10 off 16.
He's in again. He does hit this one, and he hits it through. Wideish mid-off, come extra cover, and fair play to him. I was just bagging him there, but he's helped himself to 4 runs. Well done, Nazum.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
And that's 14 off 17. It's not so bad for a number 8.
No, it's not so bad, but at this stage of the match, you're looking to go up rather better than a runner ball. He's not quite at a runner ball. It was a slower one from Siraj. That smacks a little bit of trying to be too clever. All he needs to do is get one top of off stump, and surely he's gone here, Nazum. It's a short ball, and he misses that. In fact, he doesn't. He gets an edge through to KL Rahul, and he has 14 off 18 there, which I'm saying is substandard for a number 8 in these circumstances. The score is 233 for 7. Nazum is out for 14. There are 3 overs and 1 ball to come.
He's certainly below average. Obviously averaging 29 coming in. That's going to have to take a massive hit as well, I think. But look, he did his job as best as he could. The ship has probably sailed for Bangladesh.
I'm going to slightly take issue with you there, because if he'd done the job as best as he could, he'd have got Mahmudullah on strike more often. He was trying to hit 4s and 6s, connected with very few, and ended up gobbling up the strike with a man who we've seen can hit 4 and 6s at the other end. So I do take the point. He is a number 8, but a number 8 should be able to. I have a thing about number 8s. They should be able to play the situation.
Really?
I don't think he did. Yeah, really.
I think we've just become used to some solid number 8s in England, Australia, India, and forgetting the fact that Bangladesh is probably not at the same level.
Yes, perhaps so. Well, the fizz is in.
We love the fizz.
And the fizz will give some fizz to this tail end of the innings. He has 1 ball to face in this over, and it's a short one to nobody's surprise, and he thought about uppercutting it, didn't, goes through to KL Rahul, who seems to have taken quite a few catches in this match. At the end of the 47th over, 233 for 7. I don't know what the record number of catches for a keeper in a World Cup match is. I guess MS Dhoni probably has it for India.
I imagine it's 5 at least.
Yeah. I think he's got 3, maybe 4.
Yeah, possibly.
He's only got 2 actually.
Oh, there you go.
So not that many. Yeah.
Oh well, it's only 2. There was that splendid one down the leg side, and I thought he took another straightforward catch earlier on. So scrub that.
They thought it was a catch, but it wasn't. Won't be far off, sort of. The Shakib effect. That's for wrong. Obviously, our man from Bangladesh. He sent us a tweet right at the beginning of the game saying that he said it'll all be over by sunset, and Bangladesh would either be 90 all out or 8 for 227. And they're not far off 8 for 227. They are 7 for 223. 233.
Yes. We're seeing the edge that went through to KL Rahul, a big fat spike on the of the amplitude of the sound wave there, showing it was a thickish edge. Bumrah is back, and he's bowling at Mahmudullah, who's only faced 27 balls. He seems to have been in a long time. That's a slower one, well outside off stump, but inside the tram line, and Mahmudullah sort of says, I should have done better with that because he was through the stroke too early. Goes through along the ground, KL Rahul.
That was a much slower delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, see, I think you can go through your tricks to Mahmudullah. I think for the guys at the other end, it's top of off stump, please.
Either that or just full and straight.
Or full and straight,
into the feet, yeah. And Bumrah's really good at that, so look out for some Yorkers coming up.
And here is Bumrah again. This is again a little slower and wide of the off stump, but he's a class man as Mahmudullah. I don't know why he's so low in the order, and he steers that between the 2 men backward of square on the offside to the vacant 3rd man boundary for 4. Pretty good shot in the circumstances, that. Ian Bell used to play that shot where he just cocks the wrists as the ball comes past the bat and steers it to 3rd man. It was a slower ball, 2nd in a row from Bumrah, but he got plenty of middle on it.
I made a career out of the late cuts during my cricketing days.
Yeah, well, I played a lot of late cuts. Unfortunately, they were so late the ball had already hit the stumps. But
yeah, my late cuts 90% of the time ended up becoming late cuts just because I was too slow for the pace.
Yes.
But why let the truth get in the way of a good story?
Oh, right. Look, I've made a career out of that, so that's that's 2 of us in our different ways of the late cuts. So we're not playing cricket at the moment. I'm not quite sure why. Oh, it's a conference between Jasprit and his captain Rohit. Why not stop the game? It says there's 9 minutes to go with the innings timer, so 9 minutes will take us to 3 hours 50,
Probably 1 hour to go.
54 minutes for the innings. So they've been allocated 3 hours 54 minutes to bowl 50 overs. As this is very full, as you suggested, Kartik, and it's just dug out by Macmadullah to the man who's at short extra, but not so short as to save the one, because we're right at the death of the match. As the sun sets picturesquely over the hills there, Pune. Is that how you say? Is it Pune now? Because it was always Pune, wasn't it, in the days of the Raj, but Pune now.
Pune is how it's pronounced.
Yeah. As again, we're seeing the field set. This over's been going on for 3 or 4 minutes already, and we've only had 3 balls. It's the left.
Yeah, I think the key here for India is Bumrah. The key for Bangladesh is Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. So the Fizz is on strike, and left-handed. He's already got his front leg out of the way, and he plays a slightly crabbing forward defensive to Jadeja, who shows to throw down the stumps as Macmadullah takes his aging bones and scrambles back to his crease, backing up. 238 for 7, the run rate just shy of 5 and over.
Yeah, the Fizz seems to be taking the Fizz out of this over.
He does, doesn't he? It's all gone flat. As Bumrah again round the wicket to the left-handed Fizz, and he gets a leg stump toe-crushing half volley, and the fielders are tight on the one inside the circle for the Fizz, which is good attention to detail. And Shubman Gill, easily recognisable with his schoolboy looks and no beard, does the fielding. There is no run.
How old is Shubman Gill? He's only about 21, isn't he, or something?
No, he's a little bit older than that, I think.
He's. I'll come back to you with that, but I'm pretty sure he's in his 20s.
There's a red sun there, which is a bit of a tribute to the Bangladesh flag, actually. So maybe God is supporting Bangladesh, or is that Allah?
Allah.
Yeah.
24 to be exact.
24. Going on 14 by his looks. As Bumrah's in, gives him a bouncer. I wouldn't have done that because it would be quite handy for the Fizz to stay on strike. But 3 dots to finish the over. Bangladesh 238 for 7 with 2 overs to go. The Macmadullah has 37. The Fizz has none.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting it's me supposed to be telling you what's going on the socials. The Fizz at number 9 means the other 2 are very shite with the bat, says we're wrong.
Yes, you might be right.
Muttley says kitchen happenings have been happening. Had some leftover batter from the corn dogs yesterday, so he's made toad in the hole. And he's made a picture. That looks rather good, toad in the hole, it has to be said. Mr. Jez isn't asleep. He did promise sausage-related food posts throughout the World Cup. So he's good for his word. That looks, I'm saying that's a good looking. You got some onion gravy to go with it. Awesome. Tasty.
Well, we're waiting for the start of the 49th over. We're getting lots of pictures of a happy-looking crowd, all in the sky blue of India, which must be giving Forthy flashbacks to Highfield Road in the high days of Coventry City. Not quite the same sky blue, but close enough.
Speaking of intriguing dishes, I've always wondered, and maybe you guys can enlighten me here, spotted dick. Explain that one to me.
Well, rather like toad in the hole, there is no actual dick in it, at least I hope not.
It's basically a steamed pudding, isn't it, with currants in?
I think it is. I think the spots are raisins.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what else is there. It's a very school dinners 1970s thing.
Yeah,
really.
it's basically raisins and sort of chopped cherries or something in a sort of sponge pudding.
An infinite number of carbs on a plate to keep the kids going through the afternoon.
Something I wouldn't eat.
Siraj is in and he bowls full outside off stump, and that's why Macmadullah should be on strike, because he hit that quite hard and it's juggled by Shardul Thakur. He's not having the greatest game, to be honest. And they're through for 2. He wasn't juggling the catch, it's just the ball bounced and then he failed to get hold of it. But they were always coming back for 2. 240 now for 7. Siraj followed the Macmadullah as he moved around in his crease. Field is again being set. It takes an age to bowl some of these overs. Oh no, it's Mahmudullah is unhappy, as Mustafa Kaur wasn't he, earlier, with movement behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah, the crowd just excited, waiting for Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma to come in. I think they're over this batting innings as well.
Rohit
like us as well.
Moving the field as again he steps out towards the offside, does Mahmudullah. He's followed by Siraj, and therefore you end up with a straight drive being played almost off the edge of the cut strip. Good fielding from Siraj.
He's trying to get that over the leg side, isn't he?
Yeah, I just wonder if you can see the batsman moving that far and follow him that wide of the crease. Why can't you also sort of think, oh, he's moved that far, and spear it into leg stump? Because all three stumps are behind the back of Mahmudullah, which is fair enough. He's got to take chances now. He didn't get any runs from that one. And here is Siraj again. What's Mahmudullah going to do? He stands in his crease. He gets a half volley on off stump, and that's about as hit me a ball as you're ever going to get at this stage of the match. And Mahmudullah just dispatches it over long on for one of these.
Quality shot, that.
Yeah, I think that Mahmudullah is winning the battle of wits here with Siraj. And again, you look back to that innings from Nasum and you think, well, why didn't he just get Mahmudullah back on strike?
Could still get.
Yeah, I think. Oh, look, as I say, it was set. That was set up, moving around, and then you could just see Siraj expecting him to move around again, but this time he stood his ground and easy half volley over cow corner.
He only looks a slip of a bloke, does Mahmudullah, but he had plenty of power in that one. Went 10 rows back. That's a hideous wide outside off stump. Again, that's Siraj showing a little bit of inexperience, because Mahmudullah did not move, and therefore Siraj was following a movement that never came, and that's a wide in any form of the game.
Wide.
So 247 for 7, slightly getting away from India here towards the end. Maybe that god that's made the Bangladesh flag, Allah, is really on their side at the moment, with the sun setting in Pune.
He's got him rattled. Mahmudullah's got Siraj rattled here.
And that's a big half volley from Siraj, and he'll be slightly disappointed there, Mahmudullah. He was stretching for it. Yeah, you can see the disappointment on his face, because he was stretching for it, and because of that he just got a toe end of the bat down to third man. He gets the single, and Siraj will be much more pleased to see Mustafa Zur at the other end instead of Mahmudullah. 248 for 7.
Finally get to the 250, Gary. It's
Yeah.
taken a while, hasn't it?
It has. And it's, as perhaps I was saying when I came on the mic, it's much of it is about Mahmudullah, but he's only faced 34 balls. I don't think he's had anything like half the strike in his time at the crease. As Mustafa Zur attempts to, I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. He stepped away and ended up sort of playing a straightish drive off the back foot, and Kuldeep was in close at extra cover, and he
was trying to
stopped it.
Trying to hit that one through down out to Chennai, I think. That's the
Yeah,
rate that was going.
Yeah, but he was too leg side of the ball, and therefore couldn't get round to hit it into cow corner.
Could end up getting 260 as well.
Yeah. And here's Siraj again, and he bowls a foolish ball on leg stump, and it's hit down the ground, but Mustafa Zur, under instruction I'm sure, declines the single to put Mahmudullah on strike for the 50th over. 248 for 7, and India have 1 minute to get this over started, and if they'd had, there we are, 2 minutes to get this over started, so of course there will be no
penalty.
I think this is going to be a big over from the context of the game. You've got Bumrah from India's side. Shaw is going to try to keep it under 6-7 runs, which will be a huge result. And then you've obviously got the veteran, the experienced Mahmudullah for Bangladesh to see how many you can get. So this could actually, I mean, we talk about this being a flat wicket, but I mean, runs on the board is always, as we've seen, is put a lot of pressure on. So I don't know it's going to be as
Yeah,
straightforward,
only if
run
they
chase.
get, well, this is it. It's only if they get wickets. If Rohit goes off like he's gone in the last few games, then it becomes kind of moot, doesn't it?
There's so many Indians can make 50 off 40 balls, and a couple of those, I think this game is cooked. As this is a lovely leg stump Yorker from Bumrah that Mahmudullah just couldn't just dug out, and in fact they're going for the review here.
Yeah,
I mean,
I thought it was
missing leg by a distance, but we'll soon see.
I thought it was stone dead unless he got some bat on it, and I thought they thought he got some bat. I wasn't sure if he got bat on it or it was
I
leg.
agree. Yeah, I'm the same. I thought that was dead straight. I look forward to this replay. It's going to be an interesting replay.
I thought I could see 2.5 stumps with the front leg being cleared, but let's have a look. The ball is coming in, and it's a big inside edge onto, and I could see 2.5 stumps, but it's a big fat inside edge, so there won't be much back and forth with the DRS here. I'm amazed they couldn't hear that. Maybe they could hear it, and they just took a chance on it. It's the last over after all. Still a dot ball,
two up there, please.
and they've still got. Have they got 2? Do you get 3? I thought you only got 2. As
Well, now they've only got 1. Though.
Yeah, fair enough. Another wonderful ball. In fact, that is the ball he was looking for. That's the brilliance. He has the best Yorker, I think, since Waqar Yunus, because he was Yorked, was Mahmudullah. He's gone for 46 from 36. The score is 248 for 8, but he did a good job for his side, did Mahmudullah. Not many batsmen are keeping that out in the last over of an ODI.
Not been trying to score runs, eh?
Yeah, unbelievable delivery there. I mean, that's just trademark Jazzy B. You're absolutely right. Unplayable.
I mean, I've made this point, but it's never stopped me from repeating myself before.
No.
I'm just surprised that more bowlers can't bowl Yorkers at will. Glenn McGrath could, Waqar could, Bumrah can. I mean, I know it's not easy and the margin for error is limited, but given how much practice they do now and given how useful Yorkers are, you just think bowlers would have it as a delivery they can pull out.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you all the way, Gary.
You know, and they practice 4 different kinds of slower ball and can't bowl a Yorker. I just find that very surprising.
Well, they're going to get to 250 because the next man in is this dude.
He's colorful, he's wonderful, so cultural,
And it's Shuriful who gets a full ball, but not on the stumps from Jasprit, and he takes a single. So the innings is ending not with a bang, but with a whimper. Well, a whimper with the bat.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, the bowling is absolutely top class, as we've mentioned. And Bumrah stays round the wicket to the left-handed Mustafizur, is batting well outside his leg stump, and he sort of outdoes an Andre Agassi forehand return of serve there to a short ball and gets it to mid-on. And they're through for the single, which takes the Bangla boys to 250 for 8. A decent effort, but I feel at least 30 short.
At least 30 short.
Yeah,
Probably against India, probably 80 short.
Yeah, yes. So this is very Steve Smith-like. I've seen Smith play this shot a few times.
Yeah. But a top spin on it.
Number 10 doesn't get the same compliments, unfortunately.
No. As Bumrah is in from round the wicket, a Yorker length ball, and he followed Shuriful, and he got a bat on it, but no more than that. And this has been a absolutely splendid over, a wicket and just the 2 singles from it. I mean, I don't quite go the way I used to, which is to say, well, why doesn't he bowl this over every over? Because I think you might be able to line them up, but the control Bumrah has is just fantastic to see.
Oh, will they run anything off the last ball? Yeah.
Well, you'd have to think so.
May as
Run
well.
one through to the keeper.
May as well.
Yeah. Bumrah's in and he gets a half volley rather than the Yorker. There is the risk involved, because he was just missed his Yorker. He got underneath it, did Shoreful. I got plenty on it, over point, would you believe, for one of these. So the innings is completed on 256 for 8, as we're suggesting, between 30 and 80 short, one feels. But the Bangla boys have at least got something to bowl at. Kartik, how do you see the innings and indeed the upcoming chase?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, runs on the board is always good in any match really, but especially in a World Cup. I think a couple of early wickets for Bangladesh, and India will certainly be under a little bit of pressure. Having said that, I think it is definitely under par. I can't see India playing the same way Bangladesh did. I mean, they've just got too strong a batting lineup and too attacking a batting lineup to play conservatively. So this could very well easily end within 35-40 overs, or it could be a tight game on our hands. We'll have to wait and see. But I expect India to chase down these runs pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I would too. You can't see. You see Rohit. If Rohit bats anything like he's batted previously in this tournament, he gets off to a flyer. Even if he doesn't get a ton, he gets 70 or 80 off sort of 40, 50 deliveries. And Shubman Gill gets a start. They get up to 130 for 1 in sort of 15 overs, and then they're halfway there with so much time that Bangladesh won't be able to put any pressure on. Let me just give you the scorecard. We'll run it down. Tanzil Hassan was LBW Kuldeep for 51 of 43. Good start by Bangladesh. Lytton Das caught with Shubman Gill, bowled Jadeja for 66 off 82. Shanto, LBW Jadeja for 8. This is where it all started going wrong. Mahedi Hassan Miraz was 3 off 13. Caught a hole, bowled Rahul, bowled Siraj. Tawhid Hidroy caught Shubman Gill, bowled Thakur for 16 off 35. Mushi and Mamadullah started something but never quite finished it. Jadeja, Mushfiqur was out to Jadeja. Out to Bumrah, caught Jadeja. Cracking catch at backward point for 38 of 46. Mamadullah bowled Bumrah for 46, last wicket to go. Nassan Ahmed caught Rahul, bowled Siraj for 14. Mustafa, the Fizz, was not out 1. And Shoreful Islam, 7 off 3. Strike rate of over 200 there. The bowling figures: Bumrah 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 41. Siraj 10 overs, 2 for 60. Hardik Pandya went off after 3 balls, did his ankle. We'll see what happens there. Virat Kohli therefore bowled 3 balls for 2 runs. Shardul Thakur had 9 overs, 1 for 59. Kuldeep Yadav 10 overs, 1 for 47. And Jadeja was 10 overs, 2 for 38.
Just one comment I'll add before we take a break with the players for the innings. I think one of the elements that is involved in this World Cup is that I don't think the crowd will allow India to sort of push the ball around for 10 overs in the middle. I think the crowd will demand a boundary. If they've had 2 overs without a boundary, that will be communicated to the players, and I think this may become important as the World Cup goes on. The crowd are not going to let India drift with the bat. They're going to be making their demands. And that's going to be, I think, very much something in India's favour.
Well, that's the thing about being at home, isn't it? I mean, in the home of cricket as it is now in India, you'd have thought that was the case. That's why they're massive favourites to win the competition. Anyway, we should have a break. Thanks, Kartik. We're going to bugger off. We're going to play you yesterday's highlights during lunch, and we'll see you at the other end of the break.
We'll see you at the other end.
All right, bye.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Guerilla World Cup, the highlights. Guerilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
Good morning and welcome to Guerilla Cricket and to Chennai, gateway to the south of India. Well now,
What do New Zealand and Afghanistan have in common in this World Cup? You know that answer, of course. They have both beaten England. For Afghanistan, it was their first win after defeats to Bangladesh and India. For New Zealand, it was the tournament opener in Ahmedabad a fortnight ago. Yes, it really has been that long. Since then, the Kiwis have breezed comfortably past the Netherlands in Hyderabad and Bangladesh here in Chennai. So they have the advantage of local knowledge. Chennai is known as the Detroit of India due to its car industry. Well, on paper, it looks like New Zealand have the greater horsepower, but then we thought that about England when they played Afghanistan. Let us see how they line up on the grid with the toss and team news. Well, that I can tell you. The toss has been won by Afghanistan and Hashmat has chosen to field. They are unchanged. Rashmatullah Ibrahim Zadran, Ramat Shah, Hashmatullah Shahidi, Asmatullah Mamazai, Mohammed Nabi, Ikram Ali Keel, Rashid Khan, Mujib, Nevin ul Haq and Fazak Faruqi. New Zealand, pretty much as expected, I think. Conway, Will Young, Rashin Ravindra, Latham, Daryl Mitchell, Glenn Phillips, Mark Chapman, Mitchell Santner, Mark Henry, Lockie Ferguson and Trent Bolt. Messrs, are the Kiwis heading inexorably towards the semi-finals?
You sort of get that feeling, don't you? I mean, I was talking with someone last night about the semi-finals, and I forgot New Zealand were unbeaten. And it's just like they're always like that. They just do it and do it and do it. All of a sudden, they're standing in front of you saying, "Hey, remember me?" And they're just steady. They're not. I think their biggest threat is if they face a huge total and have to chase it down. But I can't see them not being steady enough to win this one today, I'm afraid. I'd love to see Afghanistan score another upset. And Gurbaz was just so fantastic the other day. I'd love to see him make a 200.
Chennai known for its humidity. Is that going to have an impact, Messrs?
Yes, it is. It's going to be a huge amount of dew this evening. I think that's almost certainly why Afghanistan chose to field first. At the moment, it's about 32 degrees. It's about 68% humidity already. And I tell you what, the Kiwis love to drip when they're batting. We'll see the taps turned on from their helmets every other ball within no time.
Well, there's a thought to conjure with. It looks like it's going to be Mujib to open. It is. That's not a surprise, and it's defended by Conway. Back to him. We'll just wait for Fazal Faruqi. Edged, take or dropped. Oh dear me, that was a legitimate edge. Will Young chased it, and I'm afraid he's gone down at first slip. Ikram Ali Keel is the first man to clap his gloves together and say, "Come on, lads, don't worry about that."
Perfect height as well for the first slam.
It really was, as Andy quite rightly said. It was to his left. It was definitely first slip's catch. I don't think it was one that Ikram Ali Keel probably would have gone for. As we wait for Mujib, this is down leg and flicked away around the corner, and it's going to go for the first boundary. It's nicely helped on. I'm pretty sure that's four. Yes, it is one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Can't afford to stray down leg, really, especially when you have the field in and no fine leg. That's always going to be either a wide or 4 runs on this occasion. Nicely flicked away by Conway. That is launched high. Handsome. Is it going to drop over the field? It's done that and the boundary by quite a distance. It's the first one of these over long on by Will Young. That's possibly in front. There's a huge shout. It's Joel Wilson. Now, Joel Wilson is unmoved. Therefore, surely they'll review. Indeed they have. So I'll hold my thoughts. I was going to say it was full of classic strokes, and a lot of them were superb drives and cover drives, rather than lumping big sixes.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely.
Anyway, it's 30
it's very
without loss. We have a review.
You look pretty
it looks
straight.
pretty. The bear thinks it's out. He's come in to A, tell me he thinks it's out, and B, make sure I press the right button at the right time.
It's possible it might be clipping leg. It depends how far it was turning.
We're waiting to see a review. Afghanistan are standing very collegiately and collectively with their arms around one another. Let's have a look. I think that looks bang in front to me, I've got to be honest. The original decision from Joel was not out, which of course is a point in its favour for being out.
It could be going down, but
You think it might be going down?
Possibly.
Not given, therefore, obviously, umpire's call would be... It still has to be... Well, just clipping would count as umpire's call, wouldn't it?
yeah.
Conway's gone for a chat with Joel, going, no, mate.
You definitely didn't hit it.
It's no way it hits the bat. It thumps into that black pad on round about the knee roll. In fact, it does thump into the knee roll, I think, just below the knee roll, perhaps.
It looks pretty plump, but
I'm with you, Annie.
I think it.
Yep,
Pitch is outside off. The impact is in line. It is hitting Joel. I'm afraid you're going to have to reverse your decision again. And there goes the eternal Wilsonian symbol. His arms go across his chest. Devon Conway has to go. And, I think Afghanistan, Majib and co will be delighted. New Zealand 30 for 1.
And Messi will be very
20 off 18,
LBW
to Majid. Flicked away off his toes
nice
by
spot.
Ravindra. I don't think that was a drop, although Gurbaz is wondering if he's saying, did it carry? He dived to his left. I didn't think it carried. Joel Wilson has picked the ball up and he's running his fingers across the seam. Perhaps he thinks it's a book. I don't know. He's picking something out the seam. Is he allowed to do that?
Oh, it did.
I think that did catch, and Hashmat it was, the captain. Well, I've done that a disservice because that was flicked by Ravindra. Hashmat dived to his left, and that is the second chance that has gone down, I'm afraid, for Afghanistan. This one is defended by Ravindra off Naveen. It's the end of the over, so it means at the end of the power play, I've missed that score. What are they? 43.
Yep, 43 for 1.
43 for 1 at the end of the power play. That was the voice of the bear who's going to take you through ball by ball for the next 10 overs.
Down the track though comes Will Young. Should have caught him, should have been out for bugger all, but instead he smashed that straight back over the keeper, the bowler's head, gets himself 6, and he's going to move on to 57 for 1, and he's 33 or 41. Nabi has come round the wicket to Ravindra, who has done exactly the same thing as Will Young, and he's come down the track, smashed it. It went very, very high, but it also went long enough to get over the boundary, and he's going to move on to 64 for 1. Nabi, again, Young comes down the wicket. He's got that up again. I don't think he hits those perfectly, because they're only just dropping over the boundary, and they're generally going up a very long way into the sky. But it is 6 runs, and he's going to move on to 79 for 1. Ravindra is facing up anyway. Last ball of Naveen's 4th over, around the wicket, driven hard, and beats the man at mid-off. That was beautifully driven. Gets himself 4 runs to end the over. And at the end of the 17th over, 92 for 1, New Zealand. Rashid Khan is into Will Young on 49, who drives that behind point, and not only will he get to his 50 with a 4, he moves on to 53 or 57. New Zealand's 96 for 91.
And one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Naveen around the wicket. Oh, now smashed over the top of mid-off. It was aerial for a while, but that's 4 runs down to long off, and that will bring up the Kiwi 100 as Young moves on to 54 of 59.
Had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Hold on.
There were 4.
And the Kiwis are 102 for 1.
Well, the jingle was playing, and we've had a massive moment here in Chennai. Asmatullah Amarzai struck with his second delivery. Goodness gracious me, it's an absolute japper. Full and straight cannons into the middle stump of Rachin Ravindra, and the New Zealander has to go for 32. Let's just watch this ball back from Asmatullah Amarzai. Oh, that is beautiful. Ravindra playing across the line. Ball angled in straight on the middle stump. Stump splattering. Steve, how about that for a delivery?
That was a beaut, wasn't it? Absolutely flat and middle stump. Ooh.
Hang on, we might have another wicket
I
here.
think Joel Wilson is getting a bit excited.
We're just checking the front foot here. No problem there with Asmatulla's front foot. So, in terms of delivery itself, it was full. It was outside the off stump of Daryl Mitchell, of Will Young. Sorry, not Daryl Mitchell. Of course, they swapped ends. They think there's a feather behind. It's a good take.
Very good.
Diving low to the left of Ikram Ali Kill. He seems to have taken that, gents.
Yeah, no grounding on that at all. That went straight in the glove. So one-handed to his left, very good catch. So
This should be the third wicket. And it will be the third wicket. Afghanistan striking twice in the over. Asmatullah Omarzai. Goodness me, Will Young departs for an excellent 54 from 64 deliveries. But that is the third wicket to fall. And all of a sudden, New Zealand, who were in control here in Chennai, find themselves 110 for 3. Oh, no. It's going to be even better. Rashid Khan. Goodness gracious me. Daryl Mitchell, it's a bit of a long hop from Rashid Khan. Mitchell goes for a powerful pull shot. And he smashed it. Oh my goodness me. He smashed it straight to the man in the centre circle.
Here you go.
You silly little boy. What on earth were you playing at? No!
Very appropriate jingle, because that was really not very good at all by Mitchell, was it?
That was pathetic.
Goodness me. Good catch, though, from Ibrahim Zadran. That was a really, really good catch.
Rashid strikes.
Has to depart. But let's face it, gents, a rather ugly 1 from 7. Didn't look comfortable at all at the crease. As Omarzai comes into bowl to Phillips. That's a lovely shot. We're going to have a boundary. Cut away for 4. Steve, play the jingle. Well, that is a much better shot from Glenn Phillips. It was a short delivery from Omarzai, and he cuts that superbly away to the fence for 4. That's much more like it from Glenn Phillips. Again, the dashing New Zealand middle order batter. In fact, he's shaking his head there. He's not happy about something, but he should be happy with that shot.
This one is just guided very, very fine through a sort of a leg slip area, and fine leg was up in the circle, couldn't get round
Nicely timed
to cut it off, but that has actually gone for one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Haven't had many of these recently, have we?
Sort of a scoop, but just deflected really rather more than scoop.
And it went very, very fine.
This one's outside off, and talking about teeing off. And it's just gone over. Was it Rashid on the boundary? Just gone over the Afghanistan fielder. And we have actually had a maximum.
We haven't had one of these for a while, have we?
No. Latham waits for Majib and strokes it fairly straight down to long on, where the fielder comes around sliding and cuts it off. And again, they've added 2 to the score and gone to a little milestone of 151 for 4. Rashid, that's a beauty back into beautiful off cutter, and it's rattled into the pads. The umpire has called it not out, and I think they're going to have a debate, and I suspect they're going to send this up actually.
Oh, I think they're going to send
it's
it up.
Probably missing.
I don't think it's missing. I think it's probably hit him outside the line actually.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
They have reviewed it.
I don't think they're sure enough about it. Neither's Jonathan Trott.
No, I think Jonathan Trott thinks no, but I think that
They've got 2 reviews that, they need to break this momentum, so...
Anyway, we're waiting for the technology to kick in.
We're having a good look at Jonathan Trott.
Yeah.
Certainly didn't.
So, pitched outside.
Oh, you never know.
And I think that's hit in line with off stump.
Well, I think that's out if it's hit in line.
And if that's hitting and not going over,
Didn't
it's below
hit
the
the
lee
bat.
roll, so...
if that's in line, that's going on to hit the inside of middle stump, I reckon.
I think Phillips is probably in trouble here.
I think you could be right. We can got little fucking
Who's the umpire? Was it Joel?
edge. And that's, clearly
You
no.
cannot be serious!
I think that is definitely...
Yes.
It's a question of whether it's umpire's call. Nah, it's umpire's call.
Umpire's call, impact.
Umpire's call, actually, on impact and on height. So it's going to be not out. Where's the not out thing?
Well,
there
we have to say that was a good call by the ump.
Yeah, it was.
Not sure sure.
Which is
he knew that.
strange because it's blind Joe Wilson.
I think it was a 50-50 toss-up guess on his part.
Well,
but he got it right. He called
Maybe he changed his glasses.
Well, the funny thing is, if we'd have given it out and it had gone the other way, it would have been out as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the end of the 40th over, New Zealand 185 for 4, run rate 4.63. I will leave you in the capable hands of Bear, Aaron, and I believe the returning Messers. Bye, Annie. Nice to see you. Keep well.
Hi.
I take it all back, Aaron. See you, Annie. Lovely
Yeah,
to see
and we're
you.
on Mog.
Oh, now that's... Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you not going on that for 2 hands? Jesus Christ. Latham has gone to reverse sweep that. He's reverse swept it in the air. Should have been caught by the man at short third man. I mean, it was going straight to him. He didn't seem to get round into position to catch it. He just stuck out a paw as if to catch it light-heartedly with one hand. I mean, what is that? That's just terrible. And it's a drop catch. I mean, that should have been out. What's he doing?
Oh, that's lazy from
That
Majib.
is really terrible. It's Majib
That's
out there
pathetic.
as well. It's really pathetic. Yeah, that should have been out. Should have been getting himself in position. Should have taken that with 2 hands above his head. There's no excuse for that. Oh, he's saying he lost it in the lights, but I don't know. Yeah, and there's a big one. That's gone up, long, back into the crowd. Glenn Phillips has slog swept that all the way for 6. Does that bring up? No, it's 199 for 4, and he moves on to 48. Swept then by Latham down to the man on the 45. They get through for the one. That is the the New Zealand 200. They get to 200 for 4 in the 43rd over, 42.1 overs. Phillips is on 48 of 66, and Latham is on 28. Chipped in the air. Oh, it's another drop.
Another one.
Unbelievable. That was full stretch from I don't know who it was at cover. But it was right up and he had to go full stretch and he just palmed it over the bar. And yet another drop. Rashid could have had 3 wickets and 2 in the last 2 overs. And Latham is living very much a charmed life. That's driven by Phillips. Back past
And
the
there it
bowlers.
is.
Last ball of the 43rd over. Glenn Phillips hits it down to long off. Gets himself a single. Moves to 50 off 69 deliveries. And New Zealand are 205 for 4. So that's played up to long on and there's no run.
And it's the 100-run partnership.
And it is the 100-run partnership. So 100 runs off 137 balls. And Phillips is on 53 and Latham is on 43. 210 for 4. He's swung that one. You can't bowl there to him. He's given that the big heave-ho. It's in the slot. Smashed back over long on for 6 runs. Score moves on to 219 for 4. 219 for 4 comes in round the wicket and it's gone again. You see, this is. Oh, has he got enough on that? Yeah, he's definitely.
Yes, that's going for 6.
That's another 6. 2 in a row.
Interesting field as well. So they've got mid-off up in the circle, extra covers up as well.
That implies you're going to bowl full and straight outside the off stump, doesn't it?
Yeah, try and bait him into that expansive drive over those 2 men.
Well, exactly, he does, and it's gone up. I'm not sure it's gone long enough. Certainly gone up. Oh dear, oh dear. Rashid Khan had to chase it back. That was dropped. It wasn't an easy drop. He wasn't coming in off the boundary. He was going back. Mid-off was up, obviously, on the 30-yard circle, and so, well, they were trying to tempt him into that shot. It's quite a risky strategy. And he got it right on the toe end. It went a long way up in the air. Rashid Khan had to chase it back. He's trying to catch it over his shoulders. He ended up actually not dropping it because he didn't actually get any hands on it. He's looking straight up in the air and feeling for it as it dropped through his hands. I wouldn't call that necessarily a drop. Again, a big inside half of the bat. It goes down towards long leg. They're thinking about 2. They're not going to get 2. Poor throw. Goes over the head of the keeper. But they don't get the overthrow. That means Latham moves on to his 50. He goes to 50 off 67 deliveries, and New Zealand are 236 for 4.
Oh,
Latham has hit that straight back. I think that's
all the way for
6. That's a great shot. He's just clipped that back over the bowler's head, and it's gone for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
242 for 4.
Yeah, it was.
Well, he
He
shut.
bats, the redder he gets, he's going to explode soon.
Yeah, but he
So
shuffled
red.
across as well there, didn't he? He knew that was going to be full and wide, so he got across to the ball and shuffled down the pitch a little bit, which allowed him to do that. That one has been swiped.
That's going for 6 more.
That's going for 6 more consecutive sixes as he's hoiked over deep cow corner. Consecutive sixes once more.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Yeah, that was a little off cutter. But too wide and too short, and he knows what's coming really here. That one is a great shot.
good
Latham
shot.
has gone right inside that. He hasn't got 6, but he has got 4. He's paddled that. He's gone right across and paddled it over the keeper. Thought it was going to go all the way for 6, but it hasn't. It's landed just inside the rope and then got itself over the rope for 4 runs, but that moves the score on to New Zealand over 250. That's 252 for 4 with just over 3 overs to go.
This man on screen now is your death bowler, Naveen ul-Haq, and he should get a wicket here. He does. He does a full toss to Glenn Phillips, who just chips it all the way down to Rashid Khan at long on. And the 5th New Zealand wicket does fall. We are just going to check the height of this delivery, though, for a no ball. Funny, as soon as Bear goes, all of a sudden, wicket.
Yeah.
You to get as soon as
you
I'm
should have
back
been on commentary the whole time.
Yeah. Goodness me, I've been the good luck charm for Afghanistan today. I don't think there will be an issue with the height there, though, so I think that is the end of Glenn Phillips. Let's just check that. No, there's no issue there at all. That's a perfectly legal delivery. Glenn Phillips will have to depart for 71 from 79 balls, chasing a full toss from Naveen ul-Haq. It wasn't the finest delivery from the Afghan seamer today, but it does bring the big wickets of Glenn Phillips for 71 as the Bear rejoins us.
Oh, he's bowled. Latham
dear.
is now gone as well. Naveen has come back and he's struck twice in the same over. Latham has tried to ramp that over the keeper. He's gone right across his stumps trying to get it over the keeper. Missed it, and it's taken out his off stump, and he has to walk off. He goes for 68 off 74. New Zealand 255 for 6.
Oh, dear.
Full ball. Nasty. Full toss outside off stump. Could well be a no ball. Hopefully it won't be. But it's been cut. It is a no ball.
It is a no ball.
Oh, it's the worst of all fucking worlds. The shitty ball outside off stump. Full bunger outside off stump wide. That gets smashed for 4. Dreadful start to the over. Chapman faces up 13 off 6 he has. Smash! He's got hold on that one. That's a flat. That's a smaximum. I'm going to call that what it is. A smaximum.
Wow.
Bashed out over mid wicket in the slot. And just heaved flat out to mid wicket for 6 runs.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs moving side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smaximum. That's a great shot.
It is.
It is, but it's short again, isn't it?
Well, it's not that short. It's actually quite full. That's why he's picked it up over there. 276 for 6. Well, this is the last ball of the innings. Santa is facing up 3 or 4. He smashes it back over the bowler's head. It's going to get 4 runs to end the over, and they will end on 288 for 6. No one straight. There was a man out at long off. We'll give it that.
Well, we are back in Pune. It's a shortened, I think, innings break, perhaps because they slightly ran over in the first innings. I'm supposed to be joined, I think, by Forthy.
I'm here.
And Anindo. Oh, you are here. He's just appeared.
I am.
As if
I
by
appeared
magic.
I appeared like Mr. Ben.
Mr. Ben. It was he the one who went into shops and sort of changed. No, where did he change? Where did he always get changed into his different outfits?
Oh, yeah.
It was in a shop they used to do that, wasn't it?
He was a shopkeeper.
Yeah, maybe that was it. Unless you were referring to Tony Benn.
Not referring to Sir Anthony Widgeford Ben, no. The well-known spurner of knighthoods.
It's going to be Shoreful Islam who's going to open the bowling. We know, I suspect, who's going to open for India. Shall we move things forward by jingling up the speedster, the man who's just got done for speeding in his Lambo?
264.
He's indeed going to be Rohit Sharma.
I was in a... Yeah.
And at the other end, as it were, where is our friend Shoraful? There he is.
He's colorful, he's wonderful, so cultural, so touchable, as flavorful as
He's going to be in to bowl the first ball to Rohit's left arm over, swings in a little bit to Rohit Sharma, who defends back down the track to Shoraful Islam. That's very beautiful. It always makes me think slightly of a rueful Sean Connery when I hear that. I'm feeling a little Shoraful.
He does. Even his best friend wouldn't describe Sean Connery as having great range, but he made a lot of what he had.
He did. He had a great range of accents, mainly all used in one film, though. So I seem to remember, wasn't it, the Untouchables? In comes the left arm of Shoraful again, wide of off stump, drilled away beautifully by Rohit through extra cover for 4 runs, and India are up and running.
When are we still going?
We are.
When I first started in advertising, any brand personality, people would have a conversation about it, and then they'd say, "Oh, Sean Connery. Yes, our brand's very like Sean Connery, isn't it?" Every brand was Sean Connery.
Oh, right. Sort of rugged but sophisticated at the same time. There's a slip in place for Shoraful. Rohit defends into the onside. There is no run, just the one boundary, but off the second ball, so he didn't hang around. As you would expect of a man who's just been done for driving his Lamborghini up the highway at about 180 miles an hour. He's likely to be in a hurry. Is Rohit. That was a gorgeous shot, though.
You remember the song, "My Maserati does 185, I lost my license and now I can't drive"?
Yeah, it was Joe Walsh.
Well done. Life's been good.
It was Life's been good, as this one's away backward to backward point. No run.
I go to parties sometimes until 4. It's hard to leave when you can't find the door.
That's it. Very good. You remember all of that?
I do, yeah.
Latterly, of course, he'd been with the Eagles, has Joe Walsh.
Apparently he kept the Eagles together in their latter years because they were all at each other's throats, and he came in as a
He was the
jester.
voice of reason. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Kettler, one of the umpires, Richard Kettleborough, and Adrian Holdstock, the other. That's uppish. Oh my word! It's a backward a point. Who was in the game for sure? My word! He dived away, and it looked like he might just get a hand to that. He hasn't. It's gone for 4 more. But
I think he might have got a hand to that.
There's Mahidi. We'll have a look. Thank you, Anindo.
No.
Possibly the
Just missed it, I
merest
think, yeah.
tip of a fingernail.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, it was a shot not without risk, shall we say? Anindo, by the way, of course, is back with us. Were you caught on the hop by the slightly foreshortened innings break?
I was indeed.
Down the track, he has a swing and a miss. Sorry, Anindo. Well, Shoraful thinks there's a chance of an edge there. He's having a chat to the wicketkeeper. Not given. And we shall move on. It's 8 without loss. Sorry, Anindo, why don't you finish what you're saying?
No, it did take me by surprise. I wasn't expecting them to come out so quickly.
It took us all by surprise. Fourthly, do we have anyone you wish to
just a couple. Our own messages. The Bears not going to be happy with me if India win this by scoring exactly 257. The GPL pot will be mine, all mine. And Brian Barish, every time
you thoroughly deserve it.
He does. Brian Barish says, every time you say Shoraful Islam, I think of Saripul Islam, who bowls for the Philadelphians in the league I cover. And I'm starting to think, based on both performances, that the latter is the wish version of the former. Thank you very much, Brian.
Mushfiqur Rahim, of course, is the man behind the stumps, isn't he? And it's the Fizz. We're going to see the Fizz for the first time with the ball. Quite tall and rangy is the Fizz. This one is whipped away.
Beautiful.
That's a beautiful flick off his legs from Shubman Gill. hardly any effort. You heard a purring an Indo who was enjoying every moment of that, and why wouldn't he? It's 4 of these.
It sounded just like Rohit Sharma's Lamborghini just before he was pulled up.
Was well, possibly quieter. I mean, it was that effortless. The Lambo, I would have thought, has a sort of a fairly throaty sound to it, but you could see that being sort of quite quiet. This one is defended this time, similar direction, pushed out towards mid-on, but just a single on this occasion. So Shubman Gill swiftly on to 5. Rohit Sharma is also away, going nicely. We're having a little look at Shubman Gill in the nets. 13 without loss is where India are. 257, remember the target. It's a funny old innings from Bangladesh. 63 in the power play, going really nicely. 93 they were at one point after 14. Did rather fall apart. Lytton Das was the key man for them with 66. And a late order flurry, or middle order flurry from Mishfikur and Mahmudullah. Not a whole lot else. Kind of an innings of 2 parts, the beginning and then the rest, as this one was pushed down the ground by Rohit, and he'll get another single. Fielded by Nassum, who is in the side today, given the absence, I think, of Shakib, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. Nassum Ahmed's in pretty much for Shakib Al Hassan and his dodgy quad, which they seem optimistic-ish as far as we can tell. Won't keep him out for too long, but they're funny things, quads. Particularly
Ishan Kishan seemed to be playing around with an oversized lingerie.
In comes the fizz. Hold on 1 second as this one's defended. I just heard oversized lingerie, and I was wondering if that's a sort of a special interest magazine on your bookshelf in Indo for a second.
No, that was Ishan Kishan holding one.
Oh, right.
That's what it looked like in the dugout.
I was going to say, it's coming in a brown paper envelope. It's my logo. It's the latest edition of oversized lingerie. Shh, don't tell.
Red.
Don't tell Mrs. Dutter.
The red.
14 without loss. In comes the fizz again. He's got nice, smooth, easy run up as the fizz. Left arm, whippy too, and it's defended by Shubman Gill.
He's bowling at a nice pace.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's going very nicely. Although he's gone for 6 off this over, but he's hauled it back after the boundary off the first and then a couple of singles. He's come back with a couple of dot balls. I was watching a few earlier highlights. Shoreful as well. Pushes it through a bit, doesn't he? No Tamsin today.
Yeah.
I've got a Tamsin. I'm married to her.
Yeah, I don't think I said that right, did I? Taskin, I meant to say. As this one was dabbed to backward point. Tamsin, I must have been. It was the oversized lingerie that's got me all over the place. I was thinking of Tamsin Outhwaite for some reason, the actress, who is not that big to wear oversized lingerie, just in case she's listening for any reason. The lovely Tamsin Outhwaite. I'm sure your lingerie is a perfect size. Rescue me, Forthy.
Pretty sure that won't make the highlights. Brian Barish had, I never realised that Joe Walsh was in the Eagles until he came on a live version of the American Who's Line and did Eagles songs as part of the musical section. Well, yes, he was. I think from, I don't know, sort of after Lake Period. In fact, we've got an Eagles jingle I heard earlier, didn't we?
We do, yes, we do.
Peaceful, easy feeling. And just as you were saying, it sounded as if the last bowler had a peaceful, easy run up to the wicket. That's the way you were describing it. I actually, in my pre-punk days, rather didn't mind the Eagles. It's easy to forget now. They were
in comes
the biggest band for a couple of years.
It's wide of the off stump of Rohit, and he leaves it. Bear, what are we adjusting? Well, I'm just curious. Is someone needing turning up? Me, apparently. Oh, I can hear myself louder now. Ah. There you go.
Alan Donald sitting pensively by the boundary line.
Yes.
Watching his bowlers bowl.
Well, Taskin, Shoreful, the Fizz, they I'm sure have all benefited from having the likes of him as their
with a man
bowling
like Alan
coach.
Donald there,
Shoraful is in, but Rohit, oh, he plays that so well. Up onto his toes he goes, carves it away, out through cover. One of these. And curiously, we're seeing an Indian fan dancing who could have been actually in perfect rhythm to the jingle. maybe he's got it in his ears. Maybe that's why. Maybe that was it. You just never know. There's a cover and a backward point. They're about 20 metres separated on the offside. Rohit Sharma has accelerated his power plays in ODIs dramatically. It was 70 before 2022. Since it's been 111. Wow. That's defended though. 18 without loss. India off to a decent old start. But then Bangladesh got off to a pretty decent start.
Not really. I mean, they were like, I don't know, they were at 2.5 runs per over when they started, and then they really, right? I think Siraj had a bad over, or one of them. Or Shardul.
Spin again was the economic. Bumrah and the two spinners were the more economical of the bowlers for India, as this one is defended back down the track by Rohit. I was doing a little bit of research about Pune or Pune.
Pune.
Apparently badminton.
No.
The game of badminton used to be called Pune because it was sort
invented
of
there.
Well, yeah, and it was largely invented there, and that's where the rules came from. So it's associated with the game of badminton. For a long time, the tallest family in India lived there.
And
I don't know if it particularly encourages tall people. Shoraful in, pulled away by Rohit. He's launched that. Whoa, there is a sea of sky blue wearing Indian fans. They're not Coventry fans, although one or two of them maybe, you just never know. And they're all clamouring to see who's going to catch this, because it's gone, well, many rows back. Oh, as he said, trying to...
Hey, it was...
Let's talk about
Sorry,
sex.
Wolfie.
Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex. Let's talk about sex.
That was absolutely enormous from Rohit, and that seething sea of blue.
I think that Indian blue is just a couple of palette shades deeper than the Coventry sky blue.
In comes Shoraful, full whipped off his legs by Rohit. Should come back for 2. They might have to hurry. He just does a little bit of an extra spurt of acceleration, does Shubman Gill at the non-striker's end. It means that if my maths is right, Rohit should have kept the strike, and it won't be Gill opening for the next over, facing the next over. But it's 26 without loss after 3. India going nicely. 4th.
We've got a super chat from Stephen.
Fantastic.
For €2 for the Support Tony Fund. It's nice.
Oh yes, this is my appeal from yesterday for abused pensioners being savaged by bears for technical inefficiency.
And you can tell that this match is probably getting a little more predictable, because talk has turned to butter pie. Kieran Roseblade asks what the heck is a butter pie. Samantha J says in Ontario we have butter tarts, which are like a little pecan pie with raisins instead of nuts. And Stephen Kelk says, picture this: thin slices of potato ensconced in soft sweet onions and a buttery sauce topped with crisp peppery pastry. It might sound simple, but the best things often are. So that's the state of play on the socials.
Thank you for that. And there's a change in the bowling. It's going to be this man coming on.
Nazim Ahmed from Bangladesh owes him some spin. Knows Nazim Ahmed.
Well, he will.
Tony, you were asking about. Sorry, you were talking about Pune. So the first Indian spin bowler, Palvankar Balu, actually came from Pune. Started as a groundsman at the Pune European Club.
Wow. He'll be in your book then, without a doubt, I am sure.
Yes, the first chapter.
Proto Nathan Lyon.
Nasim Ahmed is in. He has a slip in place to Shubman Gill, but
They won't be used on this occasion because it's just eased away into the offside by Shrubbers, and there is no run.
Exactly like Nathan Lyon, yes.
In comes Nassam again. That's, well, there's a shout for LBW. I think, is that the Kettler? Doesn't seem at all interested. And we're all eyes
quite a thick edge
on Nassam Shanto, who, I've just looked facially, Nassam Shanto reminds me of Will Smith. Do you see any Will Smith in him, either of you? I do.
Yeah, I do a little.
In comes Nassam, full, flicked off his legs by Shubman Gill, down to deep mid-wicket. He'll take a single. Yeah, I was looking up various things about Pune. The badminton one particularly struck me. Apparently, it is named, as an Indo I'm sure would have told you, the actual name Punya originally meant the confluence of two rivers, because the Punya, the confluence of two rivers, is situated on the Mulla and the Mutta rivers. Is that right, Nindo?
I am not sure about that.
He's going to ask me about spinners, not about rivers.
Punya means, exactly, Punya means good deed, by the way.
Oh, does it? Okay. This one is flicked off his legs by Rohit, down to backward square.
Wouldn't be the only area of the world that's
Islam
named
Fields.
after confluence of two rivers. Mesopotamia means
Does it?
Tigris and Euphrates.
Tigris and the Euphrates.
28 without loss. Where I used to go in the US, well, I mean, been to lots of places in the US, but where I used to go on business all the time, which is in Michigan, a place called Midland, had a three-river confluence over which they had a thing called the Tridge, because it covered the three rivers and kind of went off in three things. This is eased away into the offside, no run. The Tittabawassee, the Saginaw, and the Chesapeake, I think, river from memory. Oh, that's a Vatican slice by Shubman Gill. Arms go on heads. I think it was far enough away from the stumps, but for somebody who's quite elegant a lot of the time, that was all a bit static and proddy, wasn't it, Anindo?
Yeah, it was. I think he was just cutting too close to his body, so, and it hit the inside edge.
It's the end of the over anyway, and we can go for some more social messages.
Well, very social and less about cricket. Josie Oak, I have some Italian sausages to cook. And Brian Barish, I've just learned that there is an American conservative rip-off of Bluey called Chip Chiller. And I'm glad I haven't had breakfast yet, because it would be all over my keyboard. So I'm reporting in, and that's what I've got to tell you.
Well, it's 28 without loss after 4 overs in Pune, named apparently after the confluence of two rivers. And home of badminton, and indeed for a while to India's tallest family.
That's excellent. Murder in Mesopotamia was one of Agatha Christie's. I don't know whether there's an equivalent murder mystery set
Shorafalin, not timed by Rohit. He stood tall. I think he was looking to cut away past point, but he rather under-edged it. There is a man at short
he sort
third.
of went on the front foot on this one. I think that.
Yeah, he kind of rather took time away from himself in playing that shot, didn't he? Or made it harder for himself by doing that. We're watching some of the highlights of his rip-roaring 86 against Pakistan in Ahmedabad. He was in cracking form. India made pretty short work of that one. That's launched. That's a glorious shot. That's one bounce up and over mid-off. Alan Donald, in fact, is the man who's going to jog round and have to collect it. Give him a little chance to think while he jogs as to how he might be trying to get his bowlers to stem this flow of runs, but it's 4 runs. That's another shot he just plays. That was a stand and deliver. It was he half checked it, didn't he? It wasn't a golf shot. It was just a sort of 3/4 loft. This one he's driven. Shorafal dives to his right. Fortunately, he's being backed up by mid-on, and that time it won't cost a run. 32 on the scoreboard. 257 the target. We all thought, well, initially we thought they weren't going to get close to that. than they did. Actually, a score predictor for a lot of the time, I actually think was pretty accurate in the end. So for a pitch full of runs, they didn't really make the most of the batting opportunity and possibly the chance to put on scoreboard pressure, did they?
No. Should have been at least 25-30 runs more.
In comes Shoreful. That's nicely tickled away, pass backward square. They'll take a single 5 from this Shoreful over. On for 25 for him. So we only saw one over of the Fizz before they quickly turned to Nasan Ahmed. Because the talking points today for India were one. Well, let me just tell you the field. We've got a mid-wicket, a mid-off cover point and a backward point. So as ever, there's that ring of 3 quite tightly packed. Particularly for Shubman Gill, who likes to play that late cut. Shoreful is in. That's right on the money and defended out towards the third of that pack of 3, which is the short cover. And there is no run. Win predictor, well, that not surprisingly has India at 84%. Possibly a little ungenerous to Bangladesh at 16.
You were talking about the 1 over to Fizz, but that's something that I've seen Bangladesh do over the last few months because I've been watching the Asia Cup as well. Shoaib does, Saqib does a lot of that, which is give 1 or 2 over spells to bowlers.
Well, I know Saqib, but they've obviously continued with the approach as this is pushed into the onside. It means
it must be a team strategy of some sort.
Halfway through the power play, 33 is the score, so they're going at just over 6 and over, and we can catch up with Forthy and your messages.
Well, a couple from Armchair Cricket Podcast who says aggressive start for India openers as was expected. Shanto has brought on Nasum in the 4th over to unsettle, I assume that's Rohit, potentially
that's
going
Rohit,
to be a good. Yes. And he also adds, do we know if Hardik Pandya can bat if required for India? Well, we haven't definitively heard that he can't, but he has gone for scans, which doesn't sound ideal. I suspect they're hoping he won't.
I think that would be unlikely. Well, there is Saqib.
Yeah.
Okay. And O. Harris says, conflagration of rivers, well, confluence anyway. GC Radio has the biggest, nicest bunch of nerds I've ever seen. I feel right at home here. Thanks, Gorillas. Big heart. Lovely.
Who was this from?
Harris. O. Harris.
Oh, O'Neill Harris. Yes.
O'Neill Harris.
I think it's O'Neill Harris. If it isn't, I'm big apology. On to the back foot goes Rohit and slaps Nasum away past backward point for 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Basically trisected 3 fielders there.
Yeah, so you've got that ring of the 3, the backward point, the sort of almost a point but slightly forward a point, and the extra cover.
There is such a word.
This one is forward, defended by Rohit. He's 28, is Nasan Ahmed. Slow left armour. He's from Sylhet, which I'm sure I probably mispronounced. This one's stroked
Sylhet.
away to cover. Sylhet, yeah, it was close.
Yep.
Like Sylhet Bang.
Yeah,
Like John Sillett.
Like John Sylhet, ex-Coventry manager.
When we won the cup.
Well, we are. We see we've got sky blue jerseys. We've got names of ex-Coventry managers. As this one is
fun
defended.
Fact for you. Fun fact for you, Tony.
Yes.
Most of the Bangladeshis that you will see in London are from Sylhet. I would venture a guess 80 to 90% of them.
And, well, could you back that fact up with a reason why that should be the case? As we'll just wait for Nasan Ahmed. He's defended again. Back to him.
I can historically tell you how that works. If you go across Europe, in most countries, you'll see a bunch of people who came from one of the cities in Bangladesh, and they've been followed by a few 100,000 of them from the same city. So in Italy, you'll find mainly from Dhaka. in Rome, and in London it's primarily from Sylhet.
End of the over. Sorry to interrupt that lesson in political history or geography from the all-knowing Anindo. It's number 6 for Nassim Ahmed off his 2. It's a tidy over actually, and then just went for 4. It's 37 without loss for India. Rohit Sharma going nicely on 31. Shubman Gill off half the strike, just 6 so far. 40.
And we see Hardik Pandya sitting in the dressing room at the moment. So he's there. We don't know whether
we do. Who's that? Is that him with a big? He's got a big ice pack on his thigh, though, not on his ankle.
Jadeja's got it on his knee.
Oh, it's Jadeja on his knee. Yeah, Hardik seems to be. No, is that Hardik? No, it's not Hardik.
But Hardik's not in his. Well, he probably because he went to the hospital. I mean, he's wearing the other set of jerseys, which the non-playing.
Is that the orange ones?
Yeah, the orange one.
In comes Hassan. Oh, I should have said we have the new ball. I beg his pardon. Right arm over, defended, and we shall find Hassan and give him a jingle. I get confused with my Hassans. Which Hassan is it? Is it the Mahedi variety? I shall tell you in just a moment. He's in anyway. Oh, that is that. I think Shubman Gill was aiming up over extra cover. He edges it high and just one bounce down past third man. Either way, even if it wasn't where he meant it to go, it's one of these.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
And it's none of the above, it's Hassan Mahmood, of course.
Not Mahedi, is it?
Right arm over, that's nicely pulled wide of mid-on by Shubman Gill. Should come back for 2. Indeed he does. Let's jingle up the bowler now. We know exactly which one it is.
He was good, he was Hassan Mahmood. But when he was bad, was you bastard.
Well, that's an interesting jingle for Hassan Mahmood. Hopefully he'll never get. Well, he may. You never know. You may get to hear it at some point. That one slightly hurries Shubman Gill, who hasn't quite got his timing going yet, I don't think. Again, that was possibly too close to his body to cut. And it's way into the offside, fielded, and there is no run.
The only man who does that really well is KL Rahul.
Yeah.
Basically cut the ball from anywhere.
Well, how often do we see players get out caught behind or edging, topping when they're trying to play it too close?
Ever got caught? Not once. He's not been dismissed even once cutting the ball. In
comes Hassan Mahmood, defended by Gill towards mid-off. No run. He's 23. Is the right armour. He's from Laxempur. He's played for Rango Riders and Chittagong Division. 1 for 38 he took against England. He bowled Harry Brook, in fact, that. Oh, and he number 44 against Sri Lanka. He's got a best of 5 for 32, which he got against Ireland in March this year, actually, in Sylhet. In he comes, defended straight back to him. It's the end of his first over. It's gone for 6. India, after 7, are 43 without loss.
I've got an unusual theme developing. Sophie back in Kuala Lumpur says, talking of places named after confluences, Kuala Lumpur means, anyone know? Muddy confluence. So there we are. Any other confluences out there? I do know that Nairobi means, translates from the Maasai, Nkale Nairobi, which means cool water. Not quite the same thing, obviously. And back to Farong, who says, indeed, Sylhet is the London of Bangladesh. Many Chingford branch members originated from Sylhet. I think the record for Sylhet to London by rickshaw is 4 months, 23 days, 16 hours and 40 odd minutes. Only ever once.
Nassim Ahmed's going to bowl his third over, and he's immediately beautifully swept by Rohit past square for 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
He's bringing out the full range of his strokes. Is Rohit. He has been in fantastic form by and large in this World Cup, and looking intent on showing it some more today.
Australia.
Our friend Linux Leah will be thrilled. I know she is a huge devotee of Rohit. He defends this one though, out towards a fine-ish extra cover, I suppose, because they have the mid-off and the extra cover. In comes Nassim, onto his toes goes Rohit, guides towards point, no run.
Is it quite thin air in Pune, Aninja, or is it?
No, it's not. It's not very high.
No.
What, the national airline of Finland? As this one is. Is it Finnair? Steered away this time to mid-wicket, no run. 47 without loss. The South London version of Finnair. Is it Finnair?
He's disappeared in the Finnair.
Oops, that's not what you want to hear, though.
No.
Especially if you're
round
flying.
the wicket comes Nassim. Oh, that's a good ball, and it forces Rohit to hurry his shot. And that trick of coming round the wicket seems to be quite tidy, doesn't it? He's pushing it through. He's gone for the one boundary, but he's since then bowled 4 dot balls, and it's is he going to do the same again? No, he drops this a bit shorter, and it gives Rohit time just to nudge it backward of square, but not really aggressive, more an accumulation style of run making. So none for 11 off his 3 for Nassim, 48 without loss for India, 8 overs complete. They're going to be about even on the power play, I reckon. We shall see. 2 overs to find out. Fourthie.
Pirate Badshaw adds a literal translation of Dublin is Black Pool. I'd imagine most cities have watery names given the history of humans building settlements near coasts and rivers. Yes, I'm sure that's true, Pirate Badshaw. All the Abbas in Wales, not the Swedish group, all the Abbas.
As in Aberystwyth and Abergavenny.
Aberystwyth, Abergavenny, Aberdeen, and so on. They all mean mouth of whatever the river comes next.
Well, if that means, if Dublin means Blackpool, then what does Blackpool mean? As
what does Blackpool mean?
This one's into the offside.
What does London mean?
Oh, London means Ludder's town. It's from the old the chap who settled it was a guy called Ludder, and the town tacked onto it. It's Ludder's town.
I think Watford is.
So Mumbai is named after a deity.
It is, yes. Indeed it is. A female deity, I think. Am I right?
Yes.
Yep.
That's correct.
In comes Hassan. That's... Oh, I think that was on the bounce. Diving away to his right was Mamadullah. Here I go again. And I don't think on this...
Calcutta, which is... The original name is Kolikata, which is now... That's why it's called Kolkata now. Is actually named after one of the 3 villages which were put together by the British to form.
This is extraordinary. It's like he's been reading my notes about all the places that the games are being played in. Remarkable.
You know the music of Ocalcutta.
Short, pulled away. Is it going to beat the man at the deep square boundary? No, it's going to go straight to him, and they will just... Did they come back for 2? No, they just took 1. In fact, he seems a little frustrated. Thinks he should have made 2 there. Shanto has ball in hand. He looks even more like Will Smith than ever when I see him with his cap on.
Keen to get onto Ocalcutta, the music.
Sorry, yes.
It'll excite the pawn, but it translates from the French "O quel cœur tu as." Oh, what a Bradman you have.
He's towards cover. No run from off the bat of Shubman Gill this time. Just the 1 run so far from Hassan Mahmood, who's bowling quite tidily. Gives it a bit of a wristy flick just to give it that extra little lift off the pitch.
And Shubman defended really on that occasion. 49. Alan Donald is still on the boundary rope, chewing quite thoughtfully. Averaging round about 140 kilometres an hour, miles an hour. Kilometres an hour, not miles an hour, Lord above now. Oh, that would be really quick, wouldn't it?
That would be fast.
Defended into the offside by Shubman.
That would be almost as quick as Rohit's Lamborghini.
Yeah, that would, but probably over not quite the same distance.
Yeah.
As I always tell people, I'm as quick as I was when I was a younger man, over 1 foot.
Like Mickey Quinn.
Yeah. Mickey Quinn, not so thin. He's fat, he's round, his arse is on the ground. Mickey Quinn.
That's him.
49 without loss.
Okay.
Last ball of the ninth over. No, it's not the last, but yes, it is the last ball of the ninth over. They always do that to fool us. And it's going to be 50 up, because it's steered around the corner by Shubman Gill. He'll move on to 13. India, after 9 wickets, will move on to 50. So 50 up after 9.
9 overs.
9 overs. Leah, yes, I'm very pleased with Rohit's performance, and yes, Finnair is indeed the flag carrier of the land of 1,000 lakes. This reminds me of a question that came up on my trivia last night.
Oh,
which was, which country has the most islands?
Oh, I think you've asked us this before.
I don't think I have.
It must have been on something. Well, somebody must have been watching something that I was watching recently, and it's somewhere you don't quite expect.
How about Indonesia?
Is it so? Yeah.
I thought Indonesia. I was wrong.
The really worrying thing is I have actually heard that question and the answer recently, and I can't for the life of me remember. Nassim Ahmed is around the wicket. Shubman Gill defends until. Did you give us the answer, or are you going to wait for?
Australasian Islands, maybe.
No, you haven't given us the answer yet. Sweden. That was right.
Sweden.
Down the track comes Shubman Gill. He's got this one. Yes, he has. Launched high and handsome over long on for a maximum.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands.
Excellent footwork too. Down the track he skipped.
Very good at this.
Strictly come Shubbers, as this one is steered into the offside. No run. Good comeback from Nassim Ahmed after being tonked. No, a tonk's not fair. It was a stylish shot, and as you rightly say, he sashayed down the track, which he's done again. This time he's gone the other side. He's gone over long off, but it's still gone all the way for another one.
Oh, I say, chap, you're getting lip.
Well, they now need only 2 more runs to beat Bangladesh's power play score.
Yes, they do. That's. I wouldn't say we didn't see that coming, but they perhaps took a while to really get going, or maybe to be more accurate, Shubman Gill took a while to get going because Rohit seemed to be purring along all right. Up onto his toes goes Gill, backward, just to backward point. No run on this occasion. We're going to watch
Jeff
those
Perkins
sixes
says
again.
Jeff Perkins says a ninja probably wrote your bloody notes, Tony.
Well, only if he writes for the tourist authorities of those various places, which I tended to go to quite often. As Nassim is in, and it's defended out to long off by Shubman Gill. They will take a single though. Means this over's gone for 13. It means after the power play, India have reached 63 without loss, which by an extraordinary coincidence is exactly where Bangladesh were at the same time in their innings.
Well,
I think I'm staying here.
I think we're knocking off, but just as I knock off, a whole avalanche of etymology of places has arrived. So whoever comes on,
I think it might be me. I'm just double checking.
Well, Messi Jez on Blackpool is meaningless, which will mean our 7 remaining viewers in Blackpool are turning off in disgust, and then we're into some etymologies after that.
Okay, I'll look out for them.
So here is Hassan. He's in, and this is just pushed to the Jonty Rhodes position. There is no run.
The Jonty Rhodes position.
backward point.
Is that? Oh, right, I'm with you.
Also known now as the Ravindra Jadeja position, in this game at least.
Well, it was said, wasn't it, that he made the position his own, and it was at a time when fielding, the cameras were better, and so we could see more of fielding. And Jonty Rhodes was obviously one of the early kind of adopters of being a star in the field. Derek Randall was probably the first that I can recall. This is short outside off stump, and Shubman Gill, somewhat inelegantly for what is an elegant player, got a bottom hand at it, and it sort of went all along the ground to cow corner. Threw for a single, 64 now without loss. So I had a rehearsed line about the Bangladeshis being tigers to the slaughter, but I can't really use that, can I? Because they're actually just about keeping a foothold in the match.
Well, it was interesting. The power plays exactly neck and neck.
Yep.
Are you with us, Kartik? I'm just checking.
Rohit's in, and Rohit's not in. Well, he is in because he's batting, but we're into that sort of famous tea towel with in and out. It was on leg stump, and he got slightly turned round, and the ball, somewhat surprisingly, went to mid-on, and there was no run.
Yep, very much here. Great start here by India, as expected, as we called in the first innings. Rohit and Shubman Gill looking very solid here.
Hassan is in, and that's a short ball, and that surprises Rohit. He doesn't often have that issue, but because he picks up length so early, but he seemed a little surprised that pulled out of the hook and was jerking the head out of the way quite rapidly there. It was a well-directed bouncer. Well done, Hassan.
It's almost the commentator's curse there.
Yes.
Pulled out at the last minute. Make a pull out of it, otherwise it would have made a pull out of me. But I was saying, yeah, solid start by these two openers. Hopefully can keep it going for a little bit longer and really bat Bangladesh out of the game. But it's looking ominous for them at the moment.
Yeah, they need wickets. They're not going to restrain the Indian batting, so they're going to have to bowl them out or bring pressure to bear. That one's short, and it's hooked by Rohit, who isn't going to miss out on two short balls in a row. He didn't quite middle it, but just one bounce took it over the boundary for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Excellent pull shot. Again, you're right. Didn't time it perfectly, but nevertheless, we'll take the boundary and moves along to 41, I believe.
Yep, India 68 without loss. One ball left in the 11th over. Just 51 metres to that bound. Oh no, 51 metres between the fielders. Yeah. I do apologise. This ball is just pushed back down the track to Hassan, who seems to be bowling quite well to me. India 68 without loss, 11 gone, and we have your socials.
Yes, we do. Leah saying the name Cologne comes from the Latin for Colonia Claudia Ara Agrippinaceum, which means something like Claudian colony, place of worship of the Agrippans. Spicy Golden Duck, who lives fairly near me, says, good afternoon, Gorillas from Twickenham. Regarding Confluence chat, the name Twickenham derives from being between two rivers, the Crane and the Thames. The actual confluence is up the road in Isleworth, not far from Sky Studios. Leah says it's probably Japan after they discovered around 7,000 new islands. No, it wasn't. It was Sweden. And Leah then says, yay, Gary. And what bastard would slaughter tigers anyway?
Yes, indeed. Well, plenty of that went on in the Pune neck of the woods 200 or so years ago. Even less than that, maybe 100 years ago.
Thank you, Samantha.
Yep.
I'm on it now.
We have a new bowler, but it's not that. I think that you're going to be on.
I will do it once I've
the town of Milton.
The fizz.
The town of Milton Keynes gets its name from the expression, "What the hell are we going to call this place?"
Well, we named it after the poet and the
I think so.
Economist. In the end, who was I doing? Jingling up the fizz. It's his second over though.
It is, but he's back into the attack. Left arm over, and it's just defended by Shubman Gill. There is no run.
Where is the fizz? Here he is.
start by the Fizz, right on the money first up. He could certainly do some damage to the left arm.
Just a little bit short there, and it was actually going quite close to the man at backward point, but he middled it to Shubman Gill, and therefore he didn't need to beat the man on the left hand of backward point or on the right hand of third man. Didn't need to beat them by much to get himself another boundary.
You're right. Typically, the Indian top order has sometimes struggled with left arm over the wicket quicks. I think of Mitchell Stark. I think of more recently Shaheen Shah Afridi from Pakistan. So this will be interesting contest.
Fizz is in again, and strange crabbing shot there from Shubman Gill. He sort of cleared the front leg as though he was going to make room and cut it, but then offered a vertical bat at it. One of the things I find impressive about Indian batsmen in one-day cricket is they so seldom do that, in that he didn't commit really to the stroke. We see lots of players for other countries doing it, but led by Rohit, when they cut, they cut. When they drive, they drive. When they pull, they pull. And this just seems to be...
When she bangs, she bangs.
She bangs, she bangs. Here is Mustafizur, and that's punched by Shubman Gill. And even that's an example of it, really. He didn't really hit that ball that hard, but the timing and the commitment to the stroke is so strong that once it beats the infield, it goes all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
You know, when England do this in Test cricket, they haven't done it so far in this World Cup, and I'm hoping to see a change of attitude from England on Saturday, where the batsmen will go for their shots and they'll play through the ball, they'll put their weight into the ball. Everything that we're seeing from Shubman Gill here and from Rohit Sharma. There's a half volley and it's just immaculately stroked. It was there for the shot, but again the hands went through the ball, extra cover drive, half volley, and I'm afraid the Fizz has fallen flat in this over. He's already gone for 12. India 80 without loss.
Yeah, he's not really found his range, as he just that was probably too full, if anything.
Yeah, it was still.
Yeah, this is my. I was going to say this is my plan all along with the commentator's curse. I was actually aiming for the Fizz rather than the batsman.
Yes, that's right. You've got a few targets in the crosshairs. Here's the Fizz to finish this over, and he does with a dot ball skewing off the bat to backward point. It's the end of the over. India are 80 without loss and without much trouble.
Yeah, over on YouTube, Samantha G said, "Can Tony fix the screens? Only time will tell." And then says, "Well done, because I did." As we all know, my IT skills are very binary. I'll either fuck up or I won't. Let's go back to the artist formerly known as Twitter. Actually, and I think we're pretty much up to date there. So you and
well, I mean, if you're going to have IT skills, binary is not a bad description thereof.
Yeah,
you are then. Exactly. That was on purpose. 80 without loss. What do we think, Kartik? You should be happy enough, I reckon.
Look, very comfortable at this stage. Hoping for an early finish so I can get to bed. It's close to 1 a.m. over here, but
I've got to get to Soho, so I'm looking for an early finish as well. As Hassan is in, and he bowls a full ball at Rohit, who attempts a mow, gets a little bit of an inside edge, and they're through for a single.
Yeah, that looked like a big heave ho, but fortunately for Bangladesh, it didn't connect. Otherwise, that was going out of the stadium for sure.
Yeah, the temptation is to say, well, he doesn't need to play that, but to the other side of the coin is there's the emotion from the crowd. There's once you are seeing it big and middling it, and the ball's in your half, and that was very much in your half, then you've got to keep going through with it. The win predictor has Bangladesh at 6%, and even that might feel a bit generous, as this ball is punched by Shubman Gill past extra cover, and the man runs in from the sweeper position and restricts Gill to a single. Rohit has 42 off 38, Gill has 40 off 36, so they're pretty much keeping time with each other.
I think it's going to take a a mother of all chokes, a mother of all collapses from here if Bangladesh were to get up.
Well, there was plenty. The West Indian fans would have said that in 1983, and we all know what happened then. Oh, this is a short ball. Rohit loves it there. It was wide enough for him to free his arms. He got underneath it, hit it over his left shoulder, about 20 rows back. That's a huge one of these. There's nowhere for India to, nowhere for Bangladesh to bowl now, is there really?
No, I mean he's just clearing the fence wherever they pitch the ball up to him. So it's almost like just may as well just give him the runs and not even bother at this point.
Well, short at that length and just a shade wide of off stump is not ideal.
No, but he had looked a little discomforted by the short ball earlier, but the difference with that, it wasn't as tight to the body, and therefore he could get his arms free. He goes short again, and it's just asking for trouble. But no! Brilliantly caught a deep square leg. Well, that sometimes happens. He didn't get all of it by any means, and running round the boundary and taking a catch off a fairly flat hit shot, which can't have been easy coming out of the crowd. A brilliant catch. So Rohit is gone for 48. Bangladesh have the first wicket. India are 88 for 1. It was Haridi who took the catch. It wasn't, I think, absolutely brilliant, but he didn't have much time to see the ball. It was coming quite flat at him, and he got his feet sorted out. He was very close to the boundary edge. There was a lot that could go wrong with that catch from Hridoy, but it didn't. Hassan has his man.
Yep. 48 off 40, 7 fours and 2 sixes, but Rohit has to go.
Yeah, finally the commentator's curses kicked in. We had a few goes at it, and we finally got there. But look, great innings either way from Rohit. Just the start that India wanted. He would have loved to go on. And I still think he's going to go big in one of these games. 150 plus sort of score. You can just see it's just waiting to happen.
Yeah, that's if he bats into past the 30th over, he's going to be over 100, and then if he has that, maybe even the second half of the gets into the second half of the match, he'll be over 100, or of the innings, I should say. So it could go anywhere. Well, we're going to jingle up every camera's favourite subject.
Oh, is it the new boy? What's his name?
I was going to say.
We should imagine it is. We all know what his jingle sounds like by now.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenge, it's a beat we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. We wait to find the match is dead.
Gets a leg stump half volley to start and punches it through to mid-wicket. Hridoy is still in the game, having taken the catch. He runs around, collects the ball, returns it, and they're through for either 2 or 3. And it was a no ball as well, so Hassan got a little excited. They ran 2. Did they get 1 or 2 for the no ball? Can't remember. And it was, pretty clear no ball there from Hassan. Just got to keep the adrenaline back a little.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
2 for no ball there.
There was some time, so 4 runs off that ball. There was and a free hit. There was some word a few months ago. Kohli just absolutely nails an attempted Yorker on the off stump, turned into a half volley, and he put everything behind it. Got it past mid on for one of these.
Oh, it's another no ball. I don't believe it. The free hit was also a no ball. Oh my lord! It's all going crazy.
Over the line!
It's an even bigger no ball than the first one.
You were over the line. That's a foul.
Well,
it's one of 2 things happening here. Number one is it's really getting Virat Kohli in. He's getting his eye in, that's for sure. It's batting practice. And number 2, this is borderline spot fixing here.
Oh no! I mean, he's not the most experienced of players. We've got to give him some credit. But you know, if you're going to bowl a half volley on leg and middle, what's going to happen to it? I'll tell you what's going to happen to it. It's going to get hit over long on, isn't it?
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
I'm not quite sure how many has gone from the over.
18. 18 off 2, basically.
20 off the over so far, is it?
No, that's not right. It's 14 off 2, isn't it? A 6, a 4, and then the 2 no balls each.
And a 2 that they ran off it.
So 16 off 2. Wow.
So there's been a wicket in this over, and there's been plenty of runs. I can't quite work out how many. And it's a good old-fashioned glide down to third man to finish off quite an eventful over from Hassan. And Virat's well and truly up and running.
Michael Appleton.
Very much tongue-in-cheek.
Sorry. Finish your thought.
All right. I was very much tongue-in-cheek with the spot fixing there. Was,
okay. We have to be slightly wary.
To be very clear, that was just a joke. That's not
we knew that. Now everyone does, which is a good thing. Michael Appleton, I'll get there in the end, had said batters to score 500 plus runs in men's cricket World Cup chases at an average of 50 plus. Rohit 764 at 76. Ranatunga next 727 at 56. Sangakkara 628 at 63. Scott Styris, who you might not have expected on that list, 541 at 77. Steve Smith 512 at 51. And Kane Williamson 507 at 64. Our own friend Armchair Cricket Podcast, a couple of overs apart, both teams have lost their first wicket on a similar score. Can Bangladesh spinners tie down India batters? No.
The next tiger to the slaughter is in, and Virat punches that drive to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and they're through for a single. Amidst the mayhem of the previous over, India did raise their 100. They're now 104 for 1.
Yeah, I was surprised that Virat wasn't on that list of chasers. I would have thought, but I suppose if it's specifically the World Cup, then probably fair enough.
It's Mustafizur who is the tiger to the slaughter. Left arm over the wicket to Shubman Gill, who plays that crabbing stroke where he doesn't really come forward, doesn't really go back, and just sort of waits for the ball and then drops a bat on it.
It's not pretty to watch, is it?
No,
it's
and he's such an elegant batsman when he plays his shots, but he isn't playing his shots there. And of course, because Kohli has hit some sixes, albeit this replay is Rohit hitting the ball, and it was a good piece of fielding because he's very close to the fence there, is Hridoy, when he took that catch. Good stuff. Mustafizur is in, it's short, and too much has been short from Bangladesh today, but Shubman Gill can't get the timing, and it goes out to square leg, and they're through for a single. Kartik, I can ask you this question. I've never known any other person called Shubman. Is it a common given name in India, or is he as rare as I suspect he might be?
Yeah, look, it is. I mean, look, there's so many people, population in India, so I guess common in India is probably a lot different to the rest of the world.
True. Mustafizur is 86 miles an hour, and Kohli let that one go past and was taken sort of shoulder high by Mushfiqur behind the stumps.
Having said that, yeah, I mean, look, a few people have that name, but it's certainly not the most common ones. The more common ones you hear is probably Rohits or your Rahuls. These are sort of more common names. I know Gill, certainly his surname is very common in that part of the world.
Yeah.
But first name not so much.
Fizz is in, and this is defended by Kohli, and there is no run. Yeah, Kohli was some talk that he might be dropped for this World Cup when I think he had a period of a couple of years without a century in one day, or maybe not T20 cricket as well. But he had a decent series a few months ago, and that consolidated any question about his place in the side, and obviously he's justifying it now. Probably his last World Cup, though, as this ball is just pushed to third man by Kohli and through for a single. That could be the case for a few of them. Rohit is another one.
Yep, Ashwin also, probably the last
Jadeja.
one. Well, Jadeja might be able to sneak in one more. But yeah, he's certainly on the tail end. To be very brave, it would have been a very brave selector to not have Virat Kohli in the squad.
Yes, it would.
Suter, who's joined us over on YouTube, with a sort of a goons hello. He says, "Hello, folks." Stephen Kelk said hello as well. I don't know what happened in 1983, Gary, says O'Neill Harris. I was 5.
You can watch the film 83, which is an excellent, amusing account of what happened.
Samantha G says, same, not much cricket being discussed in primary school. Andrew Cook says, this is going to be a very expensive ball. It certainly was, Andrew. Kieran Roseblade, there was a discussion earlier of butter pie, which sounded delicious, I must say. Butter pies sound great, especially if they are followed by more butter pies, by the looks of it. He also says, no, followed up by butter tarts, which is what he meant.
Left arm round, Nasum, and it's hit into the leg side. Oh, and there's 2 misfields, and the ball ends up going for 4. Well, it can break a bowler's heart there. It wasn't so bad a delivery. It was missed at short mid-wicket, and then it was missed by the man running round, and that really isn't very good of an effort, is it? So Nazem starts with a 4, which is not his fault, and he gets the next one on target, and it's just defended by Kohli, who was the beneficiary of that shocking piece of fielding. I think it's Shuraful who was the most culpable.
You just sense that the wheels are starting to fall off here for Bangladesh.
Yeah,
interesting. Really quickly as well.
Interestingly, it was the dismissal of Rohit which seems to have brought about the wheel dislocation. Kohli rocks back, and he's just able to punch this ball square on the offside, and they're through for a single. The camera is picking out Shakib Al Hassan, who appears to be not aging at all, to be honest. How they would want him both with bat and ball. The Bangladesh.
His 5th World Cup, I think. That's
something ridiculous, isn't it?
Unbelievable. It looks like he can go for another 3 more.
I know, it's an immensely gifted cricketer who hasn't always helped himself. As Nazem is in, that's a decent ball on off stump. Again, Gill is reluctant to go either forward or back and plays it from the crease. I'm not saying he's a sitting duck here, Gill, but he has become a little becalmed. He has 41 from 39. Does come forward to this one, but again, he's just tapping the ball into the leg side field. They're on Nelson, our India, 111 for 1.
The term, I believe, is lazy elegance.
Lazy elegance. That sounds like a fragrance. As this ball is also hit to short mid-wicket, and Shubman Gill is a little becalmed. He has 41 from 41. We have 15 overs gone, 111 for 1.
Our own Dave Barrett says there is only one man that can stop this Indian team, and that man's name is Joel Wilson. So there you go.
He's otherwise engaged.
I don't think he said it in that voice. Yeah. That just seemed to be the one that fitted to relay the message. And
I like it.
Not so much an oval, the ground, more of a circle, from what I could see there from the drone shot.
Well, yeah, we were talking a lot about the architecture. It's a Hopkins design, along with Lord's and the Rose Bowl at Southampton. Same architects.
Strong echoes.
You can see that.
Strong echoes of the Rose Bowl for sure, and a bit of the mound stand at Lord's paid for.
Those kind of Moorish.
By the Getty family
hats.
As this ball is defended by Kohli to short extra, and there is no run. So since we said the wheels have fallen off, we've seen 3 or 4 dot balls in a row. So they are pulling it back a little bit at Bangladesh, but you just get the feeling that if India do decide they want to hit a couple of 4s in an over, they can hit a couple of 4s in an over. Of course, that can be a dangerous thought to lodge in a batsman's head because it had 2 wickets at score, as Geoffrey Boycott used to say. And we are noticing something else which I'll raise after this ball, as this is wide of off stump, and Kohli gets a front foot down the line of middle, but the ball was well outside off, so there was a big gate there. The inside edge onto the stumps was on. We are seeing the dew drop, though, because we can see the telltale signs of the bowler's footmarks running in. So whether that has quite as much of an effect as pundits will have us believe, I'm not so sure. But if the dew does have a major effect, the effect will be working now. And the fizz is in. This is short, and Kohli can't time that, and he ended up being hurried up by that and just got it to short mid-wicket. Had he hit it any better, he'd have been caught, but he wasn't. He's through for a single. Definite hurry-ups here.
That was a horrible shot, to be fair. He just completely clothed that, didn't he? Not what he meant at all.
Yeah, it just seems like they're in a bit of a hurry. I mean, look, I don't mind it personally, but I hope it doesn't. I hope it doesn't come at the detriment of their wicket and score. But
this is defended by Shubman Gill in that strange way he has of kind of staying in his stance and dropping the bat on the ball at the last minute.
It's a very much not Virat Kohli, very much a Virendra Sehwag style batting technique. It's just no footwork, but still very effective.
Yeah, I think he when he goes on the attack, his footwork is better, I think, than Sehwag. Sehwag's was very much a kind of baseball stance, wasn't he? And he just hit everything. Well, he doesn't so much attack that ball, but he does hit it with a little more force. Again, he was standing still, but he got the ball from a length with a vertical bat through extra cover, if that makes sense. You kind of have to see it. But he gets 2 runs for his trouble. He goes to 43 off 43. Just 3 from this over for Mustafizur, so they have pulled it back a little bit here, of the Bangla boys.
The Bear's looking a bit worried and perplexed. What's up, Bear?
Here is Mustafizur, who's in, and this is push driven by Gill to the man who's on his heels a little at mid-off, and they scoot through for a single. It's 115 for 1 after 16.
Farong says the entertainment value of the Tigers is well worth it. Ridiculous midfields and DRS reviews are very Bangladeshi. Run-outs, Pakistan, always the best. Yeah, they do have that reputation, that is for sure. And that again is us pretty much up to date there for now.
Yeah, I need to correct you on my panto. Don't worry. I wasn't expecting you to be taking notes this morning when you were navigating the traffic. But if I do go to Leeds, it will be to see Oliver, the musical, rather than the panto in Leeds. I may go to a panto or 2 in London, but I certainly wouldn't go all the way to Leeds. But I've never seen Oliver, Lionel Bart's Pièce de Résistance, of course. I did see his show that he wrote before Oliver, called Things Ain't What They Used to Be, which was fantastic and much harder edged than I expected. Here is Nazem into Shubman Gill, who punches the ball to long off, and they walk a single, 116 for 1.
Well, somebody better say something, so I will. Yeah, they're going. Whether this will go beyond 40 overs at this rate, you might need to question that. They just seem to be on a charge, don't they?
I don't think it's going to last 40. I think we're going to be closer to 30 at this rate.
Nazem is just pushed by Kohli into the leg side, where there are singles aplenty. Lytton Das does the fielding, and they're through for that 1. I will talk non-stop without pause or hesitation, Tony, so don't invite me as this ball is punched by Shubman Gill to the man at long on, and again it's a walked agreed singles. Shubman Gill now in sight of his 50. The second half of that 50 will have come much more slowly than the first half, but he's still going at a run a ball, and India will take that.
This is one of the big differences. This is one of the big differences between both teams. Is the running between wickets.
Yeah, Nazem is in, and Kohli just places that really well to the left of the man at backward square, and they go through for a single. I think go through for a couple. Kohli goes to 24. I think one of the other differences is that India have the skills as batters to be able to hit the gaps and take the singles, where Bangladesh, it was kind of all or nothing. And there's a perfect example, really. Kohli wasn't trying to hit a boundary there, but he knows he can get a risk-free single by punching it to mid-off. And there's an over that's gone for probably 6 or 7 with no risk whatsoever. In fact, there's still a ball to come. They've got the 6 that they would have settled for with a kind of free ball here. 121 for 1, as over the wicket comes Nazim, and again an absolute walking single as Shubman Gill punches a full ball to mid-off, and that's 7 off the over before drinks with no risk whatsoever, and India very much on top. We'll go to your social media during the drinks.
No, I think you'll find we are up to speed on Twitter, which has got really ever so quiet, and as indeed has YouTube. I know Samantha G just says, I feel like Gary is playing his own version of Just a Minute.
Well, I often when I play myself back, I often think that I am. I'm not, but yes, guilty as charged. Carter, can you tell us a little bit about you've told us about your time zone, but where are you? Where are you watching this, if I may ask?
Yeah, so I'm in Sydney, in Australia.
Oh, right.
So quite late here.
Yeah, it will be.
Early hours of Friday morning at this stage, but yeah. Oh, look. I mean, a little bit about me. I started commentating through the White Line Wireless team when I was in Melbourne, and then subsequently moved to Sydney, and got the call up recently during the World Cups, and here I am connecting with you guys as well. I actually did the couple of stints for the World Test Championship, which is fun, and then sat back and listened to you guys during the Ashes, which is exciting as well. It certainly made watching the Ashes a lot more exciting. But yeah, I mean, just always interested enjoyed the alternative cricket commentary as we're doing. So it's a bit of fun, but yeah.
Well, good to have you along. I see that the Shield is up and running in Australia. It's you have to go looking for it a little on Cricinfo, but Cameron Bancroft, I saw, got some runs a week or so ago, and there's some familiar names to English fans playing in Shield matches, but obviously there are players who are out in the World Cup, so players that we've been used to seeing in Shield cricket, like Travis Head for a long time was a Shield player, but now he's broken into the international team and injured at the moment, but likely to be back for Australia. And I guess summer has arrived in Sydney. 28, 29 degrees most days now, somewhere around there?
It hasn't fully arrived yet. We're still in the tail end of spring here, so the odd 28 plus 30 plus degrees days do come in, but not consistently enough yet. We're probably still a few more weeks away from that, but it's starting to ever so slowly warm up. So yeah, hopefully we get a bit more warmer weather coming soon.
Yeah, we've got the reverse here, where the heating's starting to go on and people are starting to worry about their energy bills coming through. One of the advantages of living in a tiny flat upstairs in Tooting is that energy bills are pretty low, because you only have to have the heating on for an hour, and then you're all right for the day most of the time. But we need the energy to we need the match to heat up a little bit here, because India, having lost that wicket, you would expect them to take a backward step. Instead, Kohli came in, was fed a diet of no balls and 4 balls, and what should have been a breakthrough for Bangladesh actually set them back. India require 4.09 for the next 33 overs, which you have to feel that the 94% that they were given by the win predictor is undercooking it. They're probably about 97%. But the current run rate is 7.
They're probably saying 94% on the assumption that they go right through to 50 overs.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is going to be the case. It's 135 left from the 33 overs, but I dare say that'll be done by probably another 20 overs at absolute max.
I was just looking at the Shield table, actually. Tasmania making the early running, and Victoria, which is not so unusual, bringing up the rear.
Yeah, still early days with the Shield.
It's a split season, isn't it? It's like ours now, where there are matches at the front end and at the back end. Well, we're going to see a new bowler. Mahedi Hassan Miraz is in, and that's a bit shorter on the legs. So Shubman Gill rather misses out on that because he just knocked it round the corner to the man at backward square, and there is no run. We've got time to jingle him up.
Yeah.
Oh, Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahedi Hassan Miraz. Mahedi Hassan Miraz.
And what feels like the same delivery I've seen rather for the last 15 minutes or so. Shubman Gill comes down, taps the ball to long on, and they walk a single. Mahedi broke into the Bangladesh side as a teenager and was very much a bowler. He bowled a lot of overs in the debut season against England. Now he's batting at 4 and bowling not so much, so he's kind of doing a George Dockrell.
So Steve Smith style.
Yeah, maybe Steve. I saw Steve Smith's debut when he was batting at 8 against Pakistan in 2010 at Lord's, and I thought this blonde leg spinner is never going to make it, and I was right, but I was also wrong.
There can only be one blonde leg spinner from Australia.
Indeed, and here's Vahedi's in again. He rocks back, does Kohli, and decides to hit it to mid-wicket rather than long on, and they take another walking single. Yes, that was the day that Shahid Afridi resigned the Pakistan captaincy, and there was a number of laptops were kind of thrown in the air in the Lord's Media Centre as everybody had to do a rewrite on the shock resignation of Shahid Afridi. Although, is anything a shock with Shahid Afridi? I doubt it.
He came back after that, didn't he?
He's always back, but I don't think he was captain again. This ball is just pushed into the leg side, and there is no single. One feels as though one should commentate on the absence of a single rather than the single.
Kind of. Slowing the run rate a wee bit here.
Shubman Gill gets one that's shorter, and he sort of helps it round the corner to Hrudoy, who's doing good work down at deep square. And they walk another single. 125 for one. There was a time in India when applause used to go around the ground for the 25s. 25s, 50s, and 75s and 100s.
I don't think I've certainly not seen that over here. I mean, 50, yes. 25.
Yeah, it was only in India.
Unless it's Middlesex, because we know we may not get that much further than 25 a lot of the time.
I think Gavaskar was 2.5 hours into his innings by the time he got 25. I think that's why they were applauding. As this ball from Kohli is just hit to the man at short mid-wicket. It's a very quiet over to start Mahedi's work with the ball. 3 from it. India 125 for 1. Have we got anything on the socials?
Yes, Jay Grover points out that Just a Minute has rules against repetition.
Yes.
Brian Barris says, for the record, the Sheffield Shield point system is the best of all the Red Bull point systems, and I would love to see a proper test world adapt it for both group play and knockout.
Do they still have points for first innings wins? So there's a temptation to make sort of 780 for 7 off in 3.5 days.
Yeah. Pirate Badshah. Now, I'm not quite sure why, but is he... if this is... I'll just read it. Oh, liver, you're a mighty organ. Nestled in the belly, you're a warrior's tonic. Oh, liver, you're a marvellous machine, detoxifying, digesting, and processing our dreams. Oh, liver, you're a symbol of strength, a testament to our body's resilience. Did we talk about livers?
It's very hard to follow that, but that's what Shurifol is going to do, who's come back into the attack, and they actually had to run that single rather than walk it. but it's a single that takes Shubman Gill to 50. He has it off 52 balls. He's not been at his most fluent, but he'll take 50 off 52 balls. The man who a few weeks ago was down with dengue fever, or at least we were led to believe so. But he's back, he's opening the innings, and he's wearing an unusually dark helmet for an Indian, but he'll continue to wear it if he keeps making 50s.
Yeah, he certainly batted well. He started well and very happy. His support crew in the stands as well. Bit of a trivia here.
As this is short from Shurafal and swivel pull from Kohli. He wasn't trying to hit it for 4, and it didn't go for 4. It was fielded by the two men who were like the confluence of two rivers arriving in one point there from forward square.
As would be highly appropriate for Pune, of course.
Yeah, it was 128 for 1 now. The confluence of two fielders.
For the beauty of our listeners and watchers around the world, the lady you would have noticed on screen there, for those of you that are watching the coverage, supporting Shubman Gill, is actually none other than Sara Tendulkar, Sachin's daughter.
Well. This ball is defended and there is no run. You can't leave us in suspense. What is there? Is there something going on?
I think there might be.
Is this an exclusive? Is this breaking news?
No, it's not breaking news. It's rumours going around for a while now, but that's certainly the fact that she's sitting in the stands. And
so if she went and sat next to Virat,
a lot of rumours.
Would they actually? So if she went and sat next to Virat Kohli, would they actually stop showing any of the cricket? Well, obviously Kohli's batting at the moment, so that wouldn't be true. But if he wasn't batting, they'd never watch the cricket at all, would they?
Here is Shurafal. Cricket matches burst into life amidst this Hello magazine talk, of which I'm very interested. But a single is dabbed down to third man. Kohli goes to 29. They score 129 for 1. So where can we learn more? What's the TMZ of India where we can log on? And
Twitter, or wherever you like. Whatever you like. It's all over the place. There's rumours been going around for a while.
Round the wicket, left arm is Shurafal, and Tendulkar's son-in-law knocks that into the offside. It is through for a single. 130 for 1 there.
Son-in-law to be. Yeah.
Son-in-law to be.
So hang on. So she's going out with Shubman, is she? I mean, Virat's happily married, isn't he?
Yeah, it was Shubman Gill. So
Shubman Gill is the one.
Yeah, it wasn't about Virat. You really would have an exclusive there.
He is the beau of the Tendulkar daughter.
That's right. It's the heir apparent. Yeah.
This ball is pushed into the offside, and it's the end of the over. 19 gone, 130 for 1. Listen, before we go on, because we've been very unfair, we ought to give this daughter a name.
Oh yeah, what's her name?
Her name is Sara.
Sara, thank you. I know you did mention that earlier. I'd forgotten.
Samantha G says, I feel like Gary's playing his own version of Just a Minute.
Yeah, we had that.
Andrew Cook is says, is GC just going to break out into an impromptu episode of Just a Minute? Who will be Nicholas Parsons? I could
Great cricket fan.
I could give that a go. Yes, he was a big cricket fan. He certainly was. Hi, says Dora Zizi. Samantha says, I want to know who's going to be Kenneth Williams. No, it's not messing about.
I wrote a piece at 99.94 about 10 years ago about Kenneth Williams going to the Ashes, which I rather enjoyed. I could still remember reading his diaries and his letters, so I had Kenneth Williams' voice in my mind. So if you want to go to 99.94, put Kenneth Williams, you can read about Kenny going to the Ashes and not really liking it very much. It comes down the track, does Shubman Gill, and he lifts this off a bit of an outside edge, to be honest. It went over the infield, and Hassan runs back from point to deep point, and they're through for 2. But he's got no fluency, has he, here, Shubman Gill?
Well, he's got himself to 50, happily enough, without that fluency, and at a runner ball as well.
Yeah, but the first half of his innings, he looked much more comfortable than the second half. He needs a bit of help from the stands. And as if to answer that, and as if to make my point, he attempts to hit a 6 over cow corner, and an excellent bit of fielding on the fence, just about keeping himself in the infield. I think it was Mahmudullah out there, and Gill has been hoist by his own petard, really. He got bogged down. He thought he needed to hit a big shot to get out of it, but he had no timing with it. Ended up looping the ball out there. It was a relatively easy catch. The difficulty was staying inside the ropes, and that's what he did.
Not by much, but I'm pretty sure. Let's have a look. Does he step back? He's double checking. Oh, he lifts his foot at the last minute and skips around, doesn't he?
Excellent work from the Mahmudullah. We're waiting to give you the score. Because India are now 2 wickets down. I think Gill's gone for 53 off, I think, 53.
Well, he's gone. You're absolutely right.
He has gone
53 for 53
off 55. The score is 132 for 2 in the 20th over.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Well, maybe that confirms the rumour. He saw Sara Tendulkar in the crowd and went, right, that's it, me done, I'm off.
Yeah. Well, it was
exactly that.
A strange innings.
Exactly that.
A strange innings from Shubman Gill. Started off very, looking like he was on for 100 off 80 balls, and then seemed to get bogged down. No real difference in the bowling. He just didn't seem to want to get into his shots as much, and stood at the crease, dabbed the ball, took a lot of singles. Anyway, he's gone now. He'll be happy with what's in the book, and he'll be happy with who's in the stands, but he might not be happy with his form, as we have a new batsman. We're about to jingle him up, and his record in this World Cup is excellent.
Here he is. Diving away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic. And you and your burning desire, you took my place.
Sirius I was enjoying that ELO pastiche so much, I thought it should go on instead of the cricket. But he's off the mark with his first ball, just dabbed it into the offside. He took a while to break into this team, didn't he, Sirius Iyer? He was the coming man for at least 3 years, I think, before he got his go. And now he's doing his best to consolidate his place. Is that right, Kartik?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, very much Michael Hussey style sort of career. Not as.
Kohli gets one outside off stump and he slaps it. Got the arms free. It was a full ball. Went through extra cover for 4.
Too easy for Virat there.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
I don't want to sound condescending, but I did like one of the banners that we saw in the crowd earlier, which had a list of cricketers who had the last 3 letters of their name, KAR, and of course it was Tendulkar and Gavaskar.
Oh, yeah.
But the guy who wrote it undermined his point a little bit by having Dilip Vengsarkar and spelling, at least in English, Vengsarkar incorrectly. But you know, my Hindi isn't very good either, so I suppose that's fair enough. This ball is punched to mid-on, and they're through for a single. 138 for 2 now. Kohli has 34 off 25, helped by sort of the donation of 10 runs off his first 3 balls. It's the end of this group of Gorillas section after this ball. As this ball is cut, there's no man at slip. There should always be a man at slip to a new player coming in, especially when you've got to bowl the opposition out. But Sirius Iyer gets away with it. He gets 4 runs for his troubles. India are 142 for 2 after 20 overs. I know I'm going to swap seats with Tony. I'm not sure who else is coming in.
No, Bear will probably take. You can stay where you are and do social. The Bear will come in. Dara Azizi, I can tell you, is going to be the next message over on YouTube. And Brian Barish and Taylor Swift are together on Twitter, not in At least that's the message.
Well,
not
that would be
I
a
don't
story.
believe they're together, but it's about Taylor Swift.
Take that, Travis Kelce, eh?
And on that note, it's a good night from me, gentlemen. Enjoy.
Yes, sleep well. You deserve it.
Thank you.
Greetings, everybody, whoever who's watching, wherever you are. This is Bennett Olaksegram here, taking you through the next stint, and I've got Gary with me as the next ball from Shariful, driven on the onside by Virat Kohli towards the mid-on area.
Yes, the Bear's on his way as well.
Yes, indeed. As he comes in. Yeah, so India 142 for 2. Cruising along steadily. They've lost Rohit Sharma for 48 and Shubham Gill for 53 as Shariful comes in. Left arm round the wicket. This one's on midland leg and played towards the short mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. India need 115 runs from 29.4 overs. Good afternoon, Bear.
Afternoon, Bennett. How are you, mate?
I am blessed. Thanks for asking. And how
good,
are
good,
you?
good. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. Enjoying this game. Looks like an easy Indian victory, one would have thought.
It seems that way, but the glorious uncertainties of cricket. I hope it'll be a good game to watch from here on, at least for the next 2 sessions that we are on here, from a selfish point of view. Driven nicely, over pitch delivery, and a little bit away on the towards the mid-off area, but there was a bit of room there for Mushafi to go through. In the meantime, the batters go through for a quick single.
Have you got a dog?
Sorry?
You got a dog?
A dog, yes.
Okay. Did he just bark?
No, he didn't.
Oh, okay. I just heard some dogs barking.
I thought I heard a dog barking as well, so maybe we're both going mad at the same time, but...
No, I can assure you my one's had a long swim this afternoon, and he's actually tucked away. He's a very noisy dog, but not today. This one's pushed away to the covers, and Shreyash Iyer this time looking for a quick single, but turned away by Virat Kohli. No chance of a run. So if you joined in, India need 114 runs from 29.2 overs. Bangladesh batting first, scored 256 for 8. The main contributors being Lilton Das, who made 66, and his opening partner Hassan, who made 51. And this one's overpitched outside the off stump, driven.
No, that's a replay.
Oh, that's a replay. My apologies. And left arm round the wicket by Shariful, and Shreyash Iyer shoulders arms. Lets the ball go through to the keeper. The leg umpire signalling that's the first ball of the over. That's deemed as a short ball on this occasion.
You kind of get the feeling that a home World Cup for Virat Kohli is just made for him, isn't it?
Well, it might also be his last World Cup,
Yeah.
so it's, the script is written, it's just got to be delivered now.
Yeah.
It just needs someone to be carrying him on his shoulders after they've won it, with a young player, probably Shubman Gill, saying he's carried us for long. It's about time we carried him.
That's what he said to Tendulkar, didn't he?
It was.
This one's down the leg side, and a loud appeal that may have distracted the umpire from calling it a wide. Oh, he fell for it, or was there a bit of a pad on it? There's a bit of a conversation. Are they looking for an appeal here?
Sure, they're allowed to have the guy with the drinks and the yellow vest be advising the captain as to whether to appeal, but, there we are.
Number 21, 143 for 2.
Yeah, so Leah is getting a little ahead of matters, because she says, my takeaway from this story is that Sachin now has a cricket-playing son-in-law, in addition to a son that he can also be disappointed in.
His son plays tennis or something, doesn't he?
No, Arjun plays cricket.
Arjun plays cricket.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He's Mumbai squad, and he played a bit of India as well. Sorry, Gary. Go on.
No, Atherton's son plays cricket. Josh Dekera's been bowling very well for Middlesex this year, and I think Flintoff's 3 sons are all in Lancashire age group teams. So there are some dynasties underway. We're seeing this ball miss bat and gloves by a good 6 inches.
That should have been called a wide, isn't it?
It should.
And it's a new over. Miraz, this one's on the leg stump, driven towards the long on area. Kohli moves up to 36. 113 required of 28.5. A good opportunity to boost up their run rate for India. Bear, what happened to Shakib Al Hasan today?
He's got a quad injury, isn't he? He got injured in that last game they played.
Well,
he may be out for the tournament.
Well, Miraz bowls overpitched and driven. There was some mid-wicket, had no chance of it. But there was some conversation, some talk around some disagreement with the coach.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's nothing unusual about that when it comes to Shakib, is there, really?
Hatru Singh is apparently not the most popular person around. Apparently, Tanim Iqbal was also sidelined from the World Squad because of his influence, it seems. Miraz comes in, again overpitched on middle-end leg. Shreyas Iyer stylishly plays it towards the long-on area for a single. What are your thoughts on that, gentlemen? Chandik Hatru.
Well, I don't know much about the Bangladeshi setup, but it seems to be one of those ones where there's a lot of. It seems like government or whatever, the institution that runs the cricket is in with the government, and there's a lot of interference in that way. Family politics.
Indeed, as the next one's on middle-end leg, turning away towards the leg side, and he's bowling according to his field, isn't he, Miraz? So he's got a nice little short mid-wicket there, and is bowling on middle and leg and turning it away. The off-spin crafty. He is, clever bowling. Miraz, is he the guy who bats as well?
He was in it for. I tell you what, if Tamim can't get in this side, he must have turned around and started batting left-handed.
Miraz bowls again. Nice little line and length there, bowling according to his field, but this one, Kohli equal to the task as he nudges it towards the short fine leg.
Tamin's an old man now as well, right?
He's still good enough for this side.
True.
Over on YouTube, where you can super chat us if you want to support Guerilla Cricket. Kieran Roseblade, who is a new name to me today, but is an excellent commenter, said, "What's Gary's version of just a minute call? Probably wait a minute. Wait 10, I think you'll find." And on that point, Andrew Cook says, "I thought Tony's finger was hovering over the out jingle button, waiting for Gary to finish. The longer Gary went on for, I guessed it would be one for a 6, and then a double fake back to the out." Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm making the most of limited opportunities to be on the mic in this World Cup, so I do apologise if I rattle on a little more than I ought.
Gary's got a fan club there, hasn't he?
Oh, of course he has.
Club.
The thing about Bangladesh's setup, you kind of get the feeling after this.
Shariful comes in, shortish delivery, good intent there, and Kohli equal to the task as he watches the ball wisp past his nose to the wicket-keeper. No chance of run. Sorry, Bear, you were saying.
Well, it's kind of a bit like Sri Lanka, isn't it? The government's involved, families are involved, there's not enough money to go around, everyone's trying to get their bit there here. You've got these star players who kick up a fuss. The youngsters don't get a chance, and not a particularly good sort of country setup to bring players through. So we were discussing this earlier. I mean, with the population of Bangladesh and the fact that they love cricket so much, you'd think that they grow quite quickly.
Shariful bowls on a good length outside the off stump, nicely played by Kohli towards the deep extra cover area, and the batters go through for a quick single, 147 for 2. I fully agree with that, Bear. I mean, having followed the Sri Lankan setup quite closely and being Sri Lankan by birth myself, Sri Lanka, after winning the 1996 World Cup, you would have expected them to be in a different stage, especially in this World Cup, how they performed. And quite similar, passionate country that follow the game, lots of players with a really good skill set, but unfortunately not getting the backup from the administrators. And Bangladesh, they've had some amazing players, haven't they? Shakib Al Hasan, Rafiqi, Mahmudullah, and the left armour. And Shariful comes in outside the off stump, a little bit of room there for Shreyas Iyer, stylishly plays it towards the deep extra cover area, and the batters have to come back for 2 as there's a bit of running there by Mahmudullah to get to the ball. Shreyas Iyer looking quite settled there, Bear. Looking quite good.
Yeah, well, there's no stress, is there? They've only got to get 108 runs off 27.3 overs. It's not exactly hard, is it?
Agreed. But India, coming into this World Cup, had really had all their sort of gaps filled, didn't they? The 2 players who were injured, Iyer and most importantly Bumrah, they did sort of get ready and fit just in time. This one's outside the leg stump. Iyer gets inside of the line of the ball and places it towards the fine leg area for a quick single.
It's always easier when you're in a home nation, isn't it? You can pop home. You've got a little bit of time off, you can pop home. If you're in the city you're playing in, you can pop home. There's people you know around you, you know, especially in a big country like India with all this travel.
Well, you can definitely pop home if you've got a 200 kmh Lamborghini to drive back with. 150's up.
150. Yes, indeed, Gary. Thank you. Sharif balls. Oh, this one's a good delivery. And Kohli thinking about that one's on sort of a shortish length, climbing onto him. Kohli thinking about how he can play towards the third man area, but taking the bat away on time, looking at his partner to see if there was any intent on that occasion. So Bangladesh scored 256 for 8, 66 to Linton Das and Hassan 51. The openers had a good partnership of 93 before they had a bit of a mini collapse before Mahmudullah rescued them towards the end. Shortish delivery played into the covers, no chance of a run. Yeah, Mahmudullah made 46 and the veteran wicketkeeper Rahim made 38. Of the bowlers, we had a few bowlers taking 2 wickets each, but certainly the pick of the bowler was Ravindra Jadeja, 2 for 38, and Jasprit Bumrah, 2 for 41.
So
Siraj got 2 for 60, but he didn't really bowl that well today, did he?
No, he hasn't bowled all tournament very well, really. He's been a weak link for India.
Yeah, well, is it time to bring Mohammad Shami back? Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, I was going to say we just get some tweets in because the overs will go. Yeah, we'll go quite quickly now. Leah on the cricketing hierarchies says that I can't wait for 3 plastered flintoffs on top of the bus during the Ashes victory parade. I fear the flowers in the garden of 10 Downing Street won't survive it, though. Well, Flintoff's teetotal these days. He's making a tentative return to public life, and hats off to him. He got pretty much banged up in that crash.
Has he had a facial reconstruction?
Well, he's had something going on there, and obviously that knocks you mentally as much as it does physically. And he's doing some work with England, and England seem very, very pleased to have him on board. This ball. Oh, sorry, it's over to you, Bennett.
Miraz bowls again. Tidy bowling, Bev. He's bowled well within himself in the last few overs. Bowled according to his field. Nothing really extravagant, but just according to his field. Again, on the leg stump, but slightly overpitched this time. But Iyer drives it towards the long on area, and the batters have enough opportunity to go for a single.
Well,
yes.
India have kind of fallen into the same trap as Bangladesh, haven't they? They've gone very, very quiet. They've not trying anything.
Well, Shiraz is going at nearly a run of ball. He's only just come in.
Miraz ball, shortish delivery on the back foot goes Kohli, comfortably playing it towards the long on area.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong.
Single. Are they waiting for a time to attack? You reckon?
I just think that India can go at a run of ball without us really noticing because they miss the field so often. The problem with sides who aren't as gifted.
See, but that one's driven again towards the long on area, and the batters quickly exchange sides for a quick single. Yeah, I mean, if they do win this game, they'll be on top of the table with New Zealand. Run rate at the moment, they're at just a little bit below New Zealand, aren't they? So this a good win here with a good run rate could certainly prop them up right to the top. But this one's overpitched to play to.
I think if you're winning, you're not really worrying about run rate. It's only when you're losing you're worrying about run rate.
Nicely bowled and nicely equal to the task. And Iyer plays it towards the fine leg area, but they were looking for 2 as the ball was going rather slowly. But they decided against that. 154 for 2. Run rate could play an important part towards the end of the tournament, do you reckon, gents?
Not for India. But yeah, we've got some comments on YouTube. Arthur Jacob says, saw Indian dressing room having a heated conversation. Anything you guys have? Well, I guess is they'd be discussing each other's Lamborghinis, but
mine's got a bigger engine than yours, mate.
And Al Hutch says, if Shurifel is bowling like this, doesn't he need an extra fielder in the covers? Not exactly making any pressure here. I think he needs half a dozen extra fielders in the covers, to be honest, against these two, and a couple in the stands. But yes, Bangladesh have got to take wickets here to win this match, and if they're not trying to take wickets, then they've got absolutely no chance, which is why they should have had a slip in for Shiraz here, who would have been out second ball.
Exactly, and you've got to keep more pressure on the infield as well, haven't you? You can't just let the singles
Indeed,
go.
gentlemen, fully agreed. The only way Bangladesh can claw back into this game is by taking wickets. This one's shortish delivery played towards the mid-wicket area, no chance of a run. I mean, India have got such a formidable batting lineup as well to come, isn't it? So it's just, okay, Rahul, Pandey, I don't know whether he'll bat, but
he won't bat. He won't bat.
Won't
So
bat,
they are a little bit shorter than they otherwise would be, but they've still got absolutely tons of batting.
Well, have they? I mean, you get through these two. You get through. If you get through these two, and you get through someone like Jadeja, get 3 more wickets, you could have them in a bit of trouble.
Thakur can bat as well, the all-rounder. This one's played towards the mid-on area, and the batters go through for a single. So if for a moment, if you look at the table, we've got New Zealand, who got 8 of 4. India have got 6 of 3. With this, hopefully, if they win this, they'll move to 8. And they've got South Africa and Pakistan on 4 each. That makes up the top 4. Sri Lanka right at the bottom and not opened the mark yet. A bit of a tussle there in the middle with England, Bangladesh, and this one's nicely played towards the mid-on area. And the batters squeezed through for a quick single. Did they have to do that?
No, they didn't, and they didn't make up their mind very early, and the ball hit Shreyas Iyer, I think on the inside of the ankle as he ran through.
A bit clumsy there on the part of the batters.
Which one? I didn't see. Which one was Sarah Tendulkar, by the way?
She was in the dressing room, I think.
Ah, okay.
Not in the crowd.
Oh, that would have been
well, not the dressing room, outside the dressing room, in the players' area. He would have been out by miles here, Shreyas Iyer.
Yes, indeed. Very clumsy. I think he was more worrying about taking evasive action, and still he got injured on his ankle.
I mean, I always say this. Why is the bowler standing 2 yards behind the stumps instead of over the stumps? If he'd taken that ball next to the stumps, whipped the bails off, he might well have been out because he was a yard short.
But Gary, he was on his follow-through. He was on his
I
follow-through.
know, but he's standing still 2 yards behind. He only needs to step twice. I do take the point it's sometimes difficult to get back behind the stumps, but there was hesitation there. So there was the opportunity, but somehow it seems to have gone out of fashion.
If you look at that table, though, I mean, considering how shit England have played, to be in 5th place and therefore still in with a good shout of making the semis, it's mad, isn't it?
Indeed. Bangladesh on 2 as well. So is Australia, Netherlands, and Afghanistan have played 1 more game. So a bit of a tussle there in that middle patch. Australia, I think, with a more of a stronger mindset of players, have a good chance there to sort of creep in. England, you reckon, Bear, not playing their best?
They're not playing their best, but they've got a good side if they can put it together.
Does anyone know what's going on here in the crowd just before we lose it? People holding up their phones with the lights on and waving them about.
I don't know. They do it in the IPL a lot.
Hassan comes in, shortish delivery. I think they're turning the lights on, probably. Shortish delivery played towards the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. So England, do you think they need to do anything different to get up there?
Hit runs, hit fours.
Hit runs and bowl better. They played 1 good game, but that was against who? They beat Bangladesh, wasn't it?
They've got to play much more positively with the bat. They've got to be tighter in the bowling, but they need an attitude change with the bat.
Agreed. Hassan comes in, overpitched, driven nicely, beautifully fielded there at short mid-wicket by Lilton Das, who's also a wicket-keeper, but this time they're sort of fielding out there. No chance of a run. Do you think there should be a change of personnel in the team, boys?
Yeah, we talked about this in the car, Bear. What do you think?
Well, yeah, it looks like Woke should be given maybe a rest. Maybe give Gus Atkinson a go. I'd bring Moeen back in and have an extra spinner. Well, probably Woke's, maybe.
Okay, but then if you're playing Atkinson and shortish delivery, sorry, Bear, and this one's pulled nicely by Shreyas Iyer into the deep mid-wicket area. 161 for, that's the boundary. 161 for 2. Gary, what about
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, Dave Sarrar is picking up something of a theme today. He says, listening on a bus from Lima to Juarez. Time difference is a bastard. I keep waking up to a bunch of texts to check out the cricket, but they are all sent several hours ago. Poor scheduling by the BCCI. So we can bring you right up to date now, Dave, by saying that India are 161 for 2 at the halfway mark. They need 96 runs from their remaining 25 overs. They have 8 wickets in hand, but in reality they're one short because Hardik Pandya is indisposed, having been injured, slipping on the surface as he was in his follow-through from his fourth delivery of the match.
He was trying to stop a ball going back past
yeah, he
him.
was.
It wasn't, he slipped on his actual follow-through.
A new over, it's Mirza, again bowling his leg line, middle and leg stump, turning away, turning into the paths and placed towards the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. Good summary there, Gary, thank you. And shortish delivery, this one on the back foot goes. Kohli effortlessly plays it towards the mid-wicket area, deep mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a quick single.
No, I mean, no, I'd go for Gus Atkinson just to get him into the tournament. B, give Woody a little rest. He's seen what he can do. Gus Atkinson was bowling quite well in the warm-up games. He's quick.
So
you need to blood him.
Atkinson for walks. Who
for Wood.
Moeen Ali then. Oh, Wood, and then Moeen Ali for who?
For Wokes.
Wokes again. Right. Okay. Short over pitch delivery, and this one is driven on the onside towards the long on area by Iyer, and they go through for a quick single. Iyer 17, Kohli 43, 163 for 2. Any other changes there? You reckon?
Well,
I would, but.
Yeah, go on. Well, Stokes, I think you need to get him back in the side. I think
exactly.
I think Stokes needs to come in. The question is, Harry Brooks just scored a 60. Do you whip him out and put him back in, or do you take Livingston out, put Brook down one, and bring Stokes in?
Next one's played towards the mid-wicket area, and the batters go through for a quick one. And this delivery on this occasion, the next one, we missed the delivery there, so just giving you a little bit of an update. Played towards the mid-wicket area, no chance of a run. Iyer 17, Kohli 44. Mirza building up some pressure here with some good tight bowling. Driven this time, straight back to the bowler, no chance of a run. Mirza 5 overs, 1 for 25. India 164 for 2, needing 93 of 144 balls.
Well, I'd square the circle by bringing Willie in for Curran, just like for like, left arm, batting down the order, and I'd bring Stokes in for Wokes, and I'd say to Joe Root, you're plenty good enough in Indian conditions to bowl an allocation of overs, so I want you to bowl as up to 10 overs, because Root is perfectly capable in India. He's got a pretty good record there.
Yeah, I mean, you could you have him as an all-rounder. That would certainly strengthen things up, wouldn't it? That would give you an extra batter.
Well, he would be then the Stokes figure. We're short of balance because Stokes isn't bowling, so we Root bowl.
Moeen Ali? Are we bringing Moeen Ali at all?
Not for me. When was the last time he did much with bat or ball for England? It seems to be 2016.
One of the war games he got a 50.
Yeah, well,
off no balls at all.
Hassan starts up a new over again on a good length on the off stump, driven effortlessly by Kohli towards the deep extra cover area, and they go through for a quick single.
We've got some comments. I just better give you them because they're coming through on YouTube. Arthur Jacobs says, on the back of the last couple of games for India, Thakur hasn't been producing any impact in bowling or fielding. Should they not look at Ashwin, who can create more pressure? I think we talked about that in the first innings, and I certainly agree. Stephen Kelk says, I thought Shelley was commentating at some point. Can't we bring her in now to cause 5 or 6 wickets to fall?
I think that's Saturday.
Overpitched and driven by Iyer towards the mid-off area. No chance of a run. Yeah, I mean, Ashwin is a great debate, isn't it? What has he not done and still not warranty a regular place in the side? Shardul Thakur plays as the third seamer, but Rohit Sharma doesn't have too much confidence in him, does he? He doesn't bring him on till much later. So, is it because Hardik Pandya, like what happened today, they're worried that he might break down? They want cotton wool, wrap him around cotton wool and keep him there. This one's a bit of a hike there by Shreyas Iyer. Bear, do you reckon he's getting a bit impatient there?
A little
Didn't
bit.
get hold of it.
It was full. It was kind of there to try and give it a big heave-ho. And he didn't keep his shape very well, did he? His legs splayed out to the leg side and just gave it a big hoik.
Yeah, rather ugly looking shot there by, unlike Shreyas Iyer. bit amused himself. He's lucky he didn't get a top edge on that one. As Bear described, no shape, and certainly the first sort of a ball that we've seen there, Ayers looked uncomfortable. This one's pushed into the covers, and they go through for a quick single. There isn't much of an intent except for the last ball, Bear. These two?
No, that's what I was saying. But they, funnily enough, they still seem to be managing to go nearly run a ball, don't they? I keep saying that, but Cody's at 45 or 46, and Shreyas Iyer is 18 off 21. So whilst it doesn't look that way, they keep getting the 4 on catching back up, and they're moving along quite serenely.
But this is the game that Kohli usually plays anyway, right? He hardly scores more than run a ball in this period, doesn't he? Hasn't bowled shortish. On the back foot goes Kohli and pulls it away nicely, just as we spoke, into the wake and deep mid-wicket area, and that's a boundary.
170 for 2.
170 for 2.
Important update from Farong at the end of this over.
That was just a replay.
Sorry, that's replay, yes. So one more ball remaining in Hassan's over. Young Hassan bowling his 6th over, 1 for 49. Had a very expensive over, his 3rd or the 4th one. This one's coming in from about the middle and off, and Kohli plays it towards the mid-on area. And the batties go through for a quick 171 for 2. Gary.
And that brings up Cody's 50 of 48 deliveries. Well batted. Well, I should give him a jingle, shouldn't I?
50 runs, your 50 runs. Well done, well done, well done, well done. 50 runs, your 50 runs. The job is only just begun.
So we were speculating on underachievement in Bangladesh and giving at least some of the blame to administrators. Farong says Bangladesh has 64 districts. BCB therefore has 70 odd officials with popcorn number 1. There are more administrators than players, all taking their piece of the pie. Players get paid handsomely, well, men anyway. So a not unfamiliar story of Blazers and Players there. Actually, Blazers and Players sounds like a good title for a book, doesn't it?
Well, it does a little bit. Murder mystery?
No, a story of cricket's administration over the last 150 years.
Yeah. A lot of twats on the Blazers side would be my bet.
Yeah, I think so. Jay Grover says, I have it from authoritative sources that Ashwin is a grumpy sod. Yes. And Leah says, if Shelley gets to commentate during India's innings on Sunday, I will initiate Sea Lion second try for the following Monday. Operation Sea Lion, I think.
Right. I mean, Ashwin, interesting debate. I know you guys spoke about this before, but yeah, he was not expected to make it in the World Cup squad, isn't it? Aksa Patel was the front line unless he was sidelined, but many say that he was dumped with a slight injury to make way for Ashwin, but he's not playing. We'll hold that thought. Got a slight bowling change here. Is the left-arm spinner who's been introduced. And this is Nasum. He's bowling his 7th over. This one's played by Kohli towards the mid-wicket area. No chance of a run. What are your thoughts on that, Ashwin? Little background, gentlemen.
Well, I think he's a better... Well, is he a better spinner than Kuldeep? I don't know. I think they want Kuldeep for the action.
Nazim bowls shortish outside the off stump. On the back foot goes Virat Kohli. Punches it towards the deep extra cover area. Bit of a misfield there by the fielder extra cover, and gives the batters enough time to go through for a single.
I think in England you pick Shardul Thakur. I think everywhere else in the world you pick Ashwin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in India you think, well, maybe I don't want to go on with 3 spinners, but if Nakul Pandey, if Hardik Pandya is fit.
This one's slower off the pitch there by the left arm, and Nasum 57.8 miles per hour, and played back to the ball.
I mean, I think if Hardik Pandya is fit, then you can go. You've got 3 seamers and 3 spinners, and
Nazum bowls. This one's on the off stump, slightly over pitched. Shreyas Iyer eases onto the drive towards the long on area, and they get a single.
And let's face it, hardly any of these wickets have you required 4 seamers.
No, that's why I think Root should be as a full-on third spinner for England.
Good length, and on the front foot goes Kohli, again pushing it to the vacant long-on area. A quick run there as they scramble through. This is just such painstaking watch, isn't it? They're just taking it so easy. There's no intent, no sort of attack by the bowlers or the fielders. They're just bowling it in the exact areas where they can dose through for a single. That's end of over number 28 as this one's played towards the mid-on area. Virat Kohli and Shreyas Iyer at the wicket.
You can say that's the kind of complaint this whole World Cup. There's hardly been any games that have been close.
Needs a cliffhanger, really does.
Does need a cliffhanger. I mean, there was that one, I suppose. Well, everyone says that Pakistan ended up beating Sri Lanka with 12 balls to spare, but still, it's a good chase at least. I guess there wasn't any jeopardy at the end because all guys with big runs were clearly on top and cruising that way and they had wickets in hand.
The Blazers and Players, I think Samantha G is thinking along your lines. It's a murder mystery in cricket administration.
Yes.
That's the book Richard Osman is about to write, I suspect.
So, what do you think of the top four then, where they are? Is this how it's
I
going
think
to be?
it's too early. I think it's too early. I think everyone's got a loss in them. I mean, I'm always suspicious. I've said this many a time. I'm always superstitious. I don't think you can go through a tournament unbeaten, and I'd rather lose in a group game, have a bad start, and get strong to grow into the tournament and start winning at the end.
I like that. This is driven outside the off stump on a slightly over-pitched delivery. The bowling change is Mustafizur, their strike left-arm bowler, who's done yeoman service for Bangladesh over the years. Skipper for today. He's a new skipper, isn't he? What's his name again?
It's Hridoy, isn't it? Is it Hridoy? No, Shantos.
Shantos. Sorry, Bangladesh keep changing their captains like they change their shirts. I'm sorry, gentlemen, then for not remembering the name. But Mushafi comes in, shortish, moving away, a bit of movement, and square leg umpire stretches his hands, just sort of making sure that the bowlers want the first of the short balls for the over. Mustafizur hasn't been his normal deadly self, hasn't he? He's known as Mr. Variation.
Well, again, I think I guess everyone's played in India, but it's the conditions. The conditions rule how you're going to bowl, and pitches are never that quick and never that bouncy. And
Mushafi bowls. This one's played towards the extra cover area defensively, but a bit of a push there, and the fielder they had to move around. Das, no chance of a run.
To me, Bangladesh have just played like they're not expecting to defend this total right from the word go, really. I'm not saying they're going through the motions, but I think they'll be as surprised as we are if they pull this back.
Shortish delivery moving away as it goes past Kohli, no chance. It's almost like a test match, gentlemen.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing, if they'd have got early wickets, you'd have seen the juices flow and they'd have thought they might have a chance. But I mean, the fact was that Rowett went off like a bloody train.
Yeah, and then Rowett gets out and they bowl 2 consecutive no balls, both of which go to the boundary. Yeah. So what can you do?
It was chaos, wasn't it?
Dara Aziz says Root is as much an all-rounder as any in the England team. Give him a chance. Well, he is in India, I'd suggest.
Yeah, well, best figures in India are 5 for 2, aren't they?
Something like that.
5 for 1. Mustafid bowls, and this one's pushed into the covers. The batter's looking for 1, but they change their mind, and they stay where they are. 174 for 2, the last ball of the 29th over. Kohli and Iyer at the wicket.
Remember, Michael Clarke got 6 for 9 for Australia. I think Alan Border got 13 wickets in the match. Not in India, but batting spinners can have their day.
Certainly can. And, with Livingston as a backup spinner as well, it seems all right.
Mustafid balls over pitch, driven beautifully as Kohli leans onto that shot on the offside and drives it past a short extra cover area for a boundary as the score moves up to 178 for 2. Kohli on 52 and Iyer on 19.
And the big question now is, will Kohli get his ton? He'll have to get plenty of strike.
Yeah, he's capable. I think if they get down to under when they get to 30 or 40, they'll speed up again and start.
Well, he needs to score 44 of the remaining 79 if he's to get his ton.
Yeah, very capable of that.
do that. Gary, do you have anything on the media front?
Well, I don't. There's a little bit come through now. Krishnakant Mane says this seems to be the most entertaining India match in this World Cup. At least there is something for India to do in terms of a fight. Well, barely. Stephen Kelk says, I like Root's bowling, but those best figures were during a test match in India a couple of years ago when the ball was turning round corners. That's all true, but the memory is there, and he does, as we know, turn the ball, and he does have variations. He will go for a few, but he'll take wickets.
He can bowl reasonably straight and a good length as well, so he's pretty consistent.
And he's quite intelligent as well, isn't he? He bowls well within himself. Whoa! Oh, this one, as we speak, Miraz over pitches on the leg side. Shreyash Iyer hits it high and long there for the long on fielder to go around, and that's a wicket gone for India. They lose their third wicket. Shreyash Iyer caught in the deep of the hard-working Mehdi Hasan Miraz for 19 runs.
178 for 3.
Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent. Top edge, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, he's out. Excellent.
Shreyash Iyer trying to break loose there, didn't he? I mean, after being bogged down a little bit, 19 of 25, and Mehdi Hasan Miraz certainly reaping his reward for some consistent and attacking bowling, and the young man picks up his second wicket. India losing Rohit Sharma 48, Shubham Gill 53, Virat Kohli not out 56, and Shreyash Iyer is the last man out.
Surely it couldn't be happening, could it? I mean, they're actually worse off than we think because of Pandya not being available to bat. It couldn't be, could it?
Another two more quick wickets, and you could see a little bit of panic, but I still think they'd get there.
Oh, I think so.
I just couldn't understand their mindset. The last sort of 4 or 5 overs, since I came on here in this stint, it was a little bit of a.
Still, the run rate is tiny, isn't it? I mean, the run rate's still only 3.5 and over. That's the problem they've got. Bangladesh, the only way Bangladesh can put pressure on is to get wickets, because the run rate doesn't threaten them. Even if you've got number 8 comes in and he's only got to shove it around for a couple of singles and over, they should be able to do that.
Indeed, and KL Rahul is the new batter. He's another one of those key players who have just recovered on time before the World Cup. He was a key player, vice captain before he got all his injuries, and now has come back, work his way back into the wicketkeeper batsman position that Rishabh Pant held, and he's done well, scored some good runs before.
Rishabh Pant, do we have any information on his recovery?
He's doing some rehab at the moment, but he's not fully fit. He's not started playing yet.
We have a jingle for the new batsman. There you go.
As Miraz comes in again, that Midland leg line that is bowling and turning the ball away towards the leg stump has worked for him. He's in his 6th over, 2 for 25. That's played towards the mid-wicket area, no chance to run. KL Rahul, he's got a good opportunity to get some runs here. This one shortish on the back foot, making himself some room. Looking good there. KL Rahul plays it towards the extra cover area, no chance of a run. So KL Rahul, Shreyash Iyer and Jasprit Bumrah, the 3 key players who recovered on time to make the World Cup squad, and now they're playing in this game, and they've been a mainstay of this formidable Indian lineup. And this one, Miraz again. Oh, that's a close call, as he gave himself too much room, but well played, and moved away towards the leg side, made himself room, and hits it towards the cover area, riskily but confidently for a welcome boundary.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
I mean, that's the Harry Brooks shot where you give yourself room and you cut it off middle stump, and it seems like he never misses, Brook.
But KL Rahul, this is his 3rd ball. I was wondering whether that was needed in this stage of the game.
Well, no, but I think you've got to play your natural game in these things. Harry Brooks has got a fantastic eye.
Oh, yeah. Well, so has KL Rahul. But, yeah, I think you've got to come in and impose yourself. You can take it easier once you've got to 10. But I think KL Rahul
comes in. Sorry, Gary, that's over pitch, driven back to the bowler, and Miraz not able to stop it as it hits his hands and goes to the mid-on area. The batters have enough time to go for a quick single. Yes, you're right. The intent is important, isn't it? This is the last ball of the 30th over, and we'll be doing a little change at the end of this. So watch the space as Miraz comes in to bowl the last ball of his 6th over. Over pitch, driven. This time there's a gap, but they have placed the mid-on back to long on for Kohli, as expected, and they go through for a quick single. KL Rahul on 5. Kohli on 57 or 58. India 184 for 3, needing 73 to win of 120. This is the end of our stint, and we're going to have Tony.
Tony's going to take over. You're going to swap places with me.
Yes.
Tony is going to come in there, and can you pass me that iPad so I can do some socials?
I certainly can, Bear. Coming your way. Nassim Ahmed is going to continue. It's 184 for 3. That 3rd wicket just perhaps keeping Bangladesh interested. It only needs 73 off 120 runs though, off 20 balls, which is not exactly going to tax India too much, you wouldn't think.
It's died.
Oh dear, as this ball from Nassim Ahmed forces Kohli onto the back foot, but he steers out towards Hassan, who's a deep cover, and they will take a single. He's glided seamlessly, hasn't he, really? Bennett, Kohli, he's looked in tidy order without ever really cutting loose too much.
Absolutely, and he's a class finisher, isn't he? He knows how to sort of take games deep, and this is an ideal opportunity where he doesn't have to score more than run a ball. So certainly, Tony, it's a good platform for him.
Who bowled the crazy over? I can't remember, with all the no balls.
Hassan.
Yeah, I had a feeling perhaps it probably was, because they went from we'll just hold the thought. Nassim Ahmed, KL Rahul goes back, angles his bat, steers towards short cover, and there's no run. Yeah, because they were level in the power play. Both India and Bangladesh were both 63 without loss, as this one is slapped to backward point, but again straight to the man, no run. But
Bangladesh lost 3 or 4 quick wickets though, didn't they?
Well, they did, and conversely India accelerated from 63 off 10. They got to 100, which is another 47 in just under 3. And that, I was imagine, would have included that crazy over of no balls and free hits, which I think went for about 14 or 16 off 2 balls. That was just a single, not nodded anywhere. It's not football.
There was a 23 run
into the onside.
23 run over Tony. Sorry,
that was the one. Yeah, that was the one. That was the one. It's 186 for 3. His Kohliness is back on to strike, facing Nassim Ahmed, and he goes onto the back foot and punches this down towards mid-on and strolls a single. Healthy crowd, probably the best part of the 42,000 that I think the stadium holds here. We'll all be hoping that he keeps the strike, I would imagine, as much as they like watching KL Rahul bat.
It's a full house for the home team, isn't it?
Always is. Somehow they get the tickets. Nassim round the wicket. Onto the back foot goes KL, and he cuts this out towards deep cover. They may come back for 2. I would imagine they did. No, it's just a single. It means that Nassim's gone for number 43 off 8. India are 188 for 3. Just 69 is what they need, and they got 114 balls to do it in there.
Yeah, plenty of time. You imagine it. This is it. I'm sure if they get within sort of, once they get down to sort of 30, 40, they'll try and speed it up.
The Bear there was quick. More to say. Have we got any social messages? But
okay, yeah, we got a couple.
Good.
Dr. Soothsayer, Pyra Zaloria, she's got her coffee mug. She's a patron. Thank you very
fabulous.
much. And it's stuck there in front of the YouTube feed with me and Gary in the background. For wrong, says international runs: Sachin 35,000, Sangha 28,000, Ponting 27,000. Stupid nerdy personal stat. When you get this far, you're getting on. Today is like 19,999th day on this planet. Tomorrow I hit 20,000 days. More
Well done. Is it your birthday tomorrow? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well,
from
no, that can't be right because it's 365 days in a year, isn't there?
Okay.
So it wouldn't be that.
I was going to say, I'd make sure
it's his 20,000th day on the planet, though.
I'm not sure. I mean, that's good. That's a good knock. But as this one's defended off Miraz, back to him by KL Rahul.
I'll work out how old he is. 20,000 divided by 365. He's 54.79 years old.
Ah, there you go. About 10 years younger than me, as this one is
couple
down
years
leg.
older than me.
Speared down leg. That's not going to help Bangladesh's cause at all. KL's happy to leave it. And it's one of these.
Why?
We got a mid-wicket. Oh, it seems to have disappeared on me. This one's pushed towards mid-on. No run, because from short mid-wicket, somebody, I couldn't quite see who it was, came speeding around. So Miraz has done all right this over. Just 2 dot balls and a wide from it so far. Again, he's forcing KL onto the back foot, and again, it's just eased out towards mid-on. Sorry, Bennett.
I really like the way he's bowling to his field and bowling well within himself, Tony. It's a midland leg line. He's an off spinner, so he's taking the ball away towards the pads, and he's certainly bowled very intelligently, this young man. Impressed.
He has. And spin, I mean, shooting the ball on has been noticed when... I'll just hold this. A little bit more air, having said that, for that one, but just away into the onside, no run. When Mujib and Rashid Khan were bowling together and they were tying England up in knots, the balls that shot on were the ones that seemed to cause the most trouble. This one is flicked nicely off his legs by his Holiness. Down to fine leg. They'll take a single.
Well, they're always a dangerous ball if it shoots on.
They are. And I mean, you know, all this talk about the dew and it's harder for the bowlers, and I completely understand that, but it also means the ball is likely to shoot on off the surface a bit more.
Well, that's my point. That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
We all misjudged it a little bit. Maybe in a T20 you can get on with it a little bit easier.
Certainly
but
Josh
50
Butler
overs.
Yeah, because we know he should have batted. Down the track comes KL Rahul. Doesn't really get hold of that at all. He'll get a single because it was slightly misfielded at cover, but it wasn't the most convincing of shots. Who is that? Is that Nassim Ahmed, who was the fielder there?
End of the over.
It is indeed the end of the over, and we can go for some more of your messages, which the bear is all over like a cheap suit.
Well, except for there aren't any.
Must be something on YouTube. YouTube has been jumping along all afternoon.
I'm refusing to read YouTube. You've got super chats. No one's super chatting. You can't get read out for nothing, you know. Warren says, could hear the uncertainty in Bear's voice when he thought that maybe 29,000 might be divisible by 365. Yeah, it's not.
Brian in Brisbane thinks that he's a youngster.
Yeah.
Being just 54. For wrong, of course. 192 for 3. 65 is needed off 108 balls. Really should be a breeze. How many more wickets do you think would have to fall, Bennett, for it to be anything other than a breeze?
I think a couple more wickets, as we discussed earlier, because Pandya is not playing.
They'd have to fall now. They'd have to fall now, though.
They have to fall now.
65 runs short. I mean, if 2 wickets fall when they need 20 runs, it's still no use, really.
Well, it's going to be Mahmudullah, who is getting his first whirl of the day. Bowling from the hill end, and he's forcing KL Rahul onto the back foot, and it is a forcing shot out towards the covers, and they take a single.
Who was the whose jingle was "Oh, your knees are fucked"? It was a
Mushraf Mortazar. Always used to make me laugh, because how many knees have you got to fuck? I mean, it's just the 2.
But they were fucked forever, and he still managed to play. He played for was he Bangladesh or was he Afghanistan? He was Bangladesh, wasn't he?
Bangladesh, I think. Yeah. Mushraf Mortazar. This one is flicked away out to deep mid-wicket. Hassan Fields. 1 more to the score. 2 easy enough singles off Mahmudullah's first 2 deliveries. I do feel a desperate urge to burst into ABBA songs when I hear Mahmudullah. It just sounds like, it just sounds like that's what it should be. This one's pulled away, but on the bounce to, again, Nassim is down there at deep mid-wicket.
Did they drop Tuskin Ahmed for this game?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did, which was sort of interesting, I thought. I mean, clearly Shakib Al Hassan you had to drop. Well, not drop. He has this mysterious quad injury. That's rather flamingoed by Kohli. All more style though than substance, probably, because it's just a single again out to mid-on. If you're going to flamingo, it needs to be whipped over mid-wicket, doesn't it? Or away for 4.
With a bit of
flamingoing
gusto.
a single. Flamingoing a single is just,
no good to anybody.
Just showboating. There is a mid-wicket and a long on, as this one is punched again by KL this time. Same fielder, same result. It'll be a single.
Oh, by the way, what's the target? What did they get?
India got 250. Sorry, Bangladesh 256 for
256. So what's a winning score? 257, which would be 513.
Oh,
correct?
who's in the GPL game? That's a good question.
Messi Jez is on 513.
This one is worked away by Kohli. We'll get another single. It's the end of the over. 6 runs, 6 singles. All fairly consistent stuff. They're on the cusp of 200. It's 198 for 3. Our India 59 needed from 102 balls.
So if they get 512 and they score a 4, it'll be 4. So if the scores are equal and they get a 4, John Thomas will win because he's got 516. Would that be right? So that'd be 512, and then it'd be 516. No, I've got all this wrong, haven't I?
It's that time of day again. The bear does maths.
No, it wouldn't be.
School children all over the country are getting home, turning on their radios and tuning in to Bear Does Maths.
256. So if they had 256 each, so if India got to 256, they'd be on 512, right?
Yep.
And then they get a 4, and they'd end up on 516. Yeah. So John Thomas would then win.
Yes.
If they got a single,
Mahdi Hassan is in, and it's flicked away around the corner. There's a man on the 45, and no run for Virat on this occasion.
Then Messi will win. However, if they're on, so if they were on 555,
that's Mahdi again. That's another flamingo-y flick out to deep mid-wicket that again just gets him a single.
So
although he's alert to the overthrow. Sorry, there.
So if they're on so if they're on 255 and then they hit a 4 or 6, then no one will win. So basically, Messi needs them to tie the score and get a single, and John Thomas needs to be on the scores level and them to hit a 4 to win the game.
So Messi's having his day off, and he might actually win the GPL.
Yeah,
I reckon he's probably there's a fix going on here somewhere because he's planning a big night out. Except because it is now night, it'll have to be a big day out to come the start of his day tomorrow.
He's heading out to the club at 2 in the morning.
Oh, could be. It's even later than that there now, though. I think as this one is worked away around the corner by KL.
What, are they 9 hours behind or 8 hours behind? 7 hours. It's only 7 hours behind in Perth, isn't it?
Oh, that's true. It's not quite such the same time difference in Perth. You're right. 200 is up though. 200 off 33.5 overs. With Kohli on 64, KL Rahul on 13, 200 for 3.
Thank you very much.
As in comes Mahdi Hassan, and it's flicked to mid-wicket. No run.
Thank you very much. Harriet Atkinson has given us a super chat. See, this is what you should all be doing. She just gives us 149 with a star in a round circle.
Thank you very, very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Harriet. More of you should do the same. Come on, Bear. There is a super chat.
This one is played off the back foot by KL, pushed through a little bit more, Bennett, by, again, it's the ones that are the most troublesome, it would seem.
And
Indeed, Tony. And I think Rahul is showed a bit of intent when he walked into the crease. Let's see what he can do.
That's the same again, hurried through, played off the back foot, out into the offside, no run, gets through his overs, does Mahdi. It's 2 for 38, just 3 from that one. Bear, who else is with us?
Well, no, Harriet wants to say also, as she's done that, she says time to get Virat out now. She wants Virat out. Obviously, you're supporting Bangladesh. We always support the underdogs in this place. It's always fun to watch. Well, it's good to see that England weren't the only team to be beaten by a team that maybe they shouldn't have lost to.
Did you not mention the chat, or did it happen earlier when our friend Krishnakant Mane was asking who does the jingles? And Jeff volunteered the answer that Mog makes the good ones and the Jeff says he does the bad ones.
Oh,
I like my IT jingle, Jeff.
Yeah.
I was very
and let's
very
face it,
amused
Jeff,
by that.
you made Jeff made the Virat Kohli jingle, which is one of the finest jingles ever made.
He did. He certainly did. He did the Whitehead Whinger from Liverpool jingle as well
Yeah,
for
he
Gary,
did.
I think, from memory.
Did some classics. Made up a whole Sgt. Pepper album for us.
Digger Pony. I had Digger Pony as for my 60th birthday.
Yeah. Messi's doing his laundry apparently, says Stephen Cole.
Well, considering he has about 1 day off of a year, you worry about how often his laundry gets done. But I mean, if you live in a cave, how often do you need to do your laundry?
Well, exactly.
Must be fair. How often do you do your laundry, Bennett? Is it a weekly event, or is it just on an as-needs basis?
Or is it the wife that does it? Let's be honest.
Exactly, Ben. That's what it is. I love my wife. She just takes care of what I need to do.
My wife does the laundry and then moans at me for never doing it. But if I do attempt to do it, she tells me I can't do it correctly and then leave it alone.
But this is the joke, right? I mean, my wife, she doesn't even let us operate the machines. So we don't even know how to do it. And my poor 19-year-old who's just gone off to Loughborough University, he's struggling there for survival. It's just usual, like laundry, that kind of stuff, because he's never had a chance to.
But do you find
do it
that if you
himself.
say, I want to do it, and you do it, you're told that you can't do it correctly and therefore leave it alone?
Exactly. Same with
Fucking
you.
hate that. Yeah, totally. It's bollocks.
You'll make a mistake and you'll mess it up, and then
exactly.
You two are
and then
such
we
unreconstructed men. It's
No.
outrageous.
I do the washing up and I'll load the dishwasher, right? Then 20 minutes later, I'll come back and I find my wife rearranging the dishwasher because I haven't loaded it.
Oh, welcome to my world.
And I just think, what the fuck? I've washed it in the sink and it just needs a rinse in the dishwasher. Why we have a dishwasher, I don't know. But why are you fucking rearranging it? There's loads of space in there anyway.
she will do it again.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Drives me
anyway.
fucking insane.
Well, I do my own laundry once a week.
and
I
the
also do all the
machines-
cooking, a bit like you, Bear.
Like, we had somebody come over to do something with the machine which had been replaced, and this guy was asking me questions. I felt so embarrassed. I didn't know anything that was going on with that. That was an eye-opener.
I've just seen Stephen Kelk saying washing machines, it's all about pushing the right buttons, which of course I'm famous for not doing. He also wants to know, a jingle about Tony doing IT. Is there one about him talking Bash Shell, or we're back to Linux?
No.
Core languages or
I
whatever
think we
it was,
can find it, can't we?
Yes, I suppose we could.
Tectony, here it is.
You've got Tectony, oh Lord.
I'm going to put it in the machine.
No joy. Alright, well it's 201 for 3. We may be saved from Tectony for now. That worm is... well, what is that showing me? It's showing me that India are nicely ahead, basically, from what I can see. Which, of course, we know they are.
Tony, 1 in a million. Tony, 1 in a billion. Tony, once in a lifetime, getting technology right.
Sorrowful. He saves me from listening to that. Although I always admire
What
Jeff's
was
work,
that?
and it's guided away
That's Tectony.
into the offside, and they will take a single.
What's the tune for that one? Is that based on anything that we?
That's a good question.
It sounds
Jeff,
quite familiar. But
Jeff, what was the inspiration, other than my technical inadequacies? But what was the musical basis of that? Was that all from the capacious reservoir of musical talent of the Perkins brain, or did it start as a song somewhere else that you adapted? This one is just slightly wide of off stump. KL rocks back and decides to leave it, and that's given us one bouncer for the over, I think.
God, I want them to get this bloody done quick, man. Come on. I want this done in the next half an hour. I want this done by 5 o'clock.
Actually, it was closer to him than I gave it credit for, Bennett, wasn't it? That was had to duck his head away fairly swiftly from that. For some reason I saw that as being much wider of off stump. I am seeing it through a bit of a haze of vape smoke, though. It might have been the reason why I didn't quite see it right.
Vapour, funnily enough, it's a vape.
It's a vape, fair enough. The Vapors, as this one is out into the offside, a fine punk band in their day. Turning Japanese, that was the Vapors, wasn't it?
Was it? Yeah.
It was indeed.
It's called about wanking,
out to
wasn't
shook.
it?
Well, thank you. Apparently it was indeed. I want a doctor to take your picture so I could look at you from inside as well. I think it's based in a prison. I think the subject of the song, who is turning Japanese, is doing so in a prison cell from memory. 202 for 3. 66 for his Viratness. But it's KL this time who pulls this out towards square leg. He is going to get 4 runs. And Gary is saying... Oh,
Yeah.
okay, fair enough. He's telling me to behave, which is probably wise.
My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Did we celebrate the 200 coming up?
I don't know. I'm not doing the button pushing. But,
No, but did
I'm
we
not
even
sure.
mention it?
Oh.
I'm not sure we did.
I did. I certainly did.
Did you?
206 for 3. Shoreful around the wicket. Defended out towards short cover by KL Rahul. 51 is all that is needed off 91 balls. You'd have to say it should be so straightforward. You kind of, Bennett, want to see it come in a crash and a bang rather than a drip and a drop, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. If I was in the Indian camp, I would have wanted these runs sort of, quite fast, just to sort of be on the safe side with net run rate
Mid-off
being
cover
an
and
important part.
backward point, and indeed backward point called into action immediately, which means that the Kohli dab down towards third man won't net him any runs. It's the end of that Shoreful over. He's gone for 40 off his 7. It's 206 for 3, 51 needed from 90 balls, Bear.
Yes. Well, Leah says, stop whinging about not being able to use simple household appliances, you man children. Men, am I right? I know how to use them perfectly well. It's a question of not being told that I can't use them very well for some strange reason. Don't blame me. I'm quite happy doing all my own things. My wife is unhappy for me to do them on everyone else's behalf, unfortunately. Messages to which Messages replies, your tales of domestic laundry conflict are a timely reminder of how wise I was to get divorced twice.
Oh, who was that from?
Messages.
Oh, Messages. Mahedi Hassan Miraz is in again, and it's defended by Kohli. There is no run. Once again, he's gone for 38 off 8, which is not bad, and he's taken a couple of wickets as well as Mahedi Hassan. That one was a bit inside edgy from Virat and onto his pad. And comes Miraz. Forward comes Virat. Guides it to that man at backward point. They take the sharpest of singles. That was well run, Bennett, wasn't it? Very sharp.
It was indeed. That was intent from the word go, wasn't it? I mean, the fielder was a little bit deep, a little bit slowish as well to get off the mark. Gave them the opportunity to scramble through for one.
Yeah, you're right. KL, he didn't steal ground, but he knew exactly what he was going to do. And it would have been his call because obviously Virat had played it behind the eye line of his eye line. But KL was immediately aware that if they bustled about their work, they'd get something. Not this time though. That's played in front of square and fielded by Shanto, the captain, at mid-wicket.
I like this boy, Tony Miraz.
Yeah, he's bowling beautifully.
The way he bats as well. I think he's got a great future. He played as a batter initially, as a bowler at one time, and now he bats 4.
It's nicely flicked away again to mid-wicket. Once more, Shanto does the fielding. Now you see, YouTube is jumping there. Jumping with comment and
I'm
conversation.
I'm torn about reading you all and making you super chat.
This one is I think you can't ask everyone to pay all the time, but you
No,
have to.
I
But you
can't.
have to be very grateful when people do, and
This is true.
just ask them to do it a bit more. This
What-
one's
what-
flicked off his legs down towards fine leg. Is there a man down there? There certainly is. So it will just be an easy single. 49 now needed from 85 balls.
Yeah.
I was just looking for tell you a bit more about Mahdi Hassan. Well, his nickname is Miraz, although that's also his name, as this one is flicked out to deep mid-wicket. He was born in Barashal, grew up in Dalpur on the outskirts of Khulna city. Learned off-spin from Sheikh Saladin, the former Bangladesh player, regarded as the best off-spinner of his generation.
Okay. GC Naked Fun Ball Bot has given a super chat.
Hey!
$99 US dollars cents.
I was going to say.
With just a poo emoji. That's fine.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Harry Atkinson says
money.
they seek him here, they seek him there. Gorillas seek Bishop everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in hell? That damned elusive technical advisor miracle.
That's me.
Yeah, right. Stephen Kirk, because it could be worse. It could be the White Line Wireless boys and girls commentating a dead rubber in the middle of the night, Australian night. We've done that many a time.
Oh boy, have we ever.
Have we ever. He also says India should be getting in the mood of scoring quickly to prepare themselves for later games.
68 is his Coliness is on off 72. He's facing Shoreful and he drives, but he drives straight to mid-off. And they're going to get overthrows. Oh dear, that was a wild throw that came in, and it really was a run given away, and not surprisingly, Will Smith look-alike.
Clumsy by Bangladesh, I must say. They need to sort of try and preserve every single run as much as they could. Clumsy bit of fielding there.
Daft. It must have been against Australia then that I was kept on all night. Somebody paid 50 quid if I'd literally stay on all night. Which of course I did.
Was that the one where I was absolutely bladdered in the corner?
There is some chance of that, as this one is guided out to deep extra.
I fell asleep on air.
Oh no, that was a T20 game.
That was after our Christmas party.
No. We'd gone to a quiz.
Oh, that's right.
We'd gone to a quiz. Cricket Without Borders quiz, and we were all utterly blabbered.
Yeah, and it just got worse.
Knuckle just about carried the show. I fell asleep while I was commentating. You completely nodded off.
Yes. Wow.
And somehow we managed to get through
it. Yeah.
In comes Shoreful. Short, pulled by Kohli down to deep backward square. They take a single. The runs needed come down. It's 45 off 81 now. Coming up tomorrow. It won't be us tomorrow. It'll be our chums, won't it? It'll be our chums from White Line Wireless of Australia. Is it Australia and Pakistan tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh damn!
That's quite a big one. If Australia win it, they'll suck Pakistan back in, and then if we can win on Saturday, I'm not saying we will, but if we can, then we're a whole bunch of teams after 4 games on 2 wins.
By KL Rahul. Don't go chasing that. Pretty sure. Did that go the distance?
I thought that was a maximum.
Yeah,
I think it was a maximum. It was low and it was hard. It rarely got above 15 feet off the ground, but it was like a missile, and it's 6 of the best.
Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air. Legs move it side to side. Smack it in the air. Smack it in the air.
Smaximum.
Really good looking shot there. Rahul showing his intent. Short ball and beautifully played over the deep square leg area.
Bennett, you have the official confirmation, by the way. We'll just wait for Shoreful. Is this not a replay? No, it's a repeat performance only. This time it's for 4, 2-3 bounces. It skips over the sponge at mid-wicket and it's 4 more. And they are getting that acceleration on.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So in the event that India were not to win it in the next 3.5 overs, which is possible, Bennett, then you are on call. Gary, whatever Gary's reviewing tonight, is not going to wait for him, and he's going to have to head into the Soho Theatre, I think.
Okay.
No, O'Neill Harris, Bear will read your comments on this if you don't give me dollars, but I'd rather you did.
22 for 3. Forward comes KL Rahul out towards deep cover. They strolled another single. Expensive over that from Shoreful. What was it? They keep taking it away, but so I'm not sure. 13 off it. Thank you, Bennett.
Kathy says that's the bottom line. Atto Harris. We'll just have to wait for Messi or Tony to do the socials. They bypass my strict rules. It's true. I put that bit on the end.
No, I just apply an extra bit of
I know,
judgment and fairness.
Perko does say he's not directly taken from an existing song.
Ah, That's what I thought. I didn't see any.
It's completely
influence in
made
there.
up.
Yeah. It was
nothing on Twitter.
Very, very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Yes, Australia, Pakistan tomorrow. Our chums at White Lion will bring you every ball of it. Starting at it's another 9:30 start though, isn't it? From
Yeah, most
the
games
UK.
start at 9:30 UK.
It's when the clocks change. That's when it's going to be paying hard for us. Bear.
Well, it won't be that bad for
Well,
me.
not
I'm
for
still
you.
up. I'm still up at that time in the morning anyway, and I've only got to come
You
around the corner.
might find I start appearing on rotors sort of somewhat later in the piece, as this one is nudged again down to mid-on.
You're an early riser. What are you on about? You're up.
Well,
at
I'm an early riser,
5
but
in the morning. It's easier to get across here earlier than it is later.
But I like to do. My
Are you guys
exercise.
covering the game today? I mean tomorrow. Any of you?
No.
No.
I've got to be honest. As much as we love it, when we'll just wait for Miraz. As this one is on the back foot from Kohli again. He's punched it down to mid-on. They take an easy single. Unless Russ is super desperate for the White Line team and they're struggling for crews, days off can be willingly taken as days off.
What will happen towards the end of the tournament? Sorry, Bear, in terms of semis, finals.
We are going to drive all of those, and we will hopefully therefore wrap up their crew with us as this one's whipped away towards mid-wicket. They'll take another single.
Share the crew. Is that share the crew from both sides?
Yeah. So we'll lead the broadcast out of Sydenham, but our friends from there will dial into us, and it'll be the same show.
So viewers and listeners, you got a bit of a show here with our colleagues from down under.
Pushed away out to mid-on. Shanto is the man. Sorry, not mid-on. At deep mid-wicket. Shanto Fields. It's all singles this over. Kohli and KL Rahul trading the strike with a bit of gentle jogging in between.
Well, Stephen Kirk says his theory is that the more YouTube comments are read out, the more super chats will come. Love breeds love. Well, that's kind of one
what
theory.
I like to think as well, as this one is steered out towards deep cover. Another strolled single.
I'd also like to think if the game was fucking interesting, more people would be interesting. And the problem is, and therefore there would be more interesting, and there'd be more driven super chat. It did threaten to be.
It had moments when you thought, well, Bangladesh could be in this. I think their innings just fell away too much.
We just do need some interesting games that are close in this World Cup.
As this one is whipped by Kohli again to mid-on. Again, it's an easy stroll, and again a Miraz over has gone for 6, all in singles, all walked.
This is a game 17. See you later, Gary. This is game 17, and bar the Pakistan-Sri Lanka game, there's hardly been a close game or a big chase.
It's going to be a long tournament if this goes on like
it
this.
Is,
I remember the IPL games. There was a day, on one day there were 2 ties. You remember that?
Yeah.
I do. One
but
time.
I mean, the thing is about T20. If it's dull, at least it's done in very quick time, right? You know, it's only half a day you've wasted. With an ODI, we've been here since, well, we got here late, so we've been here since 9 o'clock this morning.
51 this partnership, by the way.
Whole day to watch basically India cruise across the line in quite slow fashion. It's not the greatest use of my time, but hey.
51 by Virat and Kohli, by KL and Virat in tandem. Mahdi Hassan in. This is worked away down to deep backward square. They take another easy single. They seem very content to be doing that at the moment, I must say.
They're within 6 shots. Can't they just hit, do Gary Sobers or something?
Well, they could give it a go. Yes, I suppose they could. It's Hassan Mahmood, I beg his pardon. Hassan Mahmood for dancing, romancing, and 230 for 3. So the next big question, as we wait, and KL Rahul will get a single, which will change the equation of the big question, which may be, I think, pretty unlikely. Kohli on 74, 26 needed. He would have to get all of them. If he was to go and get a ton, I don't think that's going to happen, do you? I think KL should slam a quick 4 or 6 just to take any thoughts of that out of the equation. But we shall see. Again, it's all just singles. It's ones. I mean, I've got nothing against it. There's no point in... Oh, this one's whipped from Kohli, but straight to mid-wicket. Shanto it was on the dive. Oh, Tamin, I beg your pardon. Tamin on the dive.
He's actually Tanzin, isn't it?
He is.
He calls himself Tamin.
It's on the bat. So a very, very sharp bit of fielding indeed. He did very well indeed. So even though the inevitable writing might be on the wall, there's still, the body language is still very good from Bangladesh. In comes Hassan, driven straight to short cover by Virat. No run, 26 from 68 is what is needed. 231 for 3. Extraordinary when you think that the power play scores were identical. How different the second half of these two innings has taken shape. Hassan in. This is launched by Virat. That's gone all the way. That's an enormous 6 from Virat Kohli. Maybe he is thinking, hello, I've got a chance here. Maybe that 100 is on. He's moved on to 80. 20 are needed to win. He could get all of them, Bennett. It could still happen.
It could. Very unlikely, though. I think he should have done this a little while ago before KL Rahul tried to eat the share of the pie.
Well,
but
and the stadium rises in its sea of light blue to a man and woman and child to celebrate that huge 6 from Virat. This one, the bat's angled, the ball is guided, it's out to deep cover. He'll take a single, but you know what that means? After 39 overs and 238 for 3, Virat has got the single that keeps him the strike with 19 runs needed off 66 balls. He's still in it bare for his ton. I couldn't reach over to celebrate an enormous 6 that kept him within sight of his 100.
You didn't press
oh no,
button.
I forgot we had a button there.
Yeah.
Oh well, we've done it anyway. You've got it. You've got it now.
He doesn't look like as if he's going to get out at all, isn't he? Unless he's run out or anything. Solid as ever.
He is.
No hurry.
I mean, he is a class apart. I mean, I know we laugh more not at him because I think he's a fine fellow actually. But what we more tend to laugh at is just the way that the camera follows him. More particularly when he's actually doing nothing particular and nothing to do with the action.
No, the guy wouldn't give the ball back there.
Oh, is that what it was?
Jeff Perkins says Bear doesn't get out of bed these days unless someone slips him a fiver.
Nassim Ahmed pulled away. Is that going to be 4 more? Is it going to beat the man out there at the deep mid wicket? Yes, it is. It's 4 more for Virat.
Ooh.
It's on here. He's giving it a go.
15 and he needs 15 to get his 100.
Exactly. 15
Good
for
opportunity
Virat.
for him.
15 for
we're in danger
India.
of losing our IPL pot.
Our IPL pot? Do you mean GPL?
The GPL pot, yeah. IPL pot. I wish I had an
comes
IPL
Nassim.
pot.
Kohli strokes it straight to short cover. He's got a big smile on his face now, that wicked sort of gremlin-y grin that he has.
Surely after KL Rahul was so upset about not getting to 100, he's going to try and stall Kohli from getting there himself, isn't he?
I don't think they'd play those sort of shenanigan-y games, would they? That's going to be just a single, though. Oh no. Did they take the single?
Yeah.
I don't think... Did they? Are you sure?
They did, yeah.
No, they didn't. They
Oh,
didn't
what?
take the single. Hello. There's some dodgy stuff going on here. The crowd realise it. KL said, no, go on, boss. Even though you're not boss theory. Launched by Kohli. That's gone deep and high. Way over deep mid-wicket. That's another 6. He's going for it.
That's shot. So 9 runs required.
10 off the over. 9 needed off 62. 9 needed for Kohli to get to his 100. It's 248 for 3. And all of a sudden, we've a situation here has been engineered which has the cricketing world.
Well, if he gets 2 6s, that suits us fine.
He didn't seem like he was actually interested in going for his 100 before, didn't he?
Well, I think when they denied that single, when they said no to that single, when KL said, you stay, that's all right, Virat, over to you, son. I think that's when he's slapped to cover. Not time to try and take a single on a misfield. Not when he probably now would like to get 1 or 3.
Well, we can do when they get them 6 and a 4. That means
well, no,
Messi.
the last ball. Oh, okay. You're thinking about the GPL.
I'm thinking about
sorry.
GPL.
Yeah,
Then Messi will miss out by 1 run.
In comes Nassim Ahmed. There's the single. Flicked towards long on. Oh, Bennett. What are we seeing here? What are we seeing here, Bennett?
We're seeing some cool and calculated personal milestones, slowly but surely coming within his grasp. I mean, it's amazing because when we spoke about it before, we saw he's got it well within himself, but he wasn't interested at that time, right? He was just playing second fiddle to Rahul, and then suddenly 20 runs to get out 20, and I was thinking, oh no, he's not going to go for it. There he is, King Virat Kohli.
273 for 3, 9 needed. Virat keeping the strike. 8 needed, in fact, so he only needs 2 4s off his last over, which he'll have the strike for.
Yeah, we don't want to get 2
there.
4s. We need a 6 and a 4. I'm thinking about the bank here.
Just looking at what this partnership's worth. 71 off 65, these two. That's been, it's taken the game away from Bangladesh. It means that, along with New Zealand, we'll wait for Hassan. Where's he put this? He should get 2. No. In fact, he's not going to run at all. It was out to deep mid-wicket. There was the easiest of singles there. KL Rahul, by the way, appears to have a face like thunder.
Yeah, what does that do?
He's probably thinking, this is ridiculous.
He is
this
thinking
is the
it's
most
ridiculous.
outrageous piece of glory hunting in my life that I've ever seen.
I wasn't allowed to do it the other night and ended up 97 not out, god damn it.
KL, we feel for you. It's extraordinary. 1 sun, 1 moon, I missed that. 1 king.
And 1 king.
Oh, that's a slower ball bouncer. That'll be 1 for the over, I suspect.
Oh, it's been given
as
a
wide!
Bolton wide! Bolton wide!
It's been given as a wide! And look at Virat! Now, it's Virat's turn to have a face like thunder.
Why?
He spat the dummy. Look at that look. It's like someone's stolen his ice cream. He's absolutely... Look, oh, that is so funny.
He can get a 6 and then he can get 6 and a 4 still, can't he?
Oh dear. Right, well, he still could do it. 7 needed by India on 59, 8 needed by Virat, so he absolutely can do it. He's going to run a single this time. Are they going to come back for 2? You bet your life they are. They're going to have to run hard. He's in. So he's got 2 of them. Poor KL had to put the afterburners on to make sure that he did. So he did.
6. Or he can get a 4 and a single.
It's all about Kohli, isn't he?
It's a 4. He dabbed that. There was nobody short and around the mid-wicket area.
Went to the wrong end as well, the fielder. Should have gone to the bowler's end.
They had to really sprint, and Julie did. So it's 252 for 3. In comes Hassan. Kohli, he is completely missed his. He was trying to haul it over mid-wicket. It was a Vatican slice and nearly took the off-stump out. It didn't. There was a man on the 45, and again there is no run. It means in this over we have 2 balls left, do we? I think.
Yes.
There's a back of a hand.
Warren Davis, $5. 4 wides coming up. There'll be 5 wides, and that'll be the game.
Oh, thank you. Is that super chat?
Super chat.
Thank you, Warren.
Warren.
You're a top man, and we are very grateful. 5 needed, 6 needed for Kohli. They've taken 1. Are they going to come back for 2? Again, they're going to have to run like mad. They are going to have to hurry. They've done it. There was a possibility of overthrows.
4 would have done it as well, wouldn't it?
Right.
3 runs required.
3 runs needed for India. Never mind, that doesn't matter. 4 runs needed for Virat. That's what the world is watching.
Yeah, it's true.
I can't believe that I'm seeing this, honestly.
It's extraordinary, isn't it? What a piece of glory hunting. Absolutely extraordinary. It's a good ball, by the way.
Him getting a century is like India winning, isn't it, for the fans?
Well, you can bet your life it's going to be... they're all gathered, ready to leap. Look at that.
Mrs. Kohli.
Hassan in.
Oh,
it's a full toss.
It's 4. No.
It's all the way along the ground out to Tamim. They don't run. Of course they don't. They don't run. There was an easy single, but they're not in the business of taking those. Kohli is berating himself. KL Rahul, I think, was basically saying, WTF, Kohli. Surely there was a single there. I'm not sure, if these two...
He's having a go at KL Rahul. I don't think they
if there's any beer going around tonight, I'm not sure these two will be sharing one. I've got to be honest. I'm not entirely sure they're seeing eye to eye on what's going on here. That's defended. He'll get the strike. by
Such
strolling
selfish cricket,
a single.
Unbelievably selfish. Do you guys agree with this?
1 for 65 for Hassan off his 8s, 255 for 3. 2 are needed by India. Kohli's kept the strike and he's on 97. He needs to score 3. They do touch gloves, so maybe it's everything's fine.
Of course it is. I mean, Rahul can't even get 50 now, can he? So,
do you guys agree with what's going on? What do you think? What do you
well,
think?
when you've got bloody 9 overs left and you need 2 runs, if someone wants to get it, you've got 7 wickets in hand. Why not give him a shot?
I'm finding it entertaining. I've got to be honest, Bennett.
Yeah, considering
it's
the lull we had, right? So something to look forward to, something to comment on.
I think just understanding the presence of Kohli and his how much he is adored.
We're gonna have to work out if someone's going to win the IPL here. I can't. The
Yeah,
IPL, GPL.
That's a little sideline problem for us to cope with. In comes Nassim Ahmed. Oh, he speared it down leg. I bet he did that on purpose.
Oh, but he didn't call it.
He's not called a while. Now this is looking dodgy. What?
He would have been stripped of his ICC status.
No, now hang on a moment. This is looking iffy to me now. I'm sorry. Down the track comes Kohli. He's punched that down to mid on, but he's not going to run. Who was that? Was that umpire? Well, it was the Kettler, wasn't it?
Yeah, he pulled his leg out of the way last minute, so I'm not going to give it. And everyone's going, what?
Well, I can see Kuldeep Yadav, who cannot believe it. They've all got their hands in their mouths, the Indian players. They're going, what? What? They can't believe they're seeing this. In comes Nassim Ahmed. It's a full toss. Kohli's launched it. He's launched it for 6. Of course he has. He holds both arms aloft. India have won this game with plenty of time to spare. The big news, though, by winning it with a 6, is that Virat Kohli has found his way to 100 off the very final ball. India have won by 7 wickets. That almost seems incidental to the fact that Virat has engineered that 100. Quite a magnificent effort from him, albeit, Bennett, a marginally engineered set of circumstances. What do you make of that?
Well, to be really fair, I'm not a Kohli fan. I like but generally, but this just amused me as to sort of how his personality has, and the way he carries himself and the whole nation. I can understand why there's so much of hype, but certainly it's a bit from a personal point. When you look at sort of people like sort of Malan being criticized because they were trying to get their century, and others like KP, and here it is, the whole nation is at his feet, and everyone, even the umpires, want to support him to get a century. That's how this man has built his stature. So
well,
anyway,
he's milking the applause, as indeed he should. It's his 48th ODI 100. India go level on points with New Zealand, both unbeaten at the top of that table, and both, I suspect, there will take one heck of a lot of beating.
We have a GPL winner, peeps.
Oh,
John Thompson. It wasn't Messi Jez, it was John Thompson has won.
You know you've been calling him John Thomas all afternoon.
Sorry, John Thompson. But John Thompson
I thought, is that really his name? I thought it was like a made-up name. It's just you getting it wrong.
Getting it wrong.
Yeah, he won't care. How much has he won? He's not going. He's going to forgive you. If
he's got 119 quid. So
well,
he's
there you
happy.
go. Hey. Well done, John Thompson.
Indeed. Well done. John Thompson has won the GPL. We should give you a little rundown. There's not much to talk about here. India absolutely spangled Bangladesh with plenty of time to spare, so we'll just give you a quick rundown of the second innings, really, and then we should get out of here. We'll do some last messages. Actually, Warren Davis has sent another super chat. He says he wanted Rahul to run Kohli out on 99, which would have been quite amusing.
I mean, when the dust has settled, I'd like to have another look at that one that went down leg.
Yeah.
That was given not as a wide.
Well, it wouldn't have really mattered, actually.
Well, if he's going to finish it with a 6, you're probably right.
Exactly. It wouldn't have done.
It didn't make
well, actually, it means we wouldn't have lost the GPL, actually.
Fucker! Yeah, Kohli, you may have...
You've cost us £119, you bastard.
Well, you haven't, because people will know you can win, and then when people know they win, they can't wait to get more involved on it.
Exactly.
Don't forget, the scores were level at the power play. both India and Bangladesh 63 without loss after 10. Bangladesh, they really did rather fall away, particularly after Litton Das was out. A little bit of a late flurry from Mushfiqur Rahim and Mahmudullah, but they could only get to 256 for 8. It never really looked like being enough. Rohit went off like an express train, but he was caught in the deep by Tawed Hridoy off Hassan Mahmood for 48. Shubman Gill batted nicely for 53, near enough a runner ball. Shreyas Iyer didn't hang around too long. He was caught Mahmudullah off Mahedi Harasan Miraj for 19. It was an excellent partnership though by KL Rahul and Virat. The subplot became the main plot towards the end, because India's required total and Virat's total required to get to a ton started to converge. We've been talking about confluence of rivers today. This was a confluence of milestone opportunities, a victory and a century, and of course, because he writes his own scripts, he did it off the final ball with a 6. 261 for 3. India win by 7 wickets. Virat gets his ton. India celebrates, and it was pretty entertaining there.
It was, and as GC Naked Fun Bot gets John Thomas pulls it in out of the bag. It was John Thomason.
What's his real name?
John,
Read it again.
I can't remember now.
He's been John Thomas, John Thompson, now he's John Thomason. Which is it?
It's John Thompson.
Well, John, we are delighted for you. Never mind the old curmudgeon next to me who doesn't like giving money away.
Yeah,
that's the whole point of it, is for people to try and win.
Absolutely, absolutely. So thank you very much to everybody who has super chatted us, entered the GPL, been with us all day. It's great to have you along. I mean, the reason I do it in jest, but we do have bills to pay.
But Messi Jez, by the way, just very quickly,
has got very upset.
No, not at all. But he's going, are you sure it's John Thompson and not Hombre Nuevo? John was on 516, but
he was also on
17. Sounds like an hombre number.
No, it wasn't. It normally would be, but I thought we got away with it because I'd only looked at 513 and 516. But John Thompson also had 517. Hombre Nuevo wasn't in today.
There's your answer, Messers. Oh, now who do you think is man of the match? Personally, I'd give it to Mustafizur. No. Of course, of course. There's only one man going to be man of the match. It is His Holiness, and all of India genuflex before his magnificence.
And on that note, I guess we should play the bloody theme tune and get out of here. Rightio, good to see you, Bennett.
Yep. Good to see you both.
Always
too.
good.
Thanks for having me.
See you very soon.
We're back this side of the channel, or this side of the world, actually, you should say, on Saturday for the big one, England versus South Africa. Must-win game for England, you'd have thought. Will be on air at 9:20. If you're in England, White Line Wireless, being Guerilla Cricket, will be on air at 9:20 English time tomorrow, or there or thereabouts, with an Australian accent. Has Australia playing Pakistan tomorrow? Is that right?
They are indeed. I've just realised I've done loads of my Pakistan notes for Monday because I thought Pakistan had finished, and now I've got to update them all, which is really annoying me.
Well, of course. Bummer. Well, they're going to have to update them with what happens tomorrow, which could be interesting. Pakistan could easily do Australia. The opposite is also easily doable too. Two sides that, at the moment, are quite fallible. Anyway, we're out. See you later, Bennett, and say goodbye to him. Bye, everybody. Bye.
Bye now. Cheers. Bye.
Guerilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerilla Cricket. Whoa. Guerilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, Guerilla Cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick Guerilla Cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, Guerilla Cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din,